Good morning. My name is Councillor Paula Fletcher. I'm the Vice Chair of the Planning and Housing Committee, as our Chair is out of town today. And the clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I would now like to call meeting 35 to order and welcome everyone who's here with us today in person and everyone who's online. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating both by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. City Hall is once again open to the public. Everybody, of course, is welcome to attend the meeting in Committee Room 1 today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The clerk's staff have connected remote speakers, public speakers, to the meeting by video conference, and there are public speakers in the room today. There may be some, there's none here right now. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I'm just going to ask everybody for their patience if we experience any delays or technical problems during the meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda items on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available for members in Committee Room 1 and remotely if you need help with your devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members, of course, to raise their hand or unmute your mic if you want to speak or question staff. I'll then create a speakers list and we'll call on members when it's your turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I'm going to ask that you ensure that you turn on your video and raise your hand to indicate your vote. Members, this is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you still must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. And I'd like to do the land acknowledgement that although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. And before we get any further into the meeting, I see that Deputy Mayor was on the line, no longer on the line. So I was going to have a few words as the fantastic chair of this committee. Apparently she is having some connection problems. She's in Nova Scotia. And I will wait till I see her pop up. There she is, pop back up on the screen. Can you hear us?
Nova Scotia, yes.
Great. So don't go off camera, please, because just at the beginning of the meeting, prior to getting into everything, I think I just want to take this opportunity on behalf of all of the members of our Planning and Housing Committee, all of the members of staff that you've worked with so closely, the clerks as well, who you've worked with so closely, to just thank you so very much for your tremendous, tremendous work, Anna Bailao, on all of the housing files that you have done over the last 4 years. Everybody's clapping. Virtually, WebEx does have a clapping feature. The really and truly, from Housing Now to affordable housing in general, to the many accomplishments across the city, and also in your own ward in building affordable housing, in being a fantastic resource, in assisting Toronto community housing in so many ways, and in getting repair money for Toronto community housing. You have been an exceptional, exceptional, exceptional leader for this council, for this committee, and for these very important issues in our city. And for that, I just want to formally recognize you, Deputy Mayor Bailao, for that, and offer up chance for anybody else to speak. Perhaps Greg might want to say a few words up in his office. I see him up there, or Abby is here, some of the other councillors. And then you might want to say something, but I didn't think we could start this meeting. Unfortunately, your last meeting, and you're not physically with us. That's, for all that you've done, it's so difficult for you and for us not to have you here with us personally today. So I'll just offer that up, Greg, if you wanted to pay tribute.
Thank you, Councillor.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Just very impromptu remarks. Certainly wish Deputy Mayor Bellau all the best in the next chapter of her career, and thank her really for the vision, the leadership, the constant pressure that she keeps on us. I think it's important to have that kind of good, solid working relationship with members of council. And I know all of the members of Planning and Housing Committee, with the leadership of the Deputy Mayor, have really put their pedal to the metal, so to speak, over the last 4 years. And from our point of view anyway, created a lot of new housing policy, a lot of new action on housing, a lot of initiatives around building complete communities in the city, because we can't just build housing, we have to build everything that supports daily life for current and future Torontonians. So having that focus, having that vision, as I said, keeping the pressure on all of us has been really key in the accomplishments of this committee over the last 4 years. And I know from staff's point of view that we thank the Deputy Mayor for that leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. I think Abby is here today, and she would like to say a few words as well. I know there'll be a big accolades at council, so we'll just do the mini version here at our committee.
Thank you so much, Chair, Councillor Fletcher, for the opportunity. We are really sad to see the Deputy Mayor move on from her position. She has been really the best champion for affordable housing that we could have hoped for. The success that we're having through planning, through CREM, through the Housing Secretariat, and all our colleagues, including Create TO, is really as a result of her leadership. So we're very grateful for everything that she has done, all the time and effort that she has invested in this really important challenge that we're facing. And I know that she'll be championing us and cheering us on from a different position. So just many, many thanks, and we will miss you.
Thank you, Abby. I could throw that open, but we'd probably be here for an hour. So what I'm just going to do is offer that up for you to speak, Anna.
Thank you, colleagues at the committee, for all your support. It is tough to be here. I am in Nova Scotia, but after 12 years, you realize that you can only do this work when you surround your former chief of staff, because it was a special moment in somebody that helped me do the work that we're there for those people as well in their special moments and as they move on. So that's why I'm in Nova Scotia, because I've been surrounded by great people in my office, but I wanted to say a few words at the beginning of this meeting, because as I was looking back in all the work that has been done this term, it has been incredible. With a pandemic going on, the amount of work that has come through this committee, and therefore the need to add meeting days, the need to add extra meetings to our schedule, because there's just so much happening and so much going through this committee. We all know that there's a lot more to do. We know that there's big challenges. But what I think, at least the way that I always look at the big challenges is for the opportunities. And I think that we've constantly looked for the opportunities to do better and more. We've looked through the opportunities of, expediting our modular through the pandemic and create faster and more. Well, we are looking for opportunities with our EHON. How can we, use our land in different ways, plan our city in a more equitable way. And as Greg said, making sure that we're not only planning the housing, but we are planning the infrastructure that is going to create a great city. And I think that We've done a lot of work in that respect here in this committee, and I'm so thankful for all the staff. There is an interesting report actually that talks about, the difficulty that we're having in attracting staff for the planning department. But I must say that one of the things that gives me some hope is actually the energy in some of the people that are joining our departments and the passion that they have for the city and the changes that need to happen in how we're building our city and responding to this really, really fast growth. So it is really exciting. I think there are great things coming through this committee in the next term. I can't wait to be cheering making sure that our next fully and making sure that we're heading in the good direction in terms of planning our city, that we plan it in an equitable way, both with housing and great infrastructure. So thank you all for being great to work with. So thank you.
More clapping. Thank you so much. And we wish you well. Can you get on a plane and get back here before we start the agenda, please? Thank you. It's a lot of work at today's meeting. There's a lot going on, and much of it has your fingerprints and your brilliance on it. I'm just going to ask the committee members, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Checking with you all. Seeing none. Thank you. Now we need to confirm the minutes from our May 31st, 2002 meeting, moved by Councillor Nunziata. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then let's proceed with the agenda review, please. We have quite a few speakers today. Very heavy agenda with a lot of very meaty issues on it. So item 35, PH 35.1, expanding housing options in neighborhoods. Neighborhood Retail and Services Study, Final Report, Phase 1. We have speakers on that, so that will be held. PH 35.2, Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods, Major Streets, Interim Report. We have speakers on that, so that will be held. PH 35.3, Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods, Multiplex Study Proposals Report. We have speakers on that. Pardon me?
We're going to hold it till 10
Oh, I see. We're holding till 10 a.m. Number 3?
Number 4?
Oh, I said number 3. It's okay. Number 3, we're holding for speakers, right? Okay. Number 4, Christie's 35.4, Christie's Planning Study, City-Initiated Secondary Plan and Zoning Bylaw Technical Amendments. That's to be heard at 10 a.m. There are some technical amendments coming from staff, so that will be fine. We can do that. There are no speakers, but once we have those, we can clear that off at some point. Item number 5, Ready, Set, Midtown, Zoning Review, City-Initiated Zoning Bylaw Amendments for Neighborhoods and Designated Lands within the Avenue Midtown Transit Station Area, Final Report. There are no speakers on this. I've not been asked to hold that. I would like to, it's till 10 o'clock. Okay, we'll do that when we do Christie's. Thank you so much, Nancy. Item PH 35.6, Concept to Keys, C2K Dashboard, Status of Priority Development Applications. There are no speakers. There's one slight amendment, which Nancy has, if you don't. Yes, we'll just do that now. Yeah, we'll do the amendment now, if we can just have that on the screen. It's just to continue with the tracking so that the dashboard will continue next term once we finalize it. Okay, with that, you're moving that forward? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Item PH 35.7, update building code changes to permit partial occupancy of super tall buildings during construction. There are no speakers on that. Do not see anybody. Anybody wishes to hold it or move it? You're moving the recommendations. Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item PH 35.8, Toronto Local Appeal Body Chair's 2021 Annual Report, and we have the speaker, we have the chair here today to speak to us, so that's being held. Item 35.9, Inclusionary Zoning Consultation Update on Implementation Guidelines. There are speakers, and we will hold that. Item 35.10, 2180 to 2210 Yonge Street, 15 Eglinton Avenue West, and 20 and 46 Berwick Avenue, zoning amendment application status report. And this is simply to receive for information. There are no speakers here. Motion to receive, Councillor Nunziata. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item 35.11, 79 and 81 Granby Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Are there any speakers? I don't see any. Would you like to move that, Councillor Buxton Potts? Moving, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item PH 35.12, 148 and 156 to 158 Avenue Road and 224 Davenport Road, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Can I get anyone wishes to speak on that? Seeing no one, can I get a motion for that? Councillor Perks, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. PH 35.13, 778 King Street West, proposed designation bylaw under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, consideration of objections. Any speakers on this item? Seeing none, can I get a motion, please? That's Councillor Nunziata. Staff recommendations, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Item 35.14, Our Plan Toronto Land Needs Assessment. That's being held for presentation. Item 35.15, Our Plan Toronto Recommended Official Plan Amendments for Citywide Employment Policies and Conversion Requests Final Report. That's being held for speakers. Item 35.16, Our Plan Toronto Citywide 115 Proposed Major Transit Station Area Protected Major Transit Station Area Delineations. There are speakers and a presentation on that one, so that's being held. PH 35.17, Status Update on Achieving Additional Affordable Housing in Villiers Island. There are no speakers that I see. I do have one motion that I would ask the staff to put up. Thank you very much. I'll move that in order to look at the amount of housing and how we can secure more on the waterfront. I'll move that. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item 35.18, Renoviction Policy, creating a framework to protect affordable and mid-range rental homes and deter renovictions. There are speakers on that. That will be held. PH 35.19, implementation of income and asset limits to determine eligibility for rent geared to income assistance. There are speakers on that. It's being held. Item PH 35.20, local priority rules for rent geared to income housing and centralizing access for affordable rental housing. We have speakers. It's held. Item 35.21, advancing affordable and supportive housing projects, programs, and initiatives. That is, there are no speakers on that. Are there any speakers internally? No. I do have a motion on that, just about the consultation, because this is delegated authority. So making sure where possible that Housing Secretariat consults with local councillors, even though it's during the election, as far as what's going to happen, what the plan's going to be. Any questions? No, that's fine. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item as amended, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. PH 35.22, status update, a new regulatory framework for multi-tenant houses.
Can I hold
You're
that?
holding that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Item 35.23, employee talent, retention and attraction, city planning. There are speakers.
Can I hold that? Oh, there's speak.
Yeah, there's speakers. And then item 35.24, review of visitor parking requirements for new development. And this is, any speakers on this outside or any councillors wishing to speak? If not, can I get a motion to receive or pass these recommendations, please? Thank you. Councillor Perks, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Then we have one item of new business. I believe it's yours, Councillor Bradford. Oh, yes, we have two items of new business. Did you have an item of new business, Councillor Bradford? Sorry. Just asking. Councillor Bradford, can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh.
can you hear me?
No, I couldn't. Did you have an item of new business for us? Someone told me that you did.
Yes, I do. We're working on getting that.
Okay,
Under.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also have one that will be circulated. It is another new business piece. It's addressed to you, Councillor Bailão, but so you'll be getting it shortly. And Chair and members, to look at prioritizing affordable housing in the development application review process. How we're going to do that, to make that a higher priority. So I'd like to introduce that. Can I get a motion? I'll move to introduce it. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. So that will be item 25. And, sorry, yeah. And then Councillor Bradford, we'll just wait on whenever that comes. The clerk will let me know. Thank you very much.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you. So now we will move to our speakers list. And we have on the first item, we have a number of speakers. And I'm wondering if Leonard, it's the first item is 35.1, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, neighborhood retail and services study final report, phase 1. And the first speaker I have is Leonid Kotov. Leonid, are you with us this morning?
Yeah.
Thank you. Very good. I'm going to start your clock, please.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have 5 minutes.
I'll be quite short. I had a quick slideshow, but it's not working, so that's all good. So my development company, we focus on middle developments, and this initiative we believe is greatly beneficial, particularly when it comes to major streets within neighborhood designations. We're exploring built forms that include 4-story apartment buildings, and having some sort of retail or service offering on the ground floor would be hugely beneficial for the residents and tenants. And we're very much supportive of this process. These places can be a hallmark of the community, a place where people gather, and we're all for it. And anything we can do to support this process, we're here. We're here to help and listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kotov. Are there any questions of our deputant this morning? No, seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to our next deputant, and that's Andy Choles, Long Branch Neighborhood Association. Andy, are you with us this morning?
Good morning.
Thank you. Hi, Andy. Good morning.
How you doing? My name is Andy Choles. I'm from board member at the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. In regard to neighborhood retail, we have some concerns. The LBNA has concerns with some of the proposed changes of the Planning Act as a result of the Neighborhood Retail Services Study. While change in the policy can benefit the neighborhood, I believe that careful consideration of the ramifications of an action must be taken before canceling a regulation that was likely put in place for a very good reason. Specifically, we have two concerns about the removal of the reference to major streets of the official plan, leaving the zoning bylaw to define the appropriate location for these uses, and the removal of specific requirements for a zoning bylaw amendment to establish such uses. Regarding major streets, it's preferable for any business, I believe, to be located along the major street. In our case, Lakeshore Boulevard. I was reminded by our chair that Lakeshore is classified as an avenue, not a major street. However, it is the main drag of Long Branch, where most of the storefront businesses are located, and it is where transit, streetcar tracks leading to GO Train, and bus routes leading to the Kipling TTC subway station are located. This avenue is a walkable distance from most homes. This location would be better suited for an individual homeowner and a location that would be more successful for any business owner. Careful consideration must be given to the type of business that could be located in the residential area. I believe the list of businesses presently allowed to operate out of homes is quite satisfactory. Regarding the removal of specifying the uses is of great concern. Early in the report, it mentions a cafe as a suitable business that could be established in a neighborhood. This example piqued my interest because I pondered what it would be like to live beside a cafe, an eating or drinking establishment, usually conducting business outdoors. At one point in the report, several businesses are specified as allowed in the neighborhood at present. These businesses include barber, hairdresser, beautician, dressmaker, seamstress, tailor, medical office, or office of health-related profession. In my neighborhood of Long Branch, I know an accountant and a lawyer and a registered massage therapist that operate out of their homes. The common element of all these professions is that the business take place indoors. A cafe is an outdoor eating, drinking establishment. We have neighbors that have backyard barbecues occasionally, perhaps a bit of noise, but it only happens once or twice a month at most. Living beside a cafe would be like having a neighbor with a backyard barbecue every single night. If the cafe wasn't fairly busy every night, it likely wouldn't be able to turn a profit. On page 9 of the report, types of businesses that occupy an entire home that are not allowed in the neighborhood under bylaw 569-213 include a personal service shop, animal shelter, kennel, vehicle repair shop, vehicle service shop, vehicle washing establishment, or manufacturing use. Reading that list along with proposed changes to drop the restriction on these businesses would potentially create a situation that's even worse than the cafe next door. Living beside a dog kennel or a car wash would be much worse than a cafe. The list of home-based businesses could be reviewed and extended to other suitable workplaces. However, it is concerning that the limits of the extension have not been expressed by the staff. It should be, therefore, it should be before this policy is approved. I would suggest that parking is not the only possible issues that might present itself. I can appreciate the initiative to relax certain bylaws to allow for more people to work from home. However, I fear the rush to create citywide solutions in the name of some idea of equality, local plans already in place that are not receiving recognition or necessary support. Long Branch has in place a plan to focus the intensification of new housing on the main avenues. Retail and other commercial space could and should also be located in those same avenues. Commercial and retail presently diverted to this avenue. Some of residential intensification could also be incorporated into the retail space. Working towards implementing the plan would be superior to opening up the entire neighborhood to retail businesses with insufficient limitations on the type of business. Incentives to better utilize the empty storefronts on Lakeshore would be a better initiative rather than spreading retail throughout the residential area. I think you'll hear a common theme from the LBNA, or me at least, during this meeting this morning, dealing with multiplexes, inclusionary zoning, PMTSA. We are aware that change is coming, and we do not oppose thoughtful change. Our concern that is in the attempt to create citywide solutions, where there are already solutions in place that are already working, could better work with proper support. All these will be tossed aside for something that is not adequately defined or, at this point, really unknown. This scrap the present solutions and hope for the best without preparing for the worst is not a good idea. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of our speaker this morning? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for being with us today. Next speaker is Veronica Wynn. Veronica, are you with us? Is Veronica here? Yep. Thank you, Veronica. When you're patched in, you have 5 minutes.
There you go. Sorry, I was trying to unmute.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Veronica Wynn, I'm speaking today on behalf of CORA, the Confederation of Resident and Ratepayer Associations in Toronto, but I will also be using my experience as Swansea Area Ratepayer Association with lots of retail experience to our background. Cora today fails to understand how the Planning and Development Department, and on one hand, states it wants to discourage car use, which purportedly is the policy of your committee, but would remove the requirement presently found in the official plan. I'm referencing policy 4.3 of the City of Toronto official plan. And presently the OP states serves the needs of area residents and potentially reduce local mobile trips. But the new wording obviously goes contrary to the supposed policy that you have there. So our request is, and we recommend strongly, because that you retain this, the current description as in the OPA, and I repeat it, it serves the needs of area residents and potentially reduce local automobile trips, because otherwise you're making the retail in the the proposed retail, increased retail, as a destination retail. And destination retail means that people come from outside the neighborhood rather than inside, having it inside. Our concern, CORE can only conclude that if you do not restore the aforementioned wording, that your committee wants to encourage, if you don't restore the wording as is, you want to encourage automobile trips and destination retail. And I emphasize that your policy in the past, in our experience in Swansea, you have in your major developments, you allow the developer to cut the availability of underground parking to less than 40%, supposedly in the interest of the automobile being in the neighbourhood. You have put millions into bicycle lanes that are installed on Bloor Street from Victoria Park to Runnymede in Swansea. That's consistent with your policy. But then you turn around and you put permit parking, which is applied to all streets in Toronto. Very inconsistent. And then there's the proposal of this amendment that encourages automobile trips and destination retail. Inconsistent. And just to get to the retail part of it, I agree with the previous speaker, because making destination retail, it makes it a larger issue, and you bring in lots of parking and lots of people that are not necessarily respectful of our community. I'll give you an example, which was quite funny, from a friend of mine who was he's a member of the Residents Association north of Bloor in Runnymede, in Bloor West Village. He talked about how the small retail business is going out of business. So I don't know why you're supporting it and advocating for it for more, because it's in these days it's not profitable. But anyway, the McDonald's restaurant went out of business, but guess what? So did the availability of a washroom in the village. So and so he was advocating to say, why don't you go
Veronica, heads up. Veronica, can you wind up? Veronica?
Okay.
Could you wind up,
yeah,
please?
I'll wind up here. So again, I would, in the interest of both the retail and the presence of automobiles in our Swansea, and to avoid having to put washrooms up on every street corner, I would ask you to restore this statement and keep the statement as is in the OPA.
Thank you, Veronica. Thank you for being with us today and presenting to the committee. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All righty.
Our next speaker is Rocky Petkoff. Is Mr. Petkoff here with us? Yes? You have 5 minutes.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes, thank you. We can hear you.
Okay, cool. I just want to say that I want to start this deputation by saying that I find it really absurd that something which is taken for granted in much of the rest of the world, which is just the intermingling of light commercial and retail uses of offices with neighborhoods, is something that is even a contentious issue with our city. Now, I know Toronto well enough to know it's not entirely surprising, but it is nevertheless absurd. Because all the cities I've traveled to around the world, and I've been to a fair few, the prospect of a cafe, bakery, corner store, laundromat, doctor's office, whatever, being interspersed on an otherwise residential street, that's just normal, okay? That's completely normal. And as an earlier speaker said, these are the sorts of establishments that really have the capability to lend neighborhoods a sense of place, and really in their best incarnations become a hub for the community. Heck, before even 1950, 1960, these sorts of establishments were commonplace in many Canadian cities, including right here in Toronto. And even today, despite the best efforts of mid-century planners to regulate them out of existence, a few still persist. Now, some might argue that with the rise of online shopping, the prevalence of multinationals and instant on-demand delivery services, we don't need a corner store or local cafe. But honestly, looking just within my neighborhood of Woodbine Heights, I can see how even really recent establishments can find a niche and become successful. And I think of a place like Old School up here in Woodbine Heights, Woodbine Lumsden, which in almost every way lives up to the best of what this sort of neighborhood retail establishment could be. It's something different. It's a chance for a small entrepreneur to take a risk on a business that, frankly, if it were located on Danforth, I don't know if it would be viable and be able to pay the rents that something on the Danforth fetches. So at the risk of sounding like an advert, I'd encourage everyone in this room who is a skeptic of this sort of mixed-use land use to go check it out, see for yourself, see how businesses can fit seamlessly within the context of a neighborhood. Now, you might say, foolish child, don't you know that Lumsden is designated as a major street? We're talking about neighborhoods here. This is different. And yes, Lumsden is actually considered a major street, but here's the rub. If we were to move the same business just one block north, it would suddenly not be allowed, even though nothing else has changed. Can anyone on this committee or anyone tuning in explain why this has to be the case? This single-use planning mindset, this need to have everything separated into its own special little zone, is a relic of a 20th century mindset where punch-drunk on the promise of the automobile, we just forgot how to build communities along with our cities. And while this item is ultimately just one small part of the much larger EHON project to confront the affordability crisis by allowing more homes and families into our neighborhoods, I nevertheless applaud planning staff, and really I do applaud planning staff, for including this item in the broader EHON study. Because it's the same laws, the same attitudes that cordon off our neighborhoods only for those wealthy enough to afford a single family home. Those same laws and attitudes are the ones that keep small businesses out of our neighborhoods. This proposal reflects, in my opinion, the 21st understanding of what makes a good city and a good community. And while the changes before you today are just the first step, it is vitally important that you vote today to pass these on to the full council, work to get them implemented, and give planning staff every blessing to continue apace so that these much needed changes can come back before the next iteration of this council as soon as possible. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Rocky. Any questions of the deputant? No, seeing none, thank you. Our next deputant is Jeff Cattell, Federation of North Toronto Residents Association. Are you with us, Mr. Cattell? Yes, he's here. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Oh, apparently Mr. Cattell's having some trouble getting on. Thank you. I think you're okay now. Could you give it a try, please, Jeff? Are you unmuted? We'll give you another second here. You're unmuted, Jeff, but we can't hear you. Unclear what's happening with you. Going to give it another minute. Is the Sorry, we can't get your mic on. The mic is on, but we can't hear you, Jeff. So I'm going to have to move on and see if there's any other speakers on this issue. Last chance. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. No, we cannot get you connected here. Oh, you are connected, but we can't seem to get you through. Or something's going on at your end, actually, because our end, we're good. Thank you. So I'll just ask, are there any other deputants on this item number 1, 35.1? No, thank you. I'll bring that into committee now. Are there any questions of staff on this issue? Thank you. Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just the one question to staff as it was brought up with the deputants. What about the parking issue with some of these businesses? Would that be a requirement?
Through the speaker, Councillor Nunziata, parking and many of the other issues raised by the deputants would be implemented via future zoning bylaw amendments. This is only putting in place a policy recommendation for now, which relieves the requirement for major street location. We will be back next year with further details about various land use permissions, where they might be specifically located, and standards that might apply, including parking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from committee members? No, thank you. To speak, Councillor Perks.
Thanks. I have a motion on this.
Clerks will put that up in 1 second. There we go. Would you like to tell us about it? Thank you.
So in the official plan amendment that staff are proposing, it lists a number of factors to consider for retail, small-scale retail inside neighborhoods. And I'm just adding a new clause that they also consider serving the needs of residents in an effort to reduce local automobile trips. And to be clear, this doesn't preclude anything. This just makes it explicit that that's one of the possible reasons to permit small-scale retail in a local neighborhood. I've had a conversation with the chief planner on this, and he concurs that there's no harm in adding this language in. We heard some claims during the deputations that frankly concerned me. That somehow having a cafe inside a neighborhood would create a problem. Many streets in the former city of Toronto have cafes inside neighborhoods, and it's a benefit to those neighborhoods. There's one 3-minute walk from my house on Gladstone, which is an amenity that everyone in the neighborhood uses. On Sororan, which is a neighborhood street, in Ward 4, there are 3 of them. And people will have their kids in the local park. They'll go grab a coffee. These are benefits to the neighborhood. So I don't share the concerns that many deputants had. I just want to make it explicit in this that among the reasons to do it is to provide that local amenity so that people aren't driving everywhere for all of their needs, but many of them are met, 2-minute walk from their homes, which I think makes the quality of life in our neighborhoods better. And the proposal that staff has put in front of us, I think, is the kind of thing that a growing city like the City of Toronto needs to make urban life better.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Are there any questions on the motion, committee members? No? You've seen that motion then? Can we vote on that amendment? Thank you. All in favor of the amendment? And now all in favor of the item as amended? Thank you. Any opposed? None? Thank you very much. I didn't see you voting, Deputy Mayor, there. You're voting. Thank you. Putting your thumb up. Thank you very much. Item 1, we have done that one. Thank you so much. Item number 2, we have speakers as well. And item number 2 is expanding housing options in neighborhood, major streets, interim report. So this is technically a status report, but we have 2 speakers. That is Stephen Vella, Long Branch Neighborhood Association, Kathy McDonald, Federation of North Toronto Residents Association. And I'm wondering if Mr. Vella is on the line. Yes, you are. Staff tell me that. Mr. Vella, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a letter that I submitted. This is a subset of that letter. So good morning, members of the Planning and Housing Committee. I'm Stephen Vella, co-chair of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. The Major Streets Report highlights some good policy and planning items for the City of Toronto. There are many items in the report that the Long Branch neighborhood supports. There are many items that are supportive of neighborhoods and the protection of the tree canopy. What we are hoping is the city will ensure these strong supportive measures remain in place. On page 2 of the report, it talks about access to safe, good quality, and affordable housing is an important determinant of the physical and mental health and a fundamental goal of City Housing Action Plan. And on page 14 of the report, through the EHON initiative, included is an additional units to accommodate people in all stages of life and to accommodate the needs of all household sizes and incomes and address reducing core housing needs amongst various equity deserving groups. Attending more than one community consultation, I was specifically told that there is no affordable housing in EHON, but yet there it is in 2 places in major streets. So every reference to affordable housing or implications of affordable housing and all EHON documentation must be removed. It is confusing and misleading to anyone reading these documents. In section 1133 of the document, planning authorities shall identify appropriate locations and promote opportunities taking into account existing building stock and the availability of suitable existing or planned infrastructure and public service facilities required to accommodate projected needs. City planners following section 1133 will specify specific areas in need, identify what that need is, and then proceed. This is planning based on the needs of an area. This is an opportunity for EHON to be updated to support each neighborhood's needs. As it has been presented, EHON is being implemented across the city in the same way in every neighborhood. On page 7 of Major Streets, section 231, this section also recognizes that not all neighborhoods have developed in the same way or received the same investments over time. Priority neighborhoods are recognized as those needing specific consideration to improve access to services and transportation options, upgrading buildings, and address issues related to social vulnerability or integration. The neighborhoods that need specific consideration should receive priority. If not, only the neighborhoods that are doing well will also get new development. Some neighborhoods are underdeveloped and are losing population. These neighborhoods need our support. And in the most current information from the 2021 census, and by the way, EHON documentation should be updated with the 2021 census data. In my document, it shows the different 10 neighborhoods that have increased between 12 and 32%. of their population, and Long Branch is one of those neighborhoods. And it also shows 10 neighborhoods that have lost population between the losing 8% to losing 4.5%. I would think that the city would want to focus development on those neighborhoods that have lost population instead of just letting developers decide where they would build and where they would like to do their projects. On page 4 of the major streets, the Planning Act states that official plan shall contain policies that authorize the use of an additional residential unit in a detached house, semi-detached house, and a row house, or an ancillary building in those residential building types. These changes provide the opportunity for additional residential density on the residential lots to include a main house additional residential unit within the house. There is a very important statement in the Planning Act that says contain policies. The Planning Act does not say that the entire city and every neighborhood must allow. It says contain policies. The direction of EHON has been the entire city with a single brush stroke and is throwing out existing city policy and guidelines. EHON gives developers the right to decide where development is created. It is not the developer's role or their responsibility to build back better. It is the city's responsibility to direct what that means and where it should happen.
Thank you.
Saying every
Can you
neighborhood
wrap up, please,
should be
Stephen?
the same.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Saying every neighborhood should be the same shows a total lack of understanding of economics by giving developers the ability to choose. Does not make every neighborhood the same. It only ensures the most desirable neighborhoods will get development, and the neighborhoods that need growth and increased population will see minimal or no development. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for being with us today. Are there any questions of this deputant from the committee? No, thank you very much, Stephen. Our next deputant is Kathy McDonald from the FONTRA. And is Ms. McDonald on the line? Thank you very much, Kathy. You know how we do things here. You've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to address your committee today. I just have to get shoot. And up. Okay. Apologies for the delay. Fund Association, generally bounded by Shepherd, the Don Valley Parkway, Bloor, and Bathurst. Of course, these associations have a wide range of neighborhoods and roads designated major streets in the official recommendations of the report. And we support enhancing development street different types of major streets. There can't be a one-size-fits-all solution. So public consultation should include obtaining information about the different areas and the opportunities for changes in those areas. We also need better cartography. We have concerns about the present maps, map of major streets. They very hard to read the information on the maps and to distinguish what are major streets. We probably need a far more detailed area-specific map of each district. Also, information about avenues should be included to clarify the difference between with major streets. This is really important because we are applying policies to major streets. So what are they? Another issue about the maps are that we understand there was the map was to be updated consistent with the Toronto classification system maps approved by council in 2018, and we're wondering if that has actually been has happened because we don't know about it. So we're recommending that the location of designated major streets their depiction on the maps be reviewed in order to clarify the rationale for the designation and a clearer understanding of major streets. So I had an example in my neighborhood of Deer, where streets are designated as major roads, but really are not. And there should be a review of those maps in that regard. Example is that of Avenue Road Avenue Road between Eglinton and Kilberry is a short, very local residential street designated as a major road, and there are of errors in mapping. So those are my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDonald. Any questions of our deputant committee? Nope, don't see any. Thank you for being here. Are there any other speakers that wanted to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, bringing it into committee. Any questions of staff? Recognizing this is just a basis for public consultation here today. No questions of staff from committee. Any speakers? Thank you to our deputants. I'll ask for a motion to planning and endorse the contents for the basis of ongoing public consultation. Thank you, Councillor Perks. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I just want to see where the rest of the committee is here. Councillor Buxton Potts is online. There's 4 of us. That's good. We're good with quorum. Thank you. Moving on to our next item, which we have quite a number of speakers. It is PH 35.3, Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods, a Multiplex Study Proposals Report. Thank you. And our first speaker is Alex Beheshti. Alex, are you here with us today? Yes, you are. I'm going to thank you. You have 5 minutes.
I'd like to share a presentation. I can't right now. Can I be given permission, please?
You should be able to now.
Sure. Awesome. So good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today about the EHON Multiplex study. I read the report with great interest, and I want to commend staff for all their hard work they have done to date. My biggest issue with the item being presented to committee today is the recommendation for further study, essentially punting the official plan amendment debate to after the upcoming October municipal election. From what I hear from politicians at the federal, provincial, and unfortunately not frequently enough municipal level say, we are in a housing crisis. However, I am left with the disconnect that I see between what I hear on the one hand from some political actors, the media, researchers, and the general public, and the level of urgency this council has demonstrated on the issue of tackling the housing crisis, notwithstanding the deputy mayor's heroic efforts. To put this crisis in perspective, since the mayor's first term began in 2014 to the latest numbers we have from Tribe on average home prices in Toronto, homes have appreciated by over $600,000 in the last 8 years, or 101%. Since the beginning of this council's term, we have seen prices rise around $400,000, or approximately 48%. It goes without saying that most people's incomes have not kept pace. Here we can see RBC's latest analysis for affordability since 1986. It's never been worse. I could show you many more charts about how much more difficult it has become to afford to own or rent a home, but I won't belabor the point. The final point I'll make from this slide is that interest rates won't fix this, because interest rates won't create the housing we need in the places we need them or in the types we need them to be. While higher interest rates may lower the upfront sticker price of housing, they don't necessarily lower the monthly carrying cost of a home, and they also constrict supply, leading to higher rents as well. I will say it again, interest rates will not fix this. EHON will help to address affordability, and its only limitation is frankly the willingness of this council to be ambitious. I think the image I'm presenting to you helps to explain how EHON can address affordability. Clearly, we can see the newer home on the right is an example of how character is not really being preserved, either in terms of built form or in terms of the types of people that can afford that home and live in that neighborhood. The photo you were looking at is from Norton Avenue in Willowdale, a street I actually grew up on. When I was a child, the older bungalow on the left you see in the image was typical for the area. It was the type of housing that people at the 50th, 60th, or 70th percentile could afford, although it was sometimes still a struggle. That opportunity is now completely lost to my generation, but this situation is made worse by the city as it allows that bungalow to be replaced by a home that is over 4,000 square feet for a single family without batting an eye, making my childhood street even more inaccessible to myself and other folks I knew who grew up there. The median single detached home in Toronto has increased by 75% in floor space between 1981 to 2017, from 2,300 square feet to over 4,000 square feet, or a net gain of 1,700 square feet. As a result, whole swaths of the city now require you to buy almost twice as much housing as previous generations had to in order to get a ticket into that neighborhood. By the way, this doesn't even account for land costs. There are two ways we can lower the average price of housing. We can either lower the price of all homes, and there are methods, but they create nasty economic side effects, or we can introduce new housing forms that consume less land and require you to buy less floor space you may not want or need anyway. From page 14 of the Multiplex report, we can see that we have a near consensus level of agreement that upzoning for multiplexes is a desirable thing to do. Consensus does not mean that all people agree, but it does mean that a substantial majority of people do agree, in this case 2/3 or more depending on the location. I would like to point out that these numbers are even better than what marijuana was at before it was legalized, and yet we found a way as a society to do that. While there are still teething issues related to that, the sky has not fallen. We found leadership to legalize a drug, but we are struggling to find leadership to legalize more housing in a housing crisis. When municipal leaders say they cannot fix the affordability crisis on their own, what I hear is a mountain of cynicism and excuses. The truth of the matter is that while the city cannot fix the crisis on its own, it can make huge improvements on its own, and it has thus far been reluctant to do so. We need to pivot the conversation away from what can't be done towards what can be done. EHON is not a political problem, but an opportunity to provide both more prosperity and equity at the same time. There are very few policies out there that have the potential to do both, if only we had leaders who are willing to actually grab hold of this issue instead of treating it as a hot potato to pass off to someone else. For my part, I accept that housing affordability will likely not be solved in my time. However, I will end by saying once we actually reform zoning, the difference will be small at first, noticeable within a decade, and enormous for the next generation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of our deputant? Seeing none, thank you for being with us this morning, Alex. Our next deputant is Rocky Petkoff. Is Mr. Petkoff? He is here. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you. Just proceed.
Okay, just making sure. That's a really tough presentation follow by Alex there. I think he covered a lot of the points that I wanted to cover. What I do want to reiterate that he said is that, one, we are in a housing crisis, and two, very, very, very importantly, it is. I'm at a loss for words for the fact that we are struggling to legalize the most gentle forms of density in an environment where the CMHC just last week released a report that said within the next decade, the province of Ontario, of which Toronto is the big engine, the steam engine right at the heart of the province, that we'd have to build something like 2.3 million homes. I think that's like 1.7, and forgive me, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm not really good at remembering them. That's 1.7 million more homes above what we would do if we just adopted business as usual, okay? And I'm gonna be blunt, the clock is ticking down. And while I understand maybe the political necessity of punting this to next term, because we have elections coming up and none of you really want to go face your voters and defend the clearly indefensible position of legalizing new housing forms. Oh my God, it's like the worst thing ever. I understand that, but if this doesn't get before planning and housing until next year, it's probably going to be 2024 by the time we start seeing multiplexes, assuming this thing passes, that we'll actually see multiplexes going through the process, getting planned, getting drafted up, and eventually getting built, which means we're looking at move-in dates in late 2024, 2025. When we need the housing now, we need the housing yesterday, okay? So, listen, I know that y'all are tempted to listen to those residents associations, which for years have been vocal, which for years have been the only ones who've shown up to these types of meetings. But I will tell you, the times are changing, okay? And what y'all got to do, what y'all elected leaders got to do is y'all got to get with the time, because otherwise you will be left behind. If you keep listening to voices like Fondra, like the Long Branch Residents Association, like Fostra, they are paving a path for this city that will lead to ruination and destruction, because future generations will not be able to afford to live in Toronto. They will move away. They'll move to Alberta. They'll move to Nova Scotia. They'll move to the United States. So, what do I got to say? You know, y'all got to have the fire under your butts to pass this, because this is really just the first step. We need so much more than this gentle density. We need mid-rises. We need high-rises. But if we can't get this first step done, Toronto's just going to become the biggest gated community in the world. Thank you for your time. I encourage you to please, if any of you councillors are brave enough, please try to move this to the full council. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Our next deputant is Luke Bradley. Is Mr. Bradley on the line? He's here. Luke Bradley, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, yes, thank you. Thank you for the time. I hope everyone can hear me okay. Just want to echo some of the sentiments you might have heard from the last couple speakers to express my support for the amendment as proposed, but more importantly to urge council to act with a little more urgency to correct some of the historic mistakes that have led to this housing crisis. That this should be passed is frankly, it's a no-brainer. It's an exceedingly modest proposal, and it, as previous speakers have demonstrated, it has overwhelming public support. So this is the low-hanging fruit, and to see it delayed and deferred and studied and considered for years strikes me as somewhat out of touch with the on-the-ground realities of those who are affected by these policies. We are in a housing crisis, and we are in a climate crisis, yet on roughly 2/3 of the city's residential land, it's against regulations to build anything but the single least affordable, least sustainable type of housing. There is no such thing as an affordable single-family home in Toronto. It doesn't exist. The GTA's rental vacancy rate, I believe, is 1.8%. It has been below 3% for decades, the only exception being that brief period in 2020 and 2021 during the worst of the COVID-19 emergency measures. So if the city was truly motivated to tackle the housing crisis, it wouldn't take years just to make it legal to build more sustainable, affordable, family-friendly, and rental-friendly housing types. They would be doing everything in their power to make it as easy and inexpensive as possible, and to do so immediately. Some members of council here might have spent some brief time on North York City Council many years ago working with someone named Bob Bradley. Bob and his wife Mary Ellen raised 8 kids in a single-family home in North York on a single income, on a civil servant's income. He worked with the Toronto Housing Authority. I'm one of over 20 grandchildren Bob and Mary Ellen left behind, Irish, and not a single one of us, not one, could live on that street today, that middle-class street. The reason for that is while Toronto grew, and while family sizes and compositions changed, the homes on that street could not change with it. So there's plenty of construction, but that construction only exists to turn more modest $1 million single-family homes into multi-million-dollar, frankly, McMansions. So as a result, that neighborhood is one of many that have lost population in the last 50 years. Many schools in that neighborhood are chronically under capacity and at risk of closure, even while others in the city are grossly over capacity. Seniors in that neighborhood are unable to downsize while remaining in their neighborhoods, which accelerates the stream to long-term care. City services and transit are less effective and less efficient in terms of taxpayer. The affordability crisis caused by decades of underbuilding in neighborhoods like that has meanwhile increased development pressure on the Greenbelt. So this formerly working and middle-class neighborhood, like many neighborhoods across Toronto, has essentially been turned into an enclave for the very rich. And ironically, that's done in defense of its character, to which I'd suggest that there is none of its character remaining. I know there is a planning definition for character, but I would remind council that the character of neighborhoods is generally determined by living, breathing people. And so that North York neighborhood used to be a place where immigrants and young people could grow their families and build their lives, but we've dispensed with that character, the one created by its residents, in pursuit of something entirely superficial. This amendment obviously is not a silver bullet. It won't single-handedly solve the housing crisis, but it is low-hanging fruit. It would create more rental options across the city. It would create more diverse communities, empower seniors to downsize while remaining in their communities, ensure more equity among our schools. So it's simply not enough to suggest, as some homeowners groups have, and any residents association that does not have renters in its leadership is a homeowners group, that anyone who can't afford a multi-million-dollar home in their neighborhood be relegated to living beside a highway. That is out of touch, it's exclusionary, and it's wrong. So I would urge council not just to vigorously support this amendment, but to act with the urgency that this moment demands. My peers don't have years. I'm watching my peers forced out of the city today. Stop forcing us to choose between raising the families that we want and living in the city that we call home. Your action or inaction has a tangible impact on our lives. So I would urge you to act boldly and audaciously on this issue.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you very much for being here. Any questions, the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much. I'll move on to our next deputant, and that's Melissa Goldstein. Melissa Goldstein online? Just checking that we have you. You got her? Okay, Melissa, thank you. I think you're ready to roll. Thanks a lot.
Great, thank you so much. Good morning, committee members. I've addressed this committee many times over the past 4 years, always with the goal of preserving and improving housing affordability and improving Torontonians' ability to access secure, safe, and stable housing that they can afford in all parts of the city. And today is no different. When city planning started this initiative back in 2020, the initial Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods report said that their work to review, consult on, and advance additional housing options in neighborhoods must address a range of interrelated questions raised to date in public discussion. And then they listed a number of those questions, which included, will efforts to increase the supply of missing middle types result in more affordable living accommodation? Will additional planning permissions drive land prices higher? Will changing planning permissions help to improve access to opportunity, social equity, and economic inclusion? Will efforts to increase the supply of missing middle housing allow for more equitable access to homes in neighborhoods? And will increasing planning permissions in neighborhoods aggravate speculation and displacement of longtime residents? These are critically important questions that should be considered fundamental to an initiative that aims to improve housing access and affordability and increase equity and diversity. However, instead of working to address these questions, for some reason, city staff have ignored them. What I'm asking you to do today is to direct staff to conduct an analysis of the draft official plan amendment to assess its likely and potential impact on housing supply in terms of which homes are likely to be redeveloped, the tenure, size, and affordability of what will be produced versus what will be demolished, land prices, housing affordability, displacement, and equity, diversity, and inclusion, and make this analysis available to the public as soon as possible so that it can inform public consultations, policy development, and decision-making. The reason for this request is that evidence shows that in cities where single-family home zones have been upzoned to allow small multiplexes, the changes produce very little new housing. We're talking numbers like 60 units a year. And in some cities like Minneapolis, which implemented zoning changes similar to what Toronto's draft OPA is, upzoning has functioned to inflate property values in single-family home zones, especially the values of the most affordable single-family homes and homes in its low-income neighborhoods, making housing even less affordable than it was before, and making it even harder for developers to produce housing that can be rented at affordable rates. And I've sent in a submission as well, and it's got references to this data. When affordable single-family homes are singled out for redevelopment and replaced with high-end units, it's likely that the low or mid-income renter households who currently occupy those more affordable properties will be displaced, potentially reducing diversity in the neighborhood. While it is often assumed that creating multiplexes will result in the addition of more affordable units, single units and duplexes in Vancouver are now selling for more than, sorry, the screen is frozen here, for more than single-family homes double the size on similar lots, indicating that this assumption should actually be investigated further. In Toronto, where homes created before 2018 and subject to rent control will be the ones redeveloped and replaced with units where there are no restrictions on how much a landlord can raise their tenants' rents each year, the issue of affordability is particularly concerning. While Toronto's planning staff undertook reviews of similar upzoning initiatives in other North American municipalities, they only looked at the features of these initiatives, not the effect that they had on land values, housing supply, housing affordability, or equity and diversity. As a result, the public discussion of this policy initiative has unfortunately been based largely on opinion about what people think upzoning will achieve, rather than on evidence of what it has actually done. Evidence-based policy development is important, and we shouldn't be pursuing significant land use planning changes without any idea of what the impact might be. To give you an example of what Toronto could and should be doing, Portland, Oregon, which recently increased the allowable density in its single-family home zones, started out with a proposed zoning change similar to Minneapolis's, but then changed it significantly after an analysis that they commissioned indicated that it would only produce a very small increase in housing supply and would put areas with a higher proportion of low-income residents at even greater risk of displacement. An economic analysis of the revised proposal found it would result in 14 times more housing than the previous proposal, while only increasing demolition from the status quo by 8%, which demonstrates the value of this kind of analysis to the policy development process. Portland City staff also conducted a displacement risk and mitigation analysis that looks specifically at the impact of this new proposal on low-income renters and homeowners in single-dwelling zones. These analyses all informed Portland's public discussion of their intensification of its single-family home zones and ultimately contributed to the development of better policies that would be more likely to produce the desired impacts.
Could you finish up, please, Melissa? Thank you. You're at 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So it was more likely to increase the housing supply, increase housing affordability, and improve equity and diversity. To make sure that this policy is consistent with the city's goals and the progressive realization of the rights of housing, I'm hoping that you can.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. There might be some questions.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Thank you very much for being here. Next speaker is Eric Lombardi. Is Mr. Lombardi connected? Eric, you have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I'll just
Great.
tell all the deputants, we'll tell you if we can't hear you.
Perfect.
And just start.
All right. So my name is Eric Lombardi, and I'm an advocate and founder with More Neighbors Toronto, which is working to end the housing crisis in the city. I also had the very fortunate privilege of being on the EHON roundtable as a part of the community consultation processes that the team is going through. And I do have to say that I've been very impressed with the team that I've been working with, and also very impressed with the depth of the consultations that they've taken to date. And that's really what brings me here, which is to say, this is just another form of punting on doing the right thing at council. We really should have seen an OPA and zoning amendment come forward to at least have a vote. And I know that some might say, well, it wouldn't pass the current council, but the issue that we're facing here is that there has been this lack of accountability for this body on the housing crisis for the last decade. And the truth is, we're not seeing these changes happen with the amount of urgency that we need to end the housing crisis in the city. Just like the last deputant suggested, some of these initial versions as well of these broad zoning changes don't actually go far enough to really make a dent in the economics of producing more housing. This was seen in Minneapolis, and yes, it was seen in Portland. And even this zoning amendment, in general, just allows triplexes and fourplexes that look like single-family homes, because God forbid someone who lives in this neighborhood might have to experience a building that does not look like it belongs to someone who is rich. It is obscene that we have to have these discussions years over years over years about doing the right thing in the timelines that we need the right things to actually happen. And this is reflected in other city policy choices that have come before council. This includes multi-tenant housing, which essentially is the legalization of roommates citywide. And we learned this morning that too will be punted till after an election, because once again, it does not seem like it is possible to have accountability in this body towards doing things that could actually make a dent in this crisis. The reason why we are in this crisis today is that there are simply not enough homes in the formats that are needed in this city. And we have forced almost the entirety of the growth in the city into extremely urban areas in high-rise density or onto avenues only, and we have protected neighborhoods that have lost 220,000 residents as they, take homes that were once attainable to the middle class and turn them, as my friend Luke suggested, into McMansions. This is objectively a bad form of development for the city, and the advocates who are pushing for more study or more consultation in an effort to delay these changes aren't doing so in good faith. We have seen organizations like FONTRA, the Federation of Northern Toronto Residents Associations, suggest that what would be good planning for multiplexes is not to have these as a part of our communities, a part of our neighborhoods, so that we actually have the income and diversity in people living in walkable, breathable, good neighborhoods. They suggested that the proper planning place for this type of housing would be next to highways. This is a joke. And a lot of the voices on this issue for the past decade have done so from very comfortable homes and denied my generation and my communities the right to live in this city. And this is damaging our future potential as a place so extravagantly. So what my message to council and the message to this committee needs to be is, we need to act with further urgency on multi-tenant housing. We need to act with further urgency on multiplex housing. We need to legalize small apartments. We need to legalize mid-rise and greater density on avenues. And we need to consider the math about what makes it possible to build housing at an attainable level and invest directly through these means of producing affordable housing as well. And we can actually do so in a way that benefits everyone involved in the building process by allowing, for example, density bonusing of multiplex housing so that affordable units can actually be built in neighborhoods. And not only are we not willing to vote on just the preliminary basic legalization of multiplexes, we can't even have a discussion about what it would actually take to make them work. So as council considers this, I hope that more urgency will come in the future of the housing crisis in this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right on 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Lombardi. Any questions of Mr. Lombardi? Seeing none, I see Councillor Mantis, you're here visiting today. Any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Hello.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacob Dawang. Jacob, is Mr. Dawang here? Waiting for the clerk. Hold on. Hello. Thank you. We're just giving the clerk a second to get you sorted out, Jacob. Be 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. Thank you,
Hello?
Jacob. We're all good to go. Please start. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair and members of committee. My name is Jacob. I'm an advocate with More Neighbours Toronto. And I'm disappointed that multiplexes aren't moving forward right now. There are years of consultation, despite us knowing that it's the right thing to do. Sorry, there's a really loud noise going on. Can we?
I'm sorry. What are you hearing? Sorry.
There's. Thank you.
My apologies. That was my mic. Sorry about that. I'll start in time again. Hang on. I'm going to reset you so you don't have any. There you go. Please start again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So yeah, I'm Jacob. I'm an advocate with More Neighbours Toronto, and I'm really disappointed that we're not moving forward with multiplexes after years of consultation, and despite us knowing that's the right thing to do for the housing crisis, the climate change crisis, and a number of other issues. I know nothing is going to change today. We didn't have a statutory meeting, So my only request is that you ensure that the future consultations continue like they have done for the past year to reach people who are actually affected by the housing crisis outside of the usual privileged voices from residents associations, such as through the widely advertised survey that whose results that Alex presented earlier. And so for me personally, I'm 25 years old, I'm a renter, and I cannot imagine being able to afford to stay in Toronto long term. I should not have to pay as much attention to the housing crisis and housing policy and try to find time in my workday to depute. Most people who are affected by the housing crisis do not have the privilege of a flexible job to do so. And despite what you may hear from a few loud voices today, there is a consensus on housing. We know that we have a housing shortage, we know more supply is key, and we know how to unlock that supply. At this point, the few housing shortage skeptics would be better referred to as housing shortage deniers. In the past election, every single mainstream political party, from the PCs to the Greens, promised to build 1.5 million homes over the next decade. Unfortunately, even that will not be enough. Just a few weeks ago, the CMHC released a housing report showing that Ontario will need to construct 2.6 million homes over the next 9 years to restore housing affordability. That means tripling our housing production. And I quote from the report, "We need to take drastic measures now to produce more housing, not more reports." The staff proposal to legalize multiplexes across the city is neither drastic, nor is it happening now, apparently. Instead, we're going to get more consultations and a report due next year, which is disappointing to say the least. This is what the opponents of EHON multiplexes, such as Fontra, wanted, and to their credit, they got. While they say that they support the principle of allowing multiplexes or thoughtful change, what they're actually saying is no with extra steps. We saw this with the Garden Suites appeal that residents associations just lost. Deny, delay, distract is the Fontra playbook. Just read their submission to staff from their website. They oppose changing the language on prevailing character to planned character, so they essentially want to continue preserving neighborhoods in amber. They oppose having the amendment to legalize multiplexes apply in secondary plans, and in fact, they oppose permitting multiplexes as of right, literally the entire point of EHON. Fontra says, and I quote, "Larger multiplexes need to be done in a planned manner, perhaps close to a highway, for example. So if you're not lucky enough to have a couple $1 million to buy a detached home, you deserve to live next to the polluted air of a highway." This is the embodiment of environmental classism and racism. If consultation is over the next 8 months is done the old school way, focused on reaching out to NIMBY organizations like Fontra, we know the result will be a watering down of EHON, if not killing it completely. As Alex showed earlier, we know there is a consensus and overwhelming support for legalizing multiplexes citywide. So please ensure that consultation continues like the EHON staff have conducted it, using innovative ways and new channels to reach people who are actually affected by the housing crisis and whose voices are not heard. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Jacob? I do have a question for you, Jacob. Could you just give me some good ideas about the consultation and when you're speaking about making sure we reach folks that haven't been reached before? Could you just give us some ideas about how to do that, what you think the best practice would be, please?
Sure. I'm no expert, so I'll just speak from my experience. I felt like, honestly, the way staff have conducted it over the past year has worked. So we had that survey that was widely advertised, getting voices from people who might not necessarily have the time to show up to, public consultations either during the day or at 7 p.m. People are busy, they have kids, they have work to go to, they have dinner to make. So that was one of the things that worked. They also went onto Twitter Spaces, which was a good way to get an audience who, I remember someone said that they were cooking dinner while listening to the Twitter Space and were able to get a word in that way. So that was a good way too. They had a Reddit thread where they got input that way. That was a great way to do outreach. And if I recall correctly, Councillor Bradford did a what do you call it? An experiment where he and staff went out to knock on people's doors to reach people who, might not necessarily be following what's going on, and that worked too. And they found support for expanding housing options in neighborhoods as well. So I feel like if you go out and do those kinds of consultations, and I think it comes down to meeting people where they're at, instead of having people need to come to the city for that kind of consultation, or going through residents associations who we know what their position is already, even though that we found through the survey that almost 80% of respondents support multiplexes across the city.
So basically, you're recommending that there be as many different types of outreach as possible, recognizing not everybody's going to a meeting or they're not part of a residents association or an organized group. Is that your suggestion?
Yeah, I'd say city staff have done a great job of doing that, and I'd just like for that to continue. So not only reaching out to so-called stakeholder groups, but trying to reach a broader public outside of them.
So go as wide as possible. That's your recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you very much for that observation. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kathy McDonald from Fontra, and I'm wondering if Ms. McDonald is on the phone, on the line. And Kathy, please start. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to follow the previous speaker. Just a minute, I need my. I think that Housing Now should find out more about what Fontra's positions really are, about multiplexes, and and also to note that we did not participate in the Garden Suites appeal, but we certainly agree that broad outreach is important. The Fontra's members include neighborhoods both with multiplexes and those where multiplexes are not permitted. Our experience in the areas where they are permitted is that they fit in well, and see no reason why they should be discouraged in other parts of the amalgamated city. In my particular neighborhood, they are everywhere. We agree with the strategy proposed by city planning to proceed first with an OPA and implement the zoning changes that permit multiple units in existing or house form buildings that are already permitted, and to continue with the discussions about how they can be integrated into areas where they're not permitted, because three-story, maybe four-story buildings can certainly coexist comfortably with 2 or 3-story houses. So the time in the next few months will be to, we need to focus on how to do that. So in the proposed OPA, we're concerned about the proposal to eliminate height from the factors listed, and we understand the issues raised by staff and are thus supporting protecting existing height limits. It's essential that the official plan provide for regulating height in a manner consistent with building typologies and ones that will fit in with as we understand how that will all work. We're concerned about the effects of removing height on Committee of Adjustment applications, because we really don't want more single-family monster homes. We add another factor into what should be considered with the whole EHON initiative, and it seems to be have been missing so far. It's the aesthetic and ecological value of street trees and green space for a variety of reasons. So we encourage the city to plant and protect street trees in neighborhoods subject to intensification. We note that the current economics of the housing market and other concerns raised in the ULI study regarding the fact that multiplexes, even though they're permitted, like in my neighborhood, are not being built. And that we need to look further into the details of these issues and including the forthcoming report on proposed changes to development charges.
Could you wind up, please, Kathy? You've got 20 seconds. Thank you.
Yes, I think that's, we just, my last sentence is we urge the community to to report staff recommendations and outreach program. The staff work on neighborhood topologies and alternative building forms helps make the implications of the proposals clear, and we urge staff to provide more examples as they reach out to the broader community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? Seeing none, I'm going to call our next deputant, Andy Choles, and remind members of the committee that Councillor Perks has stepped out for a few minutes, and everybody who's here, Bradford, Buxton Potts, Nunziata, and Fletcher, we have to stay on in order to keep the quorum. Thanks very much. Is Mr. Choles on the line? Just waiting to see if we can find him.
Hello.
Yes, thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm referring to a letter from our co-chairs, Christie Mercado and Judy Gibson from the LBNA. We agree that the planning department needs to continue consultation on the draft OPA and proposed zone bylaw for multiplexes, but would request that the feedback that has already been provided, already to the planning department be incorporated into the updated draft of the OPA draft zoning bylaws in advance of our next phase of consultation. In Chapter 1 of Toronto's official plan, it states the plan is an integrated document. For any individual part to be properly understood, the plan must be read as a whole. The LBNA agrees with this statement. There needs to be more transparency and more specifics for appropriate consultation to take place. The planning department has yet to incorporate the learnings from the neighborhoods, such as Long Branch, into this final draft material. Number one, the report states that some cities' low-rise neighborhoods have lost population. That is not the case for our neighborhood in Long Branch. Long Branch has grown by over 13% from 2016 to 2021 versus Toronto's much more modest growth of 2.3%. Number two, the report states that the city wants to see a more equitable approach to growth. Long Branch added 540 low-rise housing units from 2016 to 2021, and many more are in the process of being built. This represents an almost 9% of the annual growth called for in the report. The draft OPA and the bylaws should direct the growth to communities where growth is needed, which they do not currently do. Long Branch already has RM zones that permit multiplexes. 37% of the housing in these areas are already multiplexes and small apartments less than 5 stories. In the past 4 years, there have been 32 applications for new builds in our RM zones, all for various single detached homes. Only one application for a multiplex that once approved, the owner immediately listed the undeveloped property for $800,000 more with no intention to build. This unbuilt fourplex, where the lot alone is now listed at sale of more than $2 million, is unlikely to enable new affordable housing for first-time homeowners or any others. The residents' associations this morning are constantly cast as bad guys. Capacity is present in our area. Interest in building multi-tenant builders is lacking with builders. It's a beautiful location with no highway in sight. We encourage to see the city planning look at the growth in neighborhoods through a climate impact lens, but we have seen nothing to date in any of the proposed OPA and the bylaws to protect, let alone increase, the necessary soft landscaping, tree canopy, or water permeability surface in any area of the neighborhood. In fact, everything proposed so far will do exactly the opposite. We would ask this committee to request from staff analysis of where there is excess infrastructure, services, and school capacity in the city, and strongly recommend that growth be directed there instead of continuing permit growth in areas where the infrastructure is already over capacity or otherwise insufficient. The report does state that the physical scale and character of the neighborhood is intended to be maintained. Recently, in January 2018, the City Council invested a substantial amount of time and money and unanimously approved the Long Branch Neighborhood Character Guidelines. There is much in these guidelines that could be used to inform EHON, yet they are noticeably absent in any of the reports. For example, the guidelines state, the stability of the neighborhood, physical character is one of the keys to Toronto's success. Neighborhoods are not intended to be the focus of intensification. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. What is compatible in one neighborhood may not be compatible in another. Therefore, there may be some neighborhoods where 4-story residential units may very well be able to be built at a similar scale to single-unit homes, but it's certainly not the case for all neighborhoods, nor all streets. Last week, Mayor John Tory stated that we're not talking about fundamentally altering the character of neighborhoods. We are not trying to upset stable neighborhoods. What is currently being proposed by the Multiplex OPA and the bylaws will do exactly that. We would request this committee send the policies back to staff for more work and changes to ensure that this does not occur prior to the next phase of consultations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shandy. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you. Hearing none, I'll move on to our next deputant, Bilal Akhtar. Is Bilal on the line? Yes, thank you very much. Please proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I'll let you know when we can. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Hi, my name is Bilal. I'll stick with a simple message because a lot of the points I wanted to make have already been covered by others. You all are the key drivers of policy in Canada's biggest city and its biggest economic engine. Toronto does not live on an island. Toronto drives the country's economic and political conversation. Whether you dislike right-wing populists or left-wing populists, you empower them if you continue to send Toronto down this path of a divided city, where one side gets to reap the rewards of owning homes with backyards and ample school capacity next to subway stations, and the other side of the city gets to live in a condo tower in an old industrial lot next to the gardener. We see speakers who want to preserve one tree in Long Branch, even if that means one additional family lives in Milton instead of Toronto and drives around all day. Sending Toronto further down this path of a gated community is how we tear our social and political fabric apart, and this is how we get to more Canadian Donald Trumps, whether you like that or not. Since some people here seem to be a little out of touch with the status quo, to say the least, let me remind you all, there are no affordable single-family homes in Toronto. There just aren't any. Our context is very different from Minneapolis and Portland. Studies after studies have shown that cities with a lot more middle housing, like Montreal, like Chicago, have a wider variety of income levels and racial and gender diversity in neighborhoods. That is the future we want to work towards. I'm 26. None of my friends are even dreaming of owning a single family home in Riverdale or anything like that. All we're asking is to live in a low-rise in Roncesvalles or the Danforth or something, and instead we're being told by Fontra to live in the narrow sliver of land near a highway. And speaking of reality on the ground, let me remind you of another thing. So-called single-family homes are already operating as overcrowded rooming houses and or multiplexes. Just walk around Humber College. I was helping my cousin who just moved to Canada find an apartment there, and by apartment I mean a room in a basement, and I was ashamed to see how bad our zoning and build form is letting down newcomers to Canada. If this is how our door looks like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to just leave and take their talents elsewhere. So my ask to you is simple. Stop punting this to the future. We need urgent action now. Pass EHON's legalization of multiplexes and empower them to go forward with low-rise apartments or more in all neighborhoods of Toronto. If you run on a strong intensification platform in October and you drive your rhetoric around it, you will see higher turnout especially among young people. And if you don't, you will ask yourself the question, why did young people just stay at home? It's because you all didn't serve us when we needed you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for our deputant today? No, thank you for being with us today. Last deputant I have here is Christine Mercado. Is Ms. Mercado? Yes, you are. Thank you very much. Christine, you have 5 minutes. Please start.
Hello, Madam Chair. My name is Christie Mercado, and I'm the chair of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. We had a bit of a scheduling issue with myself and one of my directors, Andy Choll. So he actually has gone over the letter that that we submitted on this matter. I would, however, since I'm one of the last speakers, like to comment on just what I've been listening to during this item, so I'll be quite brief. The LBNA really does support the idea of consultation. The experiment that Councillor Bradford did in his neighborhood, where he went door to door to inform people, I think that would be something that I think is missing. We were looking at, we've asked staff about better notification to residents, so they know the big changes that are coming down with the official plan, so they can sort of get comfortable with them, but different avenues, but things that are more in your face, like radio, like TV, like mailers in your bills, like those types of things. It's not a great assumption that Twitter and Reddit are going to satisfy communications for all residents that live in the city of Toronto. We are astonished by how low some of the attendance is for a lot of these consultations, and we do have concerns about lack of informity for the changes that are coming for this item. We also would like to, in listening to some of the speakers before us, is that there are items that we are on the same side, because I don't think that anyone wants to start pushing people out of neighborhoods or to give them away from or take away any opportunities from anyone. However, what we would ask of staff is, I'm just going to reiterate what Mr. Choles was saying, is that we just want staff to take a look at what is working in the city and where the population is growing and where the resources exist. So when we speak about infrastructure and having infrastructure available for a population growth, we are talking about infrastructures such as community centers, libraries, and schools that may have capacity, and we aren't even speaking about what the infrastructure is below the ground. So when you're talking about wastewater removal, sewers, and streets, where are the examinations of making sure that that infrastructure exists? So like I said, Long Branch has been growing. However, when we talk about infrastructure, we're talking about a community center that does not exist. We're looking at kids that live here that do not go to school here. And we also question the fact that our library is quite tiny with no plans to make it any bigger. So we just want to, however, we are growing. So we want you to reflect those successes that we see in Long Branch and start replicating them in other neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Any questions of the deputant here today? No, seeing none. Thank you very much to all of our deputants for speaking to us today. I'm going to open this now for questions of staff. Do any of our members have questions of staff? Councillor Perks, do you have any questions of staff here? Councillor?
Madam Chair, do you
sorry,
want visiting
yep.
members to go first?
Certainly can take the visiting member. Yes, please.
So I guess questions of the Chief Planner. Just I want to confirm this would not be going to council. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor. This is a recommendation for further work and consultation.
Can you tell me in the draft official plan change that's being recommended to go out for consultation, what is intended by the word planned?
Well, there's two parts to that question. One is that we did put out an OPA for consultation in May, and we did have some feedback on that official plan amendment. In the report, we introduced another concept, which is to clarify the intent, which is around planned height. And that is a reference to heights that may be permitted in the zoning bylaw. So the intent was always to reflect permission that was in the zoning. And we got feedback on that. We introduced this additional concept, which we will consult on, about responding to the scale of development through the zoned height. That is what is meant by planned.
How do you think, if there are a flurry of Committee of Adjustment applications based on in places like Willowdale, by the way, based on the draft wording, how is anyone supposed to interpret what's intended by that?
Well, again, that's why I think we need a little bit more work on the official plan as drafted. The report does discuss further refinements to the official plan to make it absolutely clear what is intended, such that when something does go to the committee, and one of the four tests is the intent of the plan, it is read and interpreted correctly.
Right, but why put out something so nebulous now and have people running to committee between now and whenever council clarifies or adopts final wording?
First of all, staff's position, council's position, and any adopted official plan is as it is written now in the official plan. This report does not call the question, so there is no change. So people cannot avail themselves of this yet at Committee of Adjustment.
But would you not agree, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, I'm just trying to bring out what is, to me, self-evident. Would you not agree that that people will use this, regardless of what your intention is, that when there is a draft official plan amendment, that people seize on that to try to use it for their ends, which are not necessarily what is intended? Would you not agree that that happens a lot? And I can't say whether it happens a lot across the city. It certainly happens a lot in places like Willowdale.
Well, through the chair, Councillor, I'm going to agree and disagree with you. I think, first of all, we put out draft official plan amendments all the time for consultation. They're in the mill sometimes for quite a long time. And if a smart planner or somebody wants to use that as a basis for arguing something at committee and or at the OLT, they will do that. But the instruction to staff has not changed. The existing official plan is what is in force, and that is how we will evaluate existing applications.
So last question is, why do it this way? Why not just go out and say, we are thinking of proposing semi-detached duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes. Here's how we're planning to do it. Get all of the feedback from that, then put out a draft official plan that is kind of what you're going to be finally recommending, and have that out for a short period of time, just kind of to meet statutory requirements, but not, I just frankly cannot understand the need for a nebulous official plan amendment in order to do the next round of consultation.
Through the chair, well, with respect, Councillor, I think we're damned if we do and damned if we don't, because we made a very sincere attempt to put out a very articulate and well-explained policy. We got some feedback on that. We are in the middle of a big change here in looking at neighborhoods policies. We understand, we're bending a curve in another direction, which has been established for many, many decades. And we want to give people as much information as possible to consider, and certainly for council to consider on the road to making these decisions.
And sorry, one last question, and I don't know if Mr. Ewens is back or on the line, but what attempts were made to reach out to councillors, even including ones like myself who had shown a great interest in this, to the point of wanting to bring planners up for, to drive around, walk around Willowdale. What attempt was made to contact any councillors prior to issuing, to get feedback to whatever prior to putting out this official plan amendment in draft form?
Through the chair, thanks for your question, Councillor Fillion. We've reached out to councillors on a number of occasions going back well into last year to provide opportunities to hear what we're working on, hear what we've heard from the community, and solicit input about how best to engage residents within their communities. I know we had talked about taking a walk around Willowdale. I apologize. I've been away on parental leave for a couple of months here, so we couldn't make that scheduling work, but there will be opportunities, I'm sure, to continue visiting communities in different wards to understand how policy changes might take effect there. I also note that there were a number of Jane's walks that were undertaken about a month ago, a month or two ago, where we went to different communities and talked about different opportunities for missing middle housing and how they would be reflected in those communities. So I think that we've really tried to strongly engage councillors across the city, solicit their input about how best to engage their communities and constituents, and keep them up to date on the work that we've been doing across the expanding housing options and neighborhoods work plan.
But Greg, I'm certainly not criticizing you for going on paternity leave. I applaud you for that, but we were supposed to go for a tour. I would assume someone else could have done that with me. I didn't know. I was still waiting to do that when I saw this draft amendment. So that's hardly reaching out.
No, Councillor, we do our level best. We're not perfect. If we've missed that opportunity with you, we certainly apologize. But we're available at any time to go for a walk with you.
Thanks for that clarification, Mr. Chief Planner. Thank you.
Thank you, and
You're
I'll
well over.
speak.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Perks, you have questions?
Thank you. To the Chief Planner, if someone is making an application for any kind of redevelopment, is it not established law that it is the in-force official plan and zoning bylaw under which that application is judged?
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Perks.
And the city from time to time has been in the position of we're working on something, someone makes an application, and we're limited to what's in force. We can't say, well, we're thinking about something else. If we try that at the OLT, we lose, correct?
Yes, and again, I think there's case law established around this principle that you're outlined.
Yeah, that case law is known as the clergy principle, and it's well-established settled law, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the consultation with councillors and members of the public, for how long has the planning department been consulting with councillors and members of the public on the notion of introducing a wider array of housing types inside neighborhoods in the city of Toronto?
The original, through the chair, the original motion from the mayor, I believe, was in July 2019. We came back in July 2020 with a outline report or a work plan report of all of the initiatives. And from July 2020 until now, we've been pursuing those initiatives, and the committee has been considering, I don't know, we must have had about a half a dozen or a dozen reports so far on various topics as we work through the work program, and this is one of a series that's been in front of the committee.
Thank you.
So 2 years, just over 2 years on the full package. On multiplex, a little bit less because we got specific about multiplex about a year or so ago.
Yes, but there have been numerous items that have come to council. I remember the famous 2 doors debate, the rooming house debate. I mean, it has been council this term, this entire term, we've been seized of the question about what is and isn't permitted in terms of built form inside neighborhoods. Wouldn't you say that's fair?
That's fair, yes.
Thank you.
No further questions, Councillor Perks. Reminding our council members, Councillor Nunziata has left the room for a minute, so our quorum is 4. Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Bradford, I don't see you there. Oh, there you are. Did you have questions of staff?
No, just to speak, Madam Chair.
Okay. I just have questions of staff. Are there particular parts of the city that just allow only single-family homes, Mr. Lintern? I know my ward has a lot of multiplexes everywhere, so I'm not sure that everybody needs to.
Councillor Fletcher, typically, it's reflected in the zoning bylaw. The R zone is the most permissive, and your ward, for example, generally speaking, is mostly the R zone in the residential area that is broadly permissive around plexes and rows and townhouses and things like that. Whereas other parts of the city only permit single detached housing. They typically are found in other parts of the city that were built after World War II. So the RD zone, we have changed more recently to permit secondary suites, and we have permitted now garden suites as of yesterday, approved at the OLT. So we're slowly changing that, but generally speaking, the zoning in the city outside of the old former city of Toronto, portions of the former city of York and East York, restricts neighborhoods to single detached.
When you're doing the consultations with neighborhoods that, as you just described, only allow single detached homes, are you able to use as examples some of the very successful different types of housing that sit in with single detached homes in different neighborhoods? How do you do that?
Yes, it's a great question, Councillor, because you must have been listening in on many discussions that we've had at the staff level to look for the living, breathing examples of multiplexes in our suburbs. They do exist. I know, for example, up by Keele and Wilson, there is a whole neighborhood of plexes that was built and so on and so forth. So it is not a completely foreign concept to our inner suburbs. And that's one thing I think that's important for the public consultation, to continue to demonstrate that this form of housing is actually part of the typology and part of the overall character of our neighborhoods right across the city. It's just, it looks through the zoning it is through the zoning less permissive. They were originally built as those plexes, but the absence of anything new is the concern.
And a number of deputants talked about affordability and the importance of ensuring while we're giving more permissions, that we're actually creating affordability. Have you given any thought to that?
Councillor, through the course of the EHON initiative, it's been a bit of a tricky question, because this is not an affordable housing initiative. We've been clear about that. However, by introducing more options for housing in neighborhoods, we feel that over time we may address housing affordability, meaning, for example, your elderly parents could live in a plex. If you plexed your house, your kids could stay at home instead of moving away, but live in their own self-contained unit. So in that sense, in intergenerational housing, by providing more options and overall increase in the supply, and meeting housing need as well, because we know through our land needs assessment and other work that we've done that we need more ground-related housing. So for all of those reasons, it's a concept really of relative affordability. It improves the chances for more people to find housing that's suitable for their needs, especially where they are in their life cycle, whether they young, old, with kids, not with kids, etc.
Thank you very much. That's the end of my questions. Seeing no more questioners to speak. Is that you? Are you kissing the air and saying you're speaking? I'm just checking who's going. Thank you. Well, I have the real chair with me today, so she's really helping me. Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Those who'd like to speak, I think Councillor Fillion, Councillor Perks, Councillor Bradford, and I have a motion from Councillor Robinson that I'll move. Thank you. Councillor Fillion, you're visiting with us today. Would you like to start?
Thank you, and I'll try to be really specific about what my concern is, because otherwise people might misconstrue it. So I am in favor of where this document is going. I'm in favor of making changes to the planning rules in neighborhoods in all parts of the city. I am in favor of going out and doing whatever further consultation we need to do, and I'm in favor of getting this all done as soon as possible. My only concern, which I've been attempting to speak to people about, is the wording of the draft official plan. And I have what I think is a really simple solution to that, is just in the recommendations that are before you, just remove the wording on draft official plan amendment and to go out and consult. And I would suggest kind of consult on specifics, consult on, we are proposing that there be semi-detached in all areas of the city, or duplexes or triplexes or fourplexes, or whatever it is that you want specific feedback on, but be really clear about what it is. Do not go out with that ridiculously nebulous wording, planned, that everything should conform with the planned, and be blind to the reason why the word prevailing was put in there in the first place. And when I was on committee during the last term, had a direct hand in putting those words in with support from the planning staff, and there were good reasons for that. And it was kind of to curtail some of the abuses that were being created by C of A applicants and stuff that had absolutely nothing to do with housing affordability. In fact, arguably was doing the opposite, just by fueling more land speculation. So, I don't want to get into all the details of why that is a terrible wording in the draft official plan policy. Just please take that out. It's not, there's no reason that needs to affect anything. You simply go out and consult, do that as quickly and get it back to committee as quickly as anyone would like. And then whatever the legal requirement is to go out with draft policies for whatever period of time you have to do that for, a much shorter period of time, then do it then when you've honed in on the correct wording and have allowed people like me who've to have some input into that wording, which I would not have the opportunity to do, despite expressing a very strong interest in that, despite the fact that I have probably spent more time on neighborhood planning issues and rules than certainly anybody currently on council, partly because I've been on so long, and even people on staff, I would say. So anyway, simple fix. Alternatively, this you probably don't want to do, but send this to council so that council understands what's happening. At least I'm hoping committee will make the fix and that I don't need to try to figure out a procedural way to get this on the council agenda so that I can try to fix it there.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you. I want to talk on a couple of topics here. First, I'll address the remarks made by Councillor Fillion. I just cannot accept the idea that you get a more precise and detailed conversation by removing the precise, detailed language that you want to consult from the consultation. We actually have a set of words, and Councillor Fillion seems to say, no, don't consult on a set of words. That's not specific enough. Instead, consult on no words. And I just reject that. It's not reasonable. I also reject his contention that because we're consulting on something, it changes the dynamics on what people can legally apply for and not. And as the Chief Planner pointed out, that's just factually wrong. So, you know, I'm going to be supporting the staff recommendation to go forward as is. Having said that, I confess that I find the conversation about allowing more housing typologies and therefore more units into neighborhoods has taken a very weird turn, that it seems to be framed as an issue about whether neighborhoods are affordable to live in or not. And as you heard from the Chief Planner, this does not yield affordability. In fact, if you take a look at the very tentative steps we've taken in this direction so far with things like laneway houses, you're finding that they're going for rents in the order of $2,500 a month and up. And for anyone working a minimum wage job, actually someone working a reasonably well-waged job who's a middle-income Torontonian, that is not an affordable rent. It is not an affordable rent. And I listened with interest to the remarks from Melissa Goldstein, because the evidence seems to be supporting that what can happen is that, in fact, by effectively upzoning individual properties, you just increase the number of people who are chasing them as investment opportunities and don't yield affordable rents. So I don't think the framing is good to say this is affordability versus people who are already established in their neighborhoods not wanting any change. I think instead this is a moment when we have to stop and reflect on what some of the root causes of our affordable housing crisis are. It's not that we aren't building. We are building so fast that we have from time to time overrun the supply of materials, and the developers have to slow down. We have overrun the supply of workers, and the developers have to slow down. Currently, we're overrunning the capacity of our planning department. So we are building like nobody's business, and yet things are not getting more affordable. That correlation doesn't seem to work. I would contend that the issue is actually what we're building for whom, and how housing has become a commodity. Housing has always been sort of a commodity in the City of Toronto, but the speculative nature of that commodity has grown and grown and grown. Given that 75% of the world's wealth is in real estate, markets like the City of Toronto, once they hit a certain critical mass, you have this huge price takeoff, which is reflective of the fact that these huge pools of private capital sloshing around looking for real estate investments. My contention has always been that, yes, we should look at a wider variety of housing types inside neighborhoods, because you want people of different family sizes and different family compositions, singles up to multi-generational housing, being able to find somewhere to live in neighborhoods. In the Toronto of my youth, you could do that because single-family dwellings would turn into rooming houses or student housing, or you would rent a floor in a house. But because of the dynamics of the market, that shifted now. I think we need to think about this the way we think about Medicare. Frankly, so many of the people in the housing debate sound like American Republicans talking about health care that it drives me nuts. The issue with American healthcare isn't that there isn't enough supply, it's that it's in the private market. So I think the next step for this work has to look at, if we're going to do this work, if we're going to permit this, how do we bring social housing providers, including our own public housing provider, back into the business of building scattered housing? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I would just like to speak in support of the recommendation that's in front of us today. But more broadly, I'd like to thank all of the deputants who came out today. Our outside city council colleagues who there are a number on the line today listening to this debate and this discussion. We obviously heard from Councillor Fillion as well, and that's important. I think it signals two things. One, there is a growing discussion, debate, conversation happening writ large in the City of Toronto about housing and how we're going to ensure that we have relative affordability in supply, new typologies, new types of housing in new neighborhoods. But I also think it signals that there are different views even around the council chamber on what this ought to look like, what the way forward is, and very much indicative of the fact that there is still more work to do here before we deliver this early in 2023. Now, I know that is frustrating for a lot of us. You could put me in that camp, a bit frustrated that this requires more work. But I have to be honest, in this position where I am, with the great fortune of being a city councillor, of recognizing when things need a little bit more work to get over the goal line. And what you're going to see here and on some other items is another 5 to 6 months of work, which is really important. But if we look at the continuum of these projects, if you go back to, as our chief planner described, 2019 when this started, and as Jacob, one of our deputants today, discussed the planners on porches in Beaches East York. I believe that was like March 2020 because it was right before the pandemic and we were all bundled up. And the body of work and the different reports and pieces of EHON writ large that have brought us to this moment, that's just the work that's taken place lately, accelerating on this. But it's actually, you could go back, to former chief planner Paul Bedford and the 2003 consolidated official plan and the grand bargains with residents associations and really how we thought Toronto was going to grow 20 years ago and how we are growing today. Like, that's sort of the enormity of this challenge. So, when we hear from the folks from More Neighbours Toronto, I share your views and I share those views from a generational perspective. And I've talked to so many of you, and you've given me your time and your perspectives on how the housing crisis impacts you folks, and that's very real. And so we have to make those changes. But you also hear, and you heard in the deputations today, that there are folks who, are less comfortable with change. There are folks who are very much interested in the preservation of status quo. And that's actually like almost all of the politics and policy discussions that we have at City Council and here in the City of Toronto really are discussions about change and varying degrees of change and what that change is going to look like. And it's not easy. And so I appreciate, when we can get on Twitter Spaces and have a discussion about housing. I also appreciate when we're able to take those conversations to the doors and talk to people, or in public parks or in the church basement, all the different ways. But we probably need to find new ways to engage folks, and I think Councillor Fletcher had some good questions about that. Lastly, I will say to our city planning staff, I know you folks are getting beat up a little bit online sometimes about this, and just, the volume of reports and the volume of work. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that you should be beat up for that. Council provides you the direction on the work that you need to undertake. And the reality is none of this stuff is like snapping your fingers and just solving the problem. Like, you hear the refrain, oh, not another report, not another report. Like, yeah, we're all frustrated. I'm sure you don't love writing reports all the time. But the reality is you do actually have to figure out how to do these things. You do actually have to figure out how to implement. And this, more than any other level of government, is the level of government where the action takes place, where we actually develop and deliver solutions. City council elected officials, hand in hand with the civil service and the bureaucracy, moving forward together. So This is going to be really good. It's going to be the type of transformation that this city needs. You know, the RD zoning has been so pervasive for so long and dictated the form, the look, the feel of our neighborhoods, and also dictated who's going to be there and who's not going to be there. It is a big change. It's a big change. It's coming. We're going to get there. We need a little bit more time. But at the end of the day, we're really talking about the type of supply that we're going to have in this city. And on an unrelated report, but sort of related, I think it's number 14 today, we're going to have that conversation about, you know, employment projections, population projections, and what comes out of that report is actually a recognition that we need to match land to employment projections, matching that with housing. And as you heard from our chief planner, we need to probably do a better job balancing the way we deliver supply, which has historically been in that single detached form or that tall tower format and very little in between. So we're getting there. You know, I ask for your hope and your optimism. I appreciate your frustration, but, you know, the road ahead on this file looks good, and great body of work in front of us today from staff, so thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. I'll just take this opportunity to make a few remarks. I do have a motion from Councillor Robinson that she'd like us to support. It's one where she would like to have a consultation in 2022. So Ward 15 residents associations, stakeholder groups, and moving this, I'm going to assume through you, Mr. Chief Planner, that in talking about all of the various types of consultation, that would be what would happen as well. So it's not just limited to that. You have a question? Okay. Can I speak and then you can do that? Thanks so much. I really appreciate what our chief planner said about bending the curve. And if anything, this term of council, we have bent a lot of curves over the last, well, this term and the previous term. And I just want to again pay tribute to our chief housing advocate and chair of this committee, our deputy mayor Bailau, and she has worked to bend quite a few curves. I'll take modular housing as one thing. That was a curve that got bent really fast out of the pandemic. And many other things are housing now, the garden suites, the laneway suites, many different things. This is part of the change, the large change in bending the curve around how we're viewing housing in the city of Toronto. And I can see for some it's going way too slow, and for others it's going way too fast. So we have to find that Goldilocks bed where it's just right. And I think having this next session between now and 2023, we'll come back with that. I very much appreciate some of the things that the Councillor Perks pointed out. I've never heard about money sloshing around before, but I think it's very apt, and with affordability. So the ability to control the market doesn't rest here, but we are looking at every option to bring in more housing, new types of housing, keep people living in the city. Remember, our goal is to densify the city, not have everybody contributing to sprawl outside of the city. So in saying that, we're coming up to employment, looking at where are the places to work going to be in the city of Toronto, where are the places to live going to be in the city of Toronto, where are the places to play going to be in the city of Toronto, all of our parks and green spaces and ravines, and how do we protect those. The whole interesting, I just want to talk about for a second when I asked the chief planner about my ward, because everywhere I look, there's many different triplexes, fourplexes, sixplexes, all being built in many different places, different corners, and very recently one right there on Rhodes Avenue. It became a bit of a poster child. I think you know what I'm talking about, Councillor Bradford. And folks who are building this type of housing feel a little concerned that there's a lot of red tape that they need to go through. So in this consultation, looking at what will make it easier to expand those housing options in neighborhoods once we actually get those permissions in neighborhoods that don't have those permissions. I'm very lucky and happy that we have those permissions in my neighborhood. I will just also look at a couple of other phenomena that I've noticed. Taking on a brand new area, the East York area, there is zoning that East York had called apartment neighborhoods. So right next to single-family homes, very low rise, you have 2 or 3 streets in my ward that are all tall rental apartment buildings. And there are more applications coming in to build more of those. So housing advocates here today that spoke to us, please know that that's happening. I'm sure you're very supportive of that. One of them's coming to, I believe, City Council for final approval this month. And also, we have a phenomenon of adding to bungalows, and it's not for monster homes necessarily, it's for multi-generational homes, for folks coming perhaps from a cultural background where everybody does live together, large home where mother's living there, uncles, aunts, everyone's living there. And so that has all been done at the Committee of Adjustments. Again, very major East York phenomenon in my ward. So there's a lot going on. I think it's fair to have that consultation leading up to 2023 for this to be done and for it to be wrapped up in a bow, and for trying to bring together a better understanding of what we're trying to accomplish, what the city's trying to accomplish. And in that consultation, I would just suggest that the entire suite of things that the city has undertaken and that you've undertaken in your division, Mr. Lintern, be part of that, that everybody sees it's not just one thing. There have been so many different initiatives, and it all adds up to something greater. That to me makes a lot of sense for people to understand and support this new venture. So thank you for that. Councillor Perks has a question of the mover who's not here. I am the mover.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can answer it, but given that there's a restriction on being able to have public meetings starting in August, I think the effect of that motion is that this consultation has to happen in the next 2 or 3 weeks?
I would think so. Could we have that motion back up, please?
I just want to, I don't want to
It can be
put a burden on staff. That
15 residents. It doesn't say that it's with the
local council.
Oh, yes. Well, that would have to be done before August 1st.
Okay, thank you.
So
just wanted to
do you want to
clarify
make that clear in that before August 1st?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we should be clear so that we're clearly within the spirit of the Municipal Elections Act, and I'm getting a nod from Councillor Munziata. Yes. Well, it's Councillor Robinson's motion. I'm doing it OBO her. So we'll just make that one small change in there, and it will clarify things for everybody, including staff. We don't want to put them in a position where they might feel uncomfortable. Are we getting that? Thank you, Miss. Our clerk is fantastic. She's keeping me on the straight and narrow here today, as I tend to drift off the road sometimes. There we go. Prior to August 1st, 2022. That's great. Is that satisfy? Yes? Okay, thank you. So that's the new motion amended. All right then. So with this, this is that motion amendment. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then on the staff recommendation, which is to continue this consultation into 2023 with some of the, and I'll just, Mr. Lintern, I can't see you, but with some of the suggestions that have been brought forward by deputants and by this committee to have it as robust as possible. I'm sure you heard all of that, and you'll do that. So that is on the main motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Then that carries. Thank you very much, members. We're now finished item 3. This brings me to item 4, which was a timed item for 10 o'clock. And it is the Christie's planning study, city-initiated secondary plan and zoning bylaw technical amendments. There are no speakers on this, but there have been a few motions from legal that have been sent. One was sent through Deputy Mayor Bylaw, and the other was sent to me from legal, and I would ask that those technical amendments be put onto the screen, please. These are from City Legal. Yes. Thank you, Councillor. Have you had a chance to look at those, everyone? These, yes, thank you. And then the next one, second motion. This just has to do with affordable housing. Oh, don't get a headache. All right, you've seen those motions. Can I get, can we vote on them as a package? Or? Okay, one by one. So the first set of amendments on the indexing, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. The next amendment on the affordable housing, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. And the item as amended, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Thank you very much. That's item number 4. And then item number 5 was timed for 10 a.m. There are no speakers. Item number 5, Ready Set Midtown Zoning Review, City-Initiated Zoning Bylaw Amendments for Neighborhoods Designated Lands within the Avenue Midtown Transit Station Area. Final report. This is going to council. I will move those recommendations in front of us. Or sorry, I should have asked, are there any questions of staff on these? Any speakers? Seeing none, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Thank you. And now we're going on to item number 8, correct? Which is the Toronto Local Appeal Body, the Chair's 2021 Annual Report. And we have speaker here. We have our Chair, which is Dino Lombardi. Mr. Lombardi, are you with us? Is he with us? Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Thank you. We can hear you. Please start. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Before I do, though, I'd like to put on my City of Toronto residence hat, if I may, and also I'd like to take this opportunity as a longtime resident of Toronto to thank the Deputy Mayor and the Chair of the Planning and Housing Committee, Councillor Balau, for her long tenured service to her constituents and to the City of Toronto and its residents, and I'd like to wish her well in her new endeavors. So thank you for indulging me there. My name is Dino Lombardi, and I'm the Chair of the Toronto Local Appeal Body and author of the Chair's 2021 Annual Report. As you know, the TLAB was established by the City of Toronto in early 2017 as an independent, quasi-judicial, and arm's-length tribunal, and its mandate assumes all of the powers and authorities of the Ontario Land Tribunal to adjudicate and make determinations on minor variance and consent appeals from the City of Toronto's 4 Committee of Adjustment panels. One of the principal responsibilities of the TLAB Chair is to prepare and submit a tribunal annual report to City Council by way of the City's Planning and Housing Committee. You have before you the TLAB's 2021 annual report consisting of 9 sections, including an executive summary and recommendations going forward. I do note that the TLAB's Chair's annual report is the Chair's alone and not a report from court services or any other city staff. This is an important distinction to make because the structural separation of clear mandates is essential if the TLAB is to continue to provide efficient, transparent, due process with administrative support from the city. I will not be providing an overview of the annual report because I believe it's a rather comprehensive and straightforward document. Rather, I'm here before you because I took the difficult stance of rebutting the Deputy City Manager's report dated March 11th, 2022, which responded to City Council's direction to review and report back on the recommendations in the Chair's 2020 annual report at its meeting on June 8th, 2021. This committee dealt with that report at its meeting on May 20th, 2022. That report contains several recommendations to this committee. In a memorandum to this committee dated March 25th, 2022, I responded to the Deputy City Manager's report by noting that as a TLAB Chair, I was extremely disappointed that I was not consulted or asked to provide input to that report, and I was only provided with a copy after it was made public. Unfortunately, I must again stand in rebuttal of another city staff report that is before this committee. the report for action from the Director Court Services dated June 20th, 2022, and entitled Toronto Local Appeal Body Chairs 2021 Annual Report. That report, which again was drafted without any input from me, accompanies my annual report and contains what I would characterize as extensive and unexpected commentary from city staff regarding the chair's annual report. It is clear to me from both that report and the Deputy City Manager's March 11th report that there is a disconnect or misunderstanding of the scope of the TLAB's mandate. This misapprehension continues to be a concern for the TLAB, given the rather narrow interpretation of its function and boundaries as communicated to it by city staff over the last year. This is also problematic considering that an aspect of the TLAB's judicial independence is the maintenance of both an arm's length relationship with the city, as well as the appearance of that arm's length relationship. In this regard, I note for the committee that City Council continues to be able to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions and instruct the city's legal staff to argue its position before the TLAB, as was done before the former local planning appeal body. In fact, the city often appears before the TLAB as an appellant, applicant, party, or participant in many hearing events. A party before the TLAB cannot be seen dictating the procedures to be adopted by the TLAB or how those procedures are to be adopted or amended. This has continued to contribute to a difference of opinion with city staff to the interpretation of the TLAB's mandate and its place within the city's governance framework. In creating the TLAB and recognizing its independence, City Council specifically understood the following: that in adjudicating and making determinations on minor variance and consent appeals, the TLAB has all the powers and duties of the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal under Section 115 of the City of Toronto Act 2006 and the relevant provisions of the Planning Act. This language is, in my view, an explicit acknowledgement of the broad scope of powers conferred to the TLAB under provincial legislation. In assuming our mandate, I can advise that TLAB members have identified and undertaken several service improvement initiatives in response to comments received from the public.
Mr. Lombardi, I'm going to give you a little bit of extra time simply because you said your commendation to the Deputy Mayor, but I'm going to have to ask you to wind up. I'm giving you 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, these challenges are outlined and highlighted in the Chair's 2021 annual report, and I hope that the report provides the city with a better understanding of the structural problems facing the TLAB in attempting to operate the tribunal and in executing its mandate. I strongly believe that the TLAB Chair and its members are the authoritative voice for the TLAB and quite frankly sit in the best position to communicate these to the city. Furthermore, I'd be remiss if I did not make a further comment in the accompanying report from Court Services regarding the stipend for the annual stipend for the chair and the vice chair. And I'm going to try to, I had some speaking points to that, but I'm going to wrap up by basically saying, I believe the TLAB chair's annual stipend increase being recommended in the 2021 annual report is critical to acknowledging and recognizing the significant responsibilities of that role, the underlying importance of succession planning for the TLAB, and is necessary to incentivize qualified and experienced members to consider putting their names forward for consideration by council to assume this titular role in the future. In closing, the TLAB is grateful for the support from the City of Toronto, and we will continue to work cooperatively with the city staff to improve the functioning of the TLAB. Thank you for indulging me today, and I'm hopeful the Planning and Housing Committee will consider the issues and challenges highlighted in the Chair's 2021 annual report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mr. Lombardi? I just have a question. What is the current stipend for the chair?
The annual stipend for the chair is $60,000 at the moment. As I indicated in my report, and I was going to mention in my presentation, Council recently approved 4 additional members. As of likely August 1st of this year, and so that increases or doubles the panel complement from 2017 to now 14, so from 7 to 14.
And that's the chair stipend, and the stipend for the members?
There is no stipend for the members. There is a stipend for the vice chair, and that is $15,000 at the moment, and I'm recommending that that be increased to $20,000 because the chair is critical in assisting the tribunal chair in executing his or her duties.
And what are you recommending the stipend to be increased to for the chair?
$85,000 a year, and I say that understanding that
Thank you. And are there's no honorarium for members of any kind?
There's an honorarium. They are paid for every hearing and every decision that they issue. There also is an honorarium, an annual honorarium, which was included in 2020, and that is, I believe, $1,250. I'm not sure of that exact figure, but I believe that is the amount.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here and for your report, Mr. Lombardi.
Thank you to you, Madam Chair, and to the members.
Thank you. We have another speaker, Andy Choles is here. Is Mr. Choles on the line? Thank you. You have 5 minutes, Andy. Start now, please.
This will be quick. I'm referring to a letter from Christine Mercado and Judy Gibson, co-chairs of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. The Long Branch Neighborhood Association, LBNA, supports the recommendation number 7 in the TLAB's Chair 2021 annual report to create an administrative staff navigator role. The LBNA is run by a volunteer board and is required to engage in numerous TLAB hearings as both party and participant. The LBNA routinely supports residents in Long Branch with navigating the complexities of the TLAB from time to time. Then an appeal is initiated through the completion of the hearing. Not every neighborhood has an association that they can turn to for support. We were incorporated in 2018, and in recent years we have received requests for assistance from at least a dozen groups of residents from neighborhoods outside Long Branch for assistance and with questions regarding preparations for TLAB hearings in their neighborhood. We agree that the TLAB appeals process is complex. It is not a process that is easy for individuals to engage in the first time, and it should not be expected that the residents that engage in TLAB appeals multiple times. We agree that there is a strong need for a TLAB navigator role to assist the public better understand the TLAB appeals process and feel that this position would be very beneficial. We submit that the TLAB navigator role is also required for the city to create an environment of equality and access for all residents to the TLAB appeals process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today. Move on to our next deputant, which is Jeff Cattell. Is Mr. Cattell teed up, ready to go? Let's see if we can get you, Jeff, back on. We couldn't get you, you were unmuted, but couldn't hear you last time. Let's see if we're more successful now at 12:20. Can you?
Thank you very much.
Oh, there you are. Thanks so much. Please, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
I screwed up the last time.
It's okay, that's fine. Don't waste your time. Just get going.
Okay, this is an important item, and FONTRA commends very much the work that TLAB has done to improve public education, including the chair's annual report that we're looking at right now, open business meetings, can you imagine that? And the enhanced public guide. FONTRA always looks forward to the TLAB chair's annual report, and we're pleased to provide feedback and recommendations on the 2021 report. We have detailed comments in our written material with an attachment, but we have 3 recommendations for today. Picking up on the chair's report, we would recommend establishing the navigator staff role to assist the public. The report recommends a new TLAB administrative staff role called a navigator. We support the creation of this role as it will provide a much needed public service. It will help to reduce the substantial barriers that exist today for self-represented parties, as many people are. As residents are assisted to gain a better understanding of the process, we anticipate that public engagement will increase in a positive way. Our second recommendation is to prepare a handbook for self-represented parties. The report recommends the preparation of a handbook for self-represented parties and a draft list of frequently asked questions and responses. We believe that this handbook and frequently asked questions will assist many new parties at TLAB hearings. Thirdly, to post closed cases on the open data portal. The TLAB annual report has introduced detailed summary statistics on cases handled and their disposition. The source data behind these statistics reveals valuable additional information of public interest. We recommend that a summary spreadsheet of all closed applications at the end of the calendar year be provided publicly on the portal. We note that the TLAB's annual report is an important exercise and demonstrates openness and accountability from an important administrative tribunal. We strongly suggest that the Committee of Adjustment might consider this and learn from TLAB and follow some of the same ideas and provide annually a similar report to the PHC, Public Planning and Housing Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cattell. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Thank you. Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff?
Yes, I just have one question. I know the recommendation is to receive the report, but in their report, recommendation 5 recommends the increase in their salary. So if we move receipt of this, are we moving the recommendation 5 in the report? I just want a clarification.
Could staff please clarify?
If you're moving acceptance of the report, you're not moving an increase in the compensation.
Okay, thank
You're
you.
not moving that.
We're just receiving the report, but in that, thank you. Yeah, well, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Anyone to speak? Did anyone wish to speak on this? Any committee members? No, thank you. Just thank you very much through the committee to Mr. Lombardi for his work and for his report, to your vice chair and to all the members of the TLAB, and for all the support that you get through all the various city divisions. Thank you so much. And with that, I will move the recommendation to receive the report. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Members, I'm going to suggest that if we deal with item 9, which is inclusionary zoning consultation update on implementation guidelines, quickly, there's one deputant. Then when we resume after lunch, we will be actually at our 1:30 timed item. Can we do that? Yes, good with everybody? Thank you very much. We'll move to item number 9, as I mentioned what it was, inclusionary zoning consultation update and implementation guidelines. And I have one deputant here, Mr. Bob Murphy of Weston Acorn. Is Mr. Murphy on that line? He's in the room, Mr. Murphy? Oh, please, hey, first in-person deputant, please come up and have a chair. Are there any other speakers on this? No, just you, Mr. Murphy. Thank you so much. You have, as you know, 5 minutes. Please proceed. Do you have your mic on?
Yes. Red light on? Thank you. This is on the inclusionary zoning.
It sure is.
59. Hello, everyone. My name is Bob Murphy, and I'm a member of Toronto Acorn in the York Southwestern chapter. Acorn has been fighting for inclusionary zoning in Toronto since 2008, and we are finally happy to see it pass last year. We want to be here today to acknowledge the long fight to get this policy in our city, but also to share some of the things we can do to strengthen it. The city has been unaffordable for community and Acorn members for many years. Rents have risen very high because of weak provincial rent control and because governments have prioritized landlord and developer profits over the right to housing. Inclusionary zoning is a very important tool for the city to use to address the housing crisis, and it's really great to see that Toronto has this in place now. We all know our community members, our neighbors, we need homes. The Toronto Community Housing Corporation wait list is over 100,000 families and decades long. I'm on that list. I'll be in long-term care before my name ever comes up. The recommendation inclusionary zoning policy would apply for new developments that meet these criteria, that are situated in strong and moderate rental market areas, are built within 500 to 800 meters of any major transit station hubs, and have over 100 units. The lack of adequate housing in Toronto has made the pandemic much worse because of many families are crowded into 1- 2-bedroom apartments that don't fit their family size. Housing is an important part of health. We are happy to see some key points that passed last year, like the affordability period being 99 years and inclusionary zoning applying to the entire development. However, the percentage of the development being set aside is too low. This will result in way too little. You must be bolder. We need to see greater parts of the city have inclusionary zone applied to them, like Mount Dennis, Western Road and Lawrence area, and Little Jamaica. Acorn would like to see 20 to 30% of the entire property square footage before development starts set aside as affordable, including bachelor 1-bedrooms, 3-bedrooms. This is reasonable and based on best practices in many other North American cities. 5 to 10% is the measuring stick for developers to target for 5%. 5% is minimal. We also need to see inclusionary zoning apply to developments with 25 units or more. Exempting developments under 100 units will result in fewer units that are affordable. We need as many as possible units available right now. The City of Toronto needs to define the interpretation of affordable and affordable for whom. I have sat in this building many times and have been told we are making housing affordable. And oh yes, one staffer here 2 years ago before COVID told me, well, we're making plans to move forward in the 2010 or 2020 to 2030 program. And I was told, well, these units are going to be deeply affordable. And my question was to that city council member is, what's the difference between affordable and deep affordable? What determines affordability and affordability for whom? Maybe we should talk about rent geared to income. We look forward to seeing the city strengthen this policy, and we'll be following this closely along with our allies on this campaign. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time to speak. And also, when we walk in and out of this building and we look at the pool area with those arches there and you see those houses that are teetering in the water, this is the conditions of the rental housing in the City of Toronto. This is the conditions that you see out there of that nice little display of Toronto community housing. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for coming today. Any questions for our deputant today? No, thank you so much for being here. And any questions of staff? Anyone to speak on this? Councillor Nunziata?
I'll just move the staff recommendation, but I also want to mention that when it came forward at council recently, I did add Mount Dennis and Weston into the inclusionary zoning. So thank you to staff for that on their consultation.
Thank you, Councillor. So that's to continue the consultations, and you've added in Mount Dennis and Weston, which I hope Bob knows that. But if you didn't, now you do. It's gone in. Thank you. So I will just ask for, you're moving that? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Bradford, are you with us right now? Yes, because you have a new business item, and I'd just like you to introduce it so it can be tabled and circulated. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I am here. If we could put that on the screen just to introduce this as new business, a letter to the committee, and then we can do it after lunch.
Yeah, it's coming up. There it is there, Councillor.
Very good.
And the recommendation, if we could just see that. So that's to report on your EHON. Very good. Thank you.
That's right. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can vote on that after lunch. There was an extra number 25, which was adding affordable housing into the, basically, when you're reviewing applications. Can we dispense of that now, or would you like more time to look at that? We good with that? Any questions of staff on it? I'll just, Ms. Bond, is that a good process? Yes, getting a nod from Avi Bond. So anybody to speak? Just me to say I'm moving that, getting a full steam ahead from the Housing Secretariat. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much. That passes. So that has now been dealt. One little less piece to deal with that. Yes, it's new business. Yes, but we won't vote on it now, will we? Yes, motion to add as new business. I'm sorry, did I not do that? Okay. We'll add that as new business. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then after lunch, we will dispense of that. Thanks so much, everybody. See you after lunch. Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the afternoon session of Planning and Housing Committee. We are on item number 35.14, and it is sorry, 1 second. Thank you. No, we're going to 35.14, our Plan Toronto Land Needs Assessment. All of these three pieces, 14, our Plan Toronto Land Needs Assessment, 15, our Plan Toronto Recommended OPA for Citywide Employment Policies and Conversion Requests, and PH 35.16, our Plan Toronto Citywide 115 Proposed Major Transit Station Area, Protected Major Transit Station Area Delineations, Final Report. They're all a bigger package. We will deal with them each separately. But within that, we have a presentation, and we're going to start off with 14, with the staff presentation. Thank you very much. And who is presenting? Are you presenting, Mr. Lintern?
Yes, together with our team, and thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for setting that up so nicely. As you point out, these are three matters under the Our Plan Toronto official plan review that's been underway and reported to Planning and Housing Committee.
Sorry to stop you. I think somebody may have a mic on or some not be muted. The sound is very difficult. So let's just see if everybody could turn off that isn't speaking. Try one more time, please, Mr. Lintern. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. You introduced the items very nicely. These are three related items under the Our Plan Toronto official plan review. It has been underway now for about 18 months, including several reports that have already been considered by this committee and City Council. What you're going to hear this afternoon initially is a presentation by Michael Wright and David Fitzpatrick about the land needs assessment, which provides important context for the other two reports that we're going to be considering, our policies around employment lands and conversion of employment lands, and our policies around major transit station areas. So with that, I will turn it over to Michael and David to walk us through the land needs assessment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Michael Wright, the Manager of Planning Research and Analytics in the City Planning Division, and I and David Fitzpatrick will provide an overview of the land needs assessment. It's a component of the municipal comprehensive review of the official plan with respect to the provincial growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. The growth plan requires a land needs assessment. It's a study required by the province in order to determine the total quantity of land required to accommodate the forecasted growth to the growth plan horizon. Unlike other GGH municipalities, the City of Toronto can't expand its built boundary, so all growth is in the form of intensification, both housing and jobs. The LNA is important background to the Municipal Comprehensive Review. It provides context to the employment policies you'll be hearing about next. It's used in planning for the strategic growth areas, such as the major transit station areas and the urban growth centers. And the resulting population, household, and employment projections are used in planning for long-range infrastructure, as well as in the consideration of the expanding housing options in neighborhoods initiatives of the division. The province has set out a methodology that the GGH municipalities must follow in assessing the land needs. Some of those components don't apply to the City of Toronto, but the common features that do are the time frame. We need to plan for the growth plan forecast horizon to 2051. We can consider alternative growth scenarios for which the growth plan forecasts are minimums. We also need to address two distinct geographies, the community areas dealing with housing and some of the jobs, and employment areas that deal with employment in industrial-type buildings. There are distinct methodologies that need to be dealt with for each of those land needs, and in adapting the provincial methodology to the city's context, we've determined the housing land needs and the employment land needs. To look at the housing land needs, we developed our own detailed methodology consistent with the policies of the official plan. Over on the far left, we've used the regional forecast in order to drive housing land need by structure type. So that's the demand side. Across the top, we've got the various sources of housing supply, and those are combined together with the demand in order to develop a number of scenarios for the distribution of growth across the city. In order to do this, we built a cohort component model in order to protect the city's population by single years of age and sex to 2051, as represented by the chart, and we projected the market-based demand for housing based on long-range demographic trends in order to understand the demand for different types of dwellings, as represented by the 2016 headship rates in the bottom chart. The various sources of housing supply were combined together so that no unit was counted more than once, and then we applied to this the average number of persons per household against the different types of dwellings in different locations in the city at different time frames over the forecast horizon in order to understand the occupancy and distribution of growth across the city. And then we drove that with a series of scenarios representing different magnitudes of growth. The potential housing supply includes the development pipeline of 5.5 years of development proposals received by the city, including units built after 2016 Census Day, as well as those under construction and under review, for a total of almost 505,000 residential units. We examined the development potential in major development opportunities all across the city existing within the city's existing secondary plans, as well as the new and draft plans, such as for the Christie site and Downsview. And we examined the potential impact of the transit-oriented communities initiatives being led by the province. All of those together yielded a total potential of about 395,000 residential units. In a review of the downtown and its new land use designations under the downtown plan, we identified a total of over 120,000 units of potential, as well as non-residential development potential as well. Through a review of the secondary plans for each of the centers and the new Yonge Eglinton's secondary plan study, taking into account also the minister's decision and the soft site analysis, we identified a further 78,400 units of potential in the centers and Midtown. Across the city's 170 kilometers of avenues, we identified 61,000 units of potential based on the completed avenue studies and in other areas consistent with the avenues and mid-rise guidelines. In order to not double count any units against other sources of supply, we netted this down to about 31,000 units. We also reviewed the as-of-right development activity in neighborhoods all across the city in terms of the development activity over the last 5 years, as well as including gentle intensification in neighborhoods. This gave us a total of about 68,500 units. In the neighborhoods that are within the MTSAs, we only included as-of-right potential insofar as we're going to come back and do more analysis on that in the coming months, so this number will only grow. When all of those potential sources of supply are combined, we end up with a net total, or a total potential rather, of 1,198,700 units, areas all across the city. That's summarized into this table, which in the third last line shows that total potential. In order to realize all of these units, some existing ground-related units and other high-rise units need to be demolished for a net potential housing supply of 1,138,900 units. Now, the forecasts supporting Schedule 3 of the Growth Plan anticipate that the city would need to accommodate some 431,000 households over the 35 years to 2051. The net potential housing supply represents more than double the number of units required to accommodate the forecasted growth. That forecasted growth is represented in the chart on the left by the second bar that shows the city's population at 3.65 million people at 2051, according to the forecast supporting the growth plan. In the right-hand chart, that's the first bar, representing a growth of 832,000 people over the 35-year time frame. If all of the net potential units were built and occupied, the city's population would grow by almost 1.94 million people, reaching a total population of 4,755,000 people at 2051. This would be equivalent to adding the 2016 population of Montreal to the city of Toronto. Less than half of the potential housing supply would be required in order to accommodate the forecasted growth, which means that beyond 2051, there would be a surplus of housing representing almost 40 years of housing at the average rate of construction over the last 5 years. Even under higher scenarios, such as the projections of the Ministry of Finance, there would be a surplus. That the housing supply potential is high does not mean that we don't face housing challenges today. We most certainly do, in terms of the type of city that we want to see built, the locations and timing of that development, The mismatch between the expected demand for housing and the anticipated supply, the core issue of housing affordability, and our constant need to improve the city's processes. Overall, the forecasted growth would be distributed all across the city, representing planning for complete communities and a mix of housing options in order to accommodate a diverse and changing population. These are the requirements of the growth plan. David?
Thank you, Michael. In addition, we created long-range employment projections to 2051 by industry sector at a traffic zone level of geography. The methodology shown here is similar to what Michael described earlier, where we're taking forecasts on one side of the flow chart, and we're matching it up against long-term supply potential to illustrate the way these two sources come together. And the growth is spatially allocated at a traffic zone level through an employment projections model. The outputs for this is 3 long-range scenarios to 2051. The next slide shows the development pipeline. It's one of the key inputs into the model. The GFA is converted into employment and inputted into it. It also shows the location of the city's employment areas, 7,900 hectares of which. And the employment areas are a really key part of the land needs assessment with respect to employment. Just to reiterate some points you've probably heard before on employment areas, that there's basically no land supply left within them. Most of the uses are fully occupied, and we're seeing an uptick in employment in recent years. Next slide, please. So we have 3 2051 projection outcomes, the lowest being the reference scenario. That's from Schedule 3 of the growth plan. But our preferred scenario is the medium growth scenario. That's 2.08 million jobs in 2051. And to get to that number, we would need to add about 13,500 jobs per year, which is similar to what we've added over the last decade, including the COVID-19 downturn. Next slide. We can visualize the growth geospatially, and this map shows future concentrations of growth and some new ones that are occurring. Haven't seen a lot of growth in recent years, would include the Portlands, south of Eastern, and Downsview. Next slide, please. The outputs for the model can be viewed in a whole variety of ways, but this is one potential view, looking at the breakdown by industry and allocating it to employment areas and community areas. And you can see within employment areas some concentrations of transportation and warehousing, wholesale trade, manufacturing, construction. We expect those types of jobs to continue to locate in those areas. Next slide, please. So for the actual calculations for the land use assessment, these are set out by the province in the methodology. And the way it would typically work is that you would project your employment for employment areas, you would estimate the capacity of your existing employment areas, and you would figure out how many jobs are unaccommodated. And then you would propose a settlement area expansion, how much additional land is required to meet growth. Toronto can't expand its boundaries, so we've taken another approach. Next slide, please. Looking at how much further intensification of our employment areas would be required to get to a level where there's no unaccommodated jobs. So in the reference scenario, effectively, we need to get to about 59 jobs per hectare, which is similar to the density that's seen today in employment areas around Thorncliffe and Leaside. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, there's far more than sufficient potential housing in areas designated for residential development in the City of Toronto to accommodate the population growth anticipated by the growth plan. Furthermore, employment can take place in community areas, but residential cannot take place in employment areas. We have a shortfall of employment area land, and we can accommodate the projected growth through intensification, but this requires retaining the remaining lands that we have. We are only supporting limited conversions where strategic goals can be met, and we're not converting to achieve housing supply potential. Next slide. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. We are going to move to some deputations that we have now, please. And if you don't, pardon me? Yeah, sorry, 1 second, please. Yeah, we're just going to finish off 14. I thought there was a deputation on that, and Chief Planner asked that we do them in this order. Councillor, thank you. Are there questions of staff here, please? Anybody? I have a few questions of staff then. Mr. Fitzpatrick, you just said we can't have, why can't we have residential in employment areas, please? Give us the reason.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So in employment areas, there are often found uses that may create conflicts for other sensitive uses. For example, we've seen an uptick in the last 2 years in logistics and warehousing. You may have heard that we have a shortage of industrial space, but those uses have a huge amount of truck traffic associated with them. So you can imagine the conflicts that can occur with residential uses, for example.
So operations, one of your answers, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Linton, would you like to comment on that? I know we've had this conversation many times.
Sure, Councillor. Overall, David's just pointing out one aspect of compatibility of land uses, and we often have operational conflicts. Another area is that when residential uses are permitted within employment zones, you have the potential of putting that employment use out of business because of the environmental conditions that employment use must operate under. So once that is business is impacted, they in turn have to remediate their factory or their production, and it may cause them to leave the area. So there's a diminution of the operational flexibility that is afforded our employment uses. Another concern that the city has is once these lands are converted, they never really convert back. And the growth plan does attempt, I think, to clarify, especially in the new growth plan, that residential is expressly prohibited in employment areas, to clarify this potential conflict that has arisen over the last couple of years. These uses do tend to outbid employment uses. So the city has traditionally been very guarded about the value of employment lands and the employment that comes with it, the value, the diversity of these lands for our economy, the fact that many people, especially new Canadians, can find jobs in our employment areas. It supports the whole ecosystem of the economy, and we've seen this more and more especially through COVID. This has been highlighted. So there are many reasons why the city has had a long-standing policy to guard against reckless conversions, and actually when we do convert and supported conversions in the past, therefore only strategic reasons where we can achieve both employment but other important city building goals.
I really want to go back to the economic factors, in particular the land price. So it's not been your experience or the experience of the city and others that should you convert, that the cost per acre to residential cost is much greater than employment cost. So it has the tendency to drive out employment. Is that not correct?
Yes, it creates speculation on the potential for these lands to be outbid. Simply put, you can make a lot more money off of residential land use in the city of Toronto. And once that kind of infects the local land market, the dynamic is such that these uses get outbid. Then the taxation, the impact values go up, they have to pay more taxes, and it becomes a vicious cycle of, I think, famously called parasitic uses that invade some of these areas and unfortunately leave some of our peers to make no other decision but to leave town.
So the unintended consequence of trying to be helpful and put residential in an actually core employment area ends up having we'll call it infecting the land market and potentially driving out other employment, because those lands the owners might wish to convert those lands as well to receive a higher benefit from the cost price of land, correct?
That's correct. We've seen through work that we've done with Hempson and other in economic development, fierce competition for this land, and the city again has been very guarded and very strategic, very judicious when we do, when council does support the odd conversion, it's done carefully through the lens of other strategic goals that we want to achieve.
So if we, through this lens, look at the impact on other employment uses vis-a-vis the consideration of residential, that would be a good lens to have when we're looking at this. And do you use that lens?
Yes, that's definitely a very good lens to look at.
And does your staff use that lens?
Yes, that's one of the key considerations. The adjacency of other residential areas, the effect, or the ability to achieve other municipal planning goals. These are some of the factors. And in another report on the conversion assessments, you will see that we've been very judicious about which ones we have recommended, because we are achieving both our employment goals, but other strategic city building goals, including affordable housing.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I've finished my questions. And nobody else speaking? Councillor Bradford?
Would you mind if I ask a few quick questions?
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. And thank you, Michael, Greg, and David for the great overview presentation. Couple questions about the different types of compatibility with respect to employment uses. I know that there are some that are more compatible with a wider variety of uses, such as housing and residential, and others that are not. From your perspective, any commentary or insights on broad trends with respect to warehousing and logistics and shipping over the past 2 years? I know that Toronto has one of the tightest warehousing markets, in North America, less than 1% vacancy. But we now have lots of, Amazon and logistics and Sprinter vans and trucks moving through neighborhoods as a lot of commerce has gone online through the pandemic. So what sort of policy mindset or thinking are we doing around a logistics or warehousing strategy as it relates to employment lands? And if we aren't, are there any jurisdictions that are kind of contemplating this?
Well, I can answer part of that, Councillor Bradford. We've seen with logistics and warehousing, you're correct, it's been a major uptick. It's one of the best performing real estate sectors at the moment. There's been two sort of trends happening. One, you're seeing like major facilities locating far out of the periphery of the city, around Milton, for example, Barrie, major warehouses. And then you're seeing smaller facilities coming in closer to where people live. And we've had one in Scarborough, and those are more mid-sized. And then there's actually like another level below that where very kind of micro-sized facilities are starting to open up, often even within neighborhoods.
So with respect to compatibility and employment lands, is there a growing pressure to have that sort of space for warehousing and logistics throughout the city if that's the way packages and goods are being disseminated and delivered? Or is a model where you have periphery sort of large scale super warehouses and then logistics and traffic and trucking coming into the city, is that preferable? And you know what, you may not know the answer, but I guess the point I'm trying to, or the question I'm asking, with the big sweeping changes that we've sort of seen, particularly as it relates to shipping and logistics and warehouses over the past 2 years, I don't know what the answer is, but it seems like there's a bit of an intersection here, with employment lands. And have we given any thought to that, how that might change our approach to employment lands or the things that we're trying to protect, or the permissions or flexibility that we're trying to achieve? And are there other jurisdictions, peer cities, that are looking at that?
I'll just comment that we've certainly got pretty good permissive zoning when it comes to facilitating the distribution hierarchy that David described. They are land intensive. So David cited a few examples, and they're actually showing up in South Etobicoke, in North York, and in Scarborough. And then more micro facilities closer in other areas of the city, even in former plazas, for example. Sobeys, for example, I think is setting up a smaller distribution facility. So
this whole dynamic is I think draws our attention to the fact that a land resource in the long term is very strategically important for the city because it accommodates changes in trends. And you know, you can't necessarily predict what's coming next. Could we ever have predicted COVID? Could we ever have seen the manifestation of the dynamic that you described with distribution warehouses? Lucky for Toronto, we have a very rich, close by land resource to accommodate that. We don't know what's coming next. These lands do tend to be recycled as well for other employment uses. So for example, a Lowe's was built in Etobicoke at 401 and Islington, probably less than 20 years ago, 15 years ago, is now being torn down and rebuilt as a, I believe, Microsoft facility. So again, a very strategic choice has to be made by the city to retain these valuable uses, these lands, because of trends in employment. And ultimately, the diversity of the city's economy has benefited from this over the years. As trends come and go, we've got the land resource, as Michael and David outlined in the land needs assessment, we've got the land resource to support ever-changing trends in the economy.
Thanks, Craig. And then last question, I think this might be, Michael, for you with some of the population projections. Thanks for all of that work. What I took from the report is that, you know, folks, staff here have measured more than sufficient supply to accommodate the projected growth. But my read from this was you're making the point that most of that growth is currently projected to be high-rise oriented growth, high-rise oriented supply with respect to housing, not as much ground related or ground oriented. And in my comments earlier on the EHON piece, kind of making the point that, you know, there's a lack of balance in the way that we're delivering supply. So would the work that you have done here on population projection, employment lands, is there a reinforcing message there that we actually need to go further on multiplexing, that we need to go further with respect to the diversity of our housing stock and the way that we're doing ground-oriented housing in some of our neighborhoods? Would that be fair to say?
Through the chair, I would suggest that the study shows that while there is a mismatch between the anticipated demand and the expected supply based on what we've identified, that through the identification of ground-related housing, we found about 70% of the units required to be anticipated after the turnover of housing from one generation to the next over the course of the next 35 years. So we have found a significant proportion, but in total it's not enough. And we do recognize through our various studies that there needs to be ideally a shift in the potential housing supply from the high-rise and mid-rise stock to more ground-related housing. Consequently, the projections provide really good context to the expanding housing options and neighborhoods initiatives that by encouraging these different forms of ground-related housing, it will help to address the difference between demand and supply over the long term.
I think
that's clarity I was looking for.
Councillor, I just add that, you know, it doesn't help the city to have a very polarized strategy of tall buildings and single detached dwellings. Quite simply put, the city will be more successful if it provides a much richer and more diverse housing stock with different types, different tenures, different levels of affordability, different typologies. You look around the world and you see cities that have more arrows to shoot at the housing crisis, so to speak. We need more, I'm mixing metaphors here, but we need more levers to pull. And by introducing, and what the land needs assessment is, it's identifying a strategic gap, because if we don't have more ground-related housing, we're not expanding the geography of the 416. So if we don't have places, and we certainly don't want to start putting, you know, only townhouses on our main streets. That's kind of underdevelopment. So you want to be able to take advantage of low-rise, more low-rise opportunities in low-rise areas. You want to do your best at building mid-rise, and I don't think we're having any problem building tall buildings.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, thanks. That's great work, everyone. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks for all the great questions. Anyone else have any questions of staff? In the committee? No? Thank you. Moving into speakers. Do you have any speakers on this item? Councillor Bradford, did you wish to say anything? No?
No, just had some questions. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just thank staff for this presentation and what an important mix it is, looking at residential and employment uses, and really and truly pressure's on for residential, but maintaining places for jobs is so important for the economy, and it's so important to maintain them intact. And I very much appreciate the answers that Mr. Lintern gave us, just about operations, but also about land pricing and the desire to convert, because there is a very big desire to convert, but without housing, no one can live here, and without jobs, nobody can work here. And we did go through a period in the city where a lot of jobs left the city. We have bread baskets throughout our city, particularly in Etobicoke and in Scarborough, where there are thousands and thousands and thousands of well-paying jobs in these employment zones. So maintaining them intact as best as we can is really up to us, and this is why this is such an important land needs assessment, where we're looking at the critical nature of maintaining employment and the nature of meeting our growth targets for housing. So sometimes it's hard to understand why we can't just build housing everywhere, but I think it's very clear from this presentation and from the answers that we have to be very judicious. Our balance is important. Our balance is very important for the future of our city, for the future of our residents, and I think we'll be hearing some of that in our deputations. I see that Tin is here today, so I'm looking forward to what you have to say to us today. Thank you very much, and with that, I will move the recommendation to receive for information as a background to the Municipal Comprehensive Review of the official plan with regard to a place to grow the provincial growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 15, and the Planning and Housing Committee is holding a special statutory special public meeting in accordance with Section 26 of the Planning Act for item 3515. Our Plan Toronto recommended official plan amendment for citywide employment policies and conversion requests, final report. And with that, I will open up for deputations, and our first deputation that I have on the list is Dominic Krupe. Wondering if Mr. Krupe, is he here with us today, or is he on? He's in the meeting, meaning virtually in the meeting. I call in the meeting being in the room.
I'm online.
He's online in the meeting. Okay, thank you. Mr. Krupe, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dominic Krupe, and I am the Vice President of B. Krupe & Sons Limited, which is a family-owned and operated road construction and materials production company headquartered in the Milliken employment area, situated around Kennedy and Steeles. We've been operating in the City of Toronto at this location for over 70 years, and we have several other locations elsewhere throughout the City of Toronto. I'm here representing a third generation of our business, as well as other industrial operators in the North Milliken employment area, which it is important to note has been designated by the province as a provincially significant employment area that needs to be protected. Within this employment area, there are many long-standing businesses that are Class 2 and 3 industries operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year. These industries within the North Milliken employment area include operations like large asphalt manufacturing plants, a material processing facility, 2 ready-mix concrete plants, concrete material processing facility, as well as many other heavy industries. As industrial business owners who have been operating within the City of Toronto and employing thousands of people anywhere from 40 to 100 years, we feel like we are fighting for the future survival of our businesses. We are constantly being squeezed by the pressures of encroaching residential development and other sensitive uses, restrictive policies, bylaw amendments, land expropriations, politics, and more. We cannot stress enough to the committee that there are not enough employment lands within the City of Toronto. Even more importantly, there are not enough core employment lands within the city where heavy industrial operations that provide essential goods and services crucial to the growth and maintenance of the municipal infrastructure can operate. The existing lands absolutely need to be protected, and that should be the top priority when looking at any employment land conversion requests and development applications within or close in proximity to employment areas. We could not find land to operate on elsewhere within the city to do what we do, even if we wanted to, nor should we have to. I'm here today, once again, as we have been involved in raising concerns to other conversion plans and requests in the past to employ consideration to what kind of damage can and will be done when employment areas are converted and encroached upon, especially when those employment areas in question include heavy industrial uses like those that operate within the North Milliken employment area. The second you introduce sensitive uses such as residential developments and especially high-rise residential developments, the impact on the industrial areas adjacent are magnified. This is especially concerning when these industries then receive complaints and then are in turn forced to make changes to their operations and will most definitely make them less competitive in these markets, if not be able to compete at all. Many companies that operate on our street banded together to fight a development several years ago that we were not informed of until the changes to zoning had been made through a regeneration zone. We warned that the development would force us to change our operations and cause problems for residents, as what they purchase from the pictures in the sales office isn't necessarily what they get when they take occupancy and look out their 20th floor window for the first time or walk out onto their balcony when they first visit moving in. During the last development application, we visited City Hall to oppose for these reasons. Both the developer and the city staff indicated 2 other properties that were part of the same application were not appropriate or compatible with existing uses, yet these 2 developments have been put forth once again for conversion and development. How is it inappropriate and incompatible a few years ago, and now it's different? We have asked in the past, and we still ask again, if this situation was reversed and all these residential developments stood today, and we put in an application to start our operations where we stand today on a vacant lot, we wouldn't even get past an initial conversation. It seems more and more that we are being pushed out of the City of Toronto, even though the city needs businesses to sustain and create jobs, generate tax revenue to fund the services that residents need, provide the services and construction that the city requires, and keep this city running. We have been told that the reason for these developments being considered is because of proximity to transit hubs. This is understandable in a superficial consideration. However, when all residential development around transit hubs replaces employment areas, where is the transit going to take these residents? Transit hubs can do a very good job of bringing people to jobs as well as bringing them to their homes. The last item this committee just reviewed stated that employment lands need to be protected and that there is not enough employment lands available as there is next to 0 vacancy rate, as well as the fact that there is enough residentially zoned land within the city to meet residential targets. If this is the case, why are any conversions, including residential, even being considered, including the one at 4577 Steeles Avenue, with more that will certainly follow within our employment area?
Thank you, Mr. Krupe. Thank you very much for being with us today. Are there any questions of the deputant? I have one question. Very thoughtful remarks today. Does it surprise you that in a core employment area that the province has introduced a ministerial zoning order in order to add 4,000 residential units? Does that concern you, that MZOs are being used in that way?
I think considering that we managed to get status as a provincially significant employment land, anything brought forward by any level of government that would threaten that is concerning and quite frankly, completely incomprehensible. I don't understand how we can speak out of both sides of our mouth and end up risking to damage what we've accomplished and possibly displace thousands of jobs outside of a city that desperately needs the tax dollars.
And you understand a municipal zoning order is something that the province can impose on the city with no recourse by the city, correct?
I would defer to an expert in municipal and provincial zoning law, but yeah.
Just to let you know that, and that is in a core employment area, so that's a bit surprising for the growth plan. I agree with you very much. Thank you for coming today. Thank you. Anybody else with questions? Thank you, Mr. Krupe. Our next deputant is Deborah Walker. Is Deborah Walker here with us today in the room, or Deborah's online? Okay, Deborah, you're online. You have 5 minutes. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, thank you. I was just trying to share my PowerPoint, but I can't seem to do that, so I'll just move ahead. I'm here today.
Hang on just a second. We're going to give permission to do that. Would you like to? I think that'd be great if you could. So
that would be good. Thank you.
We'll just take 1 second and get that done. Okay, we have that. And I'm going to restart your time. Are we good for that? Hang on 1 sec. There we go. Okay, there you are. It's up. Thank you.
Trying to get it all within 5 minutes. Thank you. I'm Deborah Walker. I'm with MHBC Planning, and I'm here representing CRH Canada Group, Inc. You may traditionally know them as Duffer and Concrete. And I am speaking on their behalf today in opposition of two conservation requests that are in the northwest corner of McCowan and Shepherd Avenue East in Scarborough. As pointed out on the visual before you, CRH owns lands at 1940 McCowan Road, which is the area identified in red. It is immediately just north of the two conversion area lands that have been requested as part of OPA 591. On the CRH lands, they operate a 24-hour concrete batching plant. And as you can see from the in the light blue transparency is all of these lands are within the area identified as a provincially significant employment zone. This area here is designated currently general employment, and CRH's lands are currently designated core employment. And so the general employment acts as a buffer to the existing residential that's immediately south of Shepherd Avenue. And all of the ECAs, the environmental compliance approvals, allow for that transition to take place. The proposed conversion requests, in our view, are not consistent with the recommendations of the Future of Toronto Employment Areas, which is similar to the Land Needs Assessment, has indicated recommendations to retain all lands designated core and general employment. Also, the conversions are to ensure that the continued economic function of the site and broader area be maintained. Also, the provincially significant employment zone designation, according to that report, confers additional protection. And when planning for major transit station areas, the city should consider new policies that encourage the development of major office. And again, intensification is achievable without necessarily the need for a conversion in all cases. And in this case, given the presence of the concrete batching plant, there is recommended guidelines by the province that recommends a minimum separation of distance of 70 meters and a potential influence area of 300 meters. In this case, the proposed regeneration designation is closer than 70 meters from the CRH lands and entirely within the 300-meter potential influence area. Therefore, we're requesting that council not support the two employment conversion requests made by the owners at 4630 Shepherd Avenue East and 4570, and that the lands remain as general employment designation. CRH has been on this site for over 50 years as Duffer and Concrete and Ontario Ready Mix. Concrete is a perishable product, so it must remain close to market. And it is typically requires no more than a distance of 30 minutes of travel. The Scarborough plant is obviously in a very pivotal location for the east end of the city. And trying to get a new, as Mr. Krupe has pointed out, trying to get new sites for these types of heavy industrial uses is extremely almost impossible. And existing sites that they could be relocated to is extremely rare if available at all. This particular site is very strategic for CRH and the city. Concrete from this site has served numerous community and transit projects, including Eglinton LRT, Scarborough Subway Extension, Michael Garron Hospital, etc. And it will continue to serve future municipal infrastructure, including the future Scarborough Subway Extension and planned growth. I won't get into, I just want to, in the interest of time, as an alternative, if council and committee not supportive of or continue to support the conversion. At a minimum, we request that at least consider minimizing the proposed regeneration area designation so it is closer to the 300-meter area of influence limit as much as possible, so closer to Shepherd Avenue, and maintain as well an general industrial designation as a transition between the core employment designation and the proposed regeneration designation. In addition, in our submission, we've requested amendment wording as well to help allow for better land use compatibility and just help safeguard for CRH, protect the existing use that's on CRH's property. So again, summary of the request, the preferred request is to maintain the current general employment area designation on the proposed conversion lands in its entirety. It would provide the ultimate protection from any potential impacts on CRH's Scarborough plant and is aligned with the recommendations put forward by the city's Future of Toronto Employment Area report, as well as the Land Needs Assessment report we just heard. As an alternative, the other possibility would be to incorporate the recommended changes set out in our submission with respect to making some proposed designation mapping changes and as well to some of the policies in the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? I do have some questions. You've been dealing with this for a while, Deborah. What's the staff response to your request?
Staff have indicated that they were not at this point able to make some of the changes that we had recommended, and that we bring them forward through committee and council at this time.
Sorry, could you just repeat that? I had a mic problem. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So staff have indicated that they would consider the changes. However, they were not able to make any changes at this point and at time, and that to bring forward our requests through committee and council.
So were there statutory meetings or any kind of meetings that you were involved with around these employment lands and staff around these conversions?
We have made a we've made about 2 or 3 submissions to staff.
Public meetings or just private submissions?
Private submissions.
So what was the public process around these conversions?
It is part of Official Plan Amendment 591.
So this is the statutory meeting in which you're really letting us know about this situation, correct?
That's correct.
So I will ask staff about this. And thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Matt Bagnall. Is Matt online? He is online. Thank you, Matt. You have 5 minutes. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Matt Bagnall. I'm a land use planner at Toronto Lands Corporation, TLC. We're a subsidiary of the Toronto District School Board, acting on their behalf in all land use planning matters and real estate matters. My comments today reflect those included within TLC's letter to today's committee. TLC has sought to engage with city staff through their assessment of employment land conversion requests in relation to the ability of schools to accommodate new students. Residential development may be proposed. City's official plan policy 22417F states the city will assess requests to convert lands with employment areas both cumulatively and individually by considering whether or not, in the instance of conversions for residential purposes, sufficient parks, libraries, recreation centres and schools exist or are within walking distance for new residents. In several, several preliminary assessments of conversion requests undertaken by the city, including where staff have determined that lands could be converted, sufficient existing or planned school space within walking distance was identified as an issue. TDSB's own assessments of sites identified further possible concerns with regards to local student accommodation. As many conversion requests do not currently have associated planning applications nor information on proposed residential unit counts, it is challenging to advise on whether the official plan policy can be met in each case with respect to student accommodation. As the policy relates specifically to assessing employment and conversions, once a site is to permit residential use, the policy will no longer apply. As such, to carry forward the policy regarding sufficient local school accommodation, policy language should be included within each approved. Can you hear me?
No, sorry, we're just having some trouble hearing you. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. As such, to carry forward the intent of the policy regarding sufficient local school accommodation, policy language should be included within each approved conversion site area specific policy. TLC provided city staff with recommended policy language as follows. The city will monitor development applications on the land subject to the site area specific policy on an ongoing basis, taking into consideration the availability of local school accommodation. In reviewing applications for residential use, the city shall consult with the school boards to evaluate school accommodation needs and consider opportunities for delivery of new school space, if required, for new residents to provide for complete communities. This policy would assist the TDSB and other school boards in their student accommodation planning work, as well as securing opportunities for new school space where required for new residents. This is important given that these converted employment lands have not been contemplated for residential development and therefore have not been considered in long-term program and student accommodation strategies to this point. The policy language would emphasize the importance of consulting with school boards in these instances and allow for full consideration to be given to situations where new school space is required. Without this policy language, school boards may not be afforded adequate time to undertake the work necessary to plan for and secure sufficient school accommodation. Toronto Lands Corporation and the TDSB respectfully request that the recommendations of the item be amended to include the policy language proposed by TLC within OPA 591 for each approved employment land conversion SASP, where residential uses would be permitted, or for staff to consider this language and report back to council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? I will ask you then, Matt, if your request, you've requested that for staff during these conversations, what's the response, please?
The response to me from staff?
The response to you from staff for the requests. Thank you.
Yeah, staff have advised that given the city circulate individual applications to school boards, it will continue to do so to identify accommodation needs. Our concern is that as review times become more strained, these opportunities will be limited and restricted. So this policy would actually it would promote early engagement with the school boards through planning applications and ensure through policy that we're consulted on areas that haven't historically been planned for residential uses, and also provide the opportunity to find solutions, including new school space where local school accommodation isn't available.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other deputants here on this item that wish to speak? Pardon me? I haven't gotten up over here. Please, thank you. Thank you for coming in person. It's going to be easier to hear you.
councillors, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Hello? No, it's not. Yeah, it's the light's on, so I don't know what's happening. So, here we are. There we go. Yes, we are here today because this is an important issue for TIN. And you've heard already from a number of others about the impact of allowing conversions in employment lands. And I have to say that the amount of employment lands that's under conversion request, including the lands under the previous MCR, they total about 12% of the total employment lands that are available in the city. And even if, say, half of this goes forward, it's a potential disaster for Toronto's goods production sector and its other essential services. Conversions perhaps wouldn't be such an issue if there was a 25% vacancy rate, but as you've heard, there's a practically zero vacancy rate. It's almost impossible to find land for new industrial development or to do expansions. The city's land needs assessment shows that the city is about 159 hectares short of employment lands it needs if it's going to meet the employment targets it set out. And all of this is coupled with global uncertainty, supply chain issues, which you've heard about, and the benefits, the true benefits of making things here in Toronto, which relate to employment opportunities, social equity, which we strongly believe in, and creating wealth for the city through the export of goods. Also, COVID. The manufacturing sector stayed open during COVID, and it was deemed an essential service to supply a lot of the things that we need for our households, food production, tissue paper even, all those things. And we adapted and we worked through COVID. You've heard with the previous item that Toronto has more than enough land available for new residential development. And so we look at the policies of the official plan, conversion and removal policies coupled with the LNA, and we wonder, like, on one hand it says don't convert, and on the other hand we have 20 or 30 conversion requests processed already where it's basically let's convert with a few exceptions, and it's convert with conditions. These are conceptual conversion requests, very little detail, and staff have done their best to respond to those, but they are concepts, and how do you make conditions on concepts? And once the conversions are approved, the developers are in home free. I mean, they have to get their development proposals and building permits and all of that stuff, but the damage is done. And the policy 17 says that conversion applications need to be assessed on their individual and cumulative impacts. With these 20 or 30 conversion requests that have been assessed so far, how do you know what the cumulative impact is going to be on employment lands in our city? We've heard lots about the D6 guidelines, and this truly is a serious issue. Mr. Christie's on the agenda. Mr. Christie left the city because of D6 guidelines. The constant complaints about noise and the smell of cookies from the condo owners across the way on Park Lawn Avenue. Owens Corning fought for 3 years because, with the D6 guidelines, because of a Kumon school that was located in a plaza close to the plant, and the school was not supposed to be there. Nobody knew, but the Ministry of Environment did. And the company had to go through hell to get this, and they produce an essential item, and that happens to be fiberglass, which we use for our building industry. So, we need a stable platform for our operations. We need certainty as much as we can in an uncertain world. And this, these 140 conversion requests do not give us warm feelings. And there's a lot of money invested. Manufacturing makes a lot of employment for Toronto residents, especially newcomers. And we pay well. We pay on average $68,000 plus benefits, and many people working in manufacturing make six figures. So it's like climate change. These conversion requests, well, you know, every MCR we have conversion requests, and it's a little bit here and a little bit there, and it won't matter. Well, it does matter, because every set of conversion requests that are approved whittles away at our employment base, employment lands base.
Could you wrap up?
I'm wrapping up, and thank you. And so we ask that these conversion requests be refused, and I thank you very much for your attention. Happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Are there any questions for Mr. Scrivener? The committee? No, thank you very much for being here, your attention to this matter. How about questions for staff on this? Any questions of staff? No? I'll just ask this question, given what Mr. Scrivener has just said, you know, why are we contemplating any conversion requests, and that say, well, this one won't really harm anything, and then there's the next one and the next one and the next one, which he's pointed out. Why are these being put forward, given that context that Mr. Scrivener has just outlined for us, please?
Maybe I'll start through you, Councillor Fletcher. This report is reporting on 65 hectares of 8,000 hectares of employment land. So this is a first tranche, and we're putting forward conversion requests in this report that are the ones that frankly we can support, and it's clear that we've done our homework. It's clear that conversion requesters have done their homework, and that we've got a process around each one. Many of them will require future land use studies through regeneration policies of the official plan. And we will, as I indicated earlier, be very careful and judicious in how we are ensuring that we maintain employment in these areas. Many of them relate to future transit development or other strategic investments in city building. We've also looked carefully at the ability to achieve affordable housing. So some of these, and all of this is outlined in the material in 126-page attachment. Jeff, I don't know if you want to add something to that overall picture that I'm trying to draw with this.
Sure, through the Vice Chair. Part of the reason why these are coming forward is we have in total about 140 of these conversion requests across the city, and it is the moment that a landowner every 5 years can request a municipality to consider these. So members of city planning with economic development have reviewed these carefully, and these are like Greg said, these are the ones that we can support, and the remaining 100 or so will be coming forward in Q1 2023 as we take a phased approach to the Municipal Comprehensive Review. Again, a process that happens once every 5 years as required by the Planning Act.
Thank you. So it's 65 hectares of 8,000 hectares of employment. And how many of these are in core employment areas? 16 core employment areas in the city. Are any of them in core employment?
Yeah, you know that. I think it's 45 hectares, Jeff?
I believe so. We're just getting that number. But also, Madam Vice Chair, some of these conversion requests are also going from core employment to general employment. There's another smaller subset that are going from from employment to institutional to permit long-term care facilities and retirement homes.
Sorry,
as well.
can't hear you. You faded out on that last statement. Thank you. Repeat. Thank you.
Some of the conversion requests are also going from employment to long-term institutional areas to permit long-term care facilities as well. And in terms of the breakdown from core to general, I think we just need another second. About 10% is core employment. Or sorry, 10 hectares. 10 hectares, my apologies.
10 hectares.
10 to 65.
So 1/6. Okay, thank you. And we did have a deputation from the TDSB talking about schools, and I'm wondering how those conversations have gone and if there's any accommodation for the issues that were raised there, first and foremost. Schools and other community assets.
Yeah, I think what we're considering with that, as well as any other community services facilities, is if a new community was being built through the regeneration policies of the official plan, that we would at that time consider what appropriate community services and facilities might be needed in that new area. We don't want to prematurely suggest that a school is needed. And our approach that we've taken in the past is that we would engage the school boards and other community service providers in planning a new complete community. And that is the time that we would engage the school board, not preemptively to assume that we would need a school or community services in every instance.
Thank you. And Mr. Krupe and Ms. Walker both spoke very strongly about their concrete operations, and in particular, the picture of the Dufferin concrete and her presentation. Are there any accommodations for that? How are you accommodating those quite serious concerns that they have?
Christina, do you want to speak to that?
I can. Thank you very much. And through the chair, as part of our consideration of converting, we have considered submissions that dealt with compatibility mitigation. And so those reports did help us understand really what's happening in the vicinity of each of these conversion sites, and have also helped us better understand what mitigation opportunities exist. In the case of the Dufferin concrete, that the site to the south of it is being proposed for regeneration, which is actually a land use designation that enables us to consider what the best use should be, which could include preserving some of the land for general employment. So that could act as a buffer, which is what I think we heard today is being sought. In the other case that we heard from Dominic Krupe, in addition to this site that's being proposed for conversion today, there are others that are also in the area, and we are still considering what opportunities there are to convert those lands given the heavy industries that are in the vicinity. But all of the conversion requests include recognition of constraints due to compatibility mitigation.
I guess I'm just going to go back to Dufferin Concrete because she was very clear they suggested some other issues for buffer, and quite concerned that so close to their operation, which, as she so eloquently pointed out, whether you agree with the Scarborough subway or don't agree with it, it will require quite a bit of concrete. So are we in the business of people leaving and going to the 905? I'm quite concerned about that in this instance, and I'm not sure, having heard that deputation, that it's been really taken into consideration. I need to be convinced of that, Greg.
Yeah, the deputation did propose an alternative too, which does signal strongly to staff that the depth of the conversion should be limited along the Shepherd frontage. Staff can work with that direction. That could very well be the direction that we're headed in with a regeneration designation on the lands, because we're very much aware that we want to retain the concrete batching to the north, and it would provide staff direction if the committee wanted to endorse that alternative to the deputant advanced.
I'm sorry, that was, I don't actually have it written down here. Is something that you have? I would certainly move that.
Yeah, that is likely in a motion that staff have prepared, and we can ensure that you've got that.
Okay, I will ask our great clerk about that. Thank you so much. Those were the questions for that, and now moving on to technical amendment. I think we have a technical amendment. There's also another motion here. Oh, hi. Just changed. These are technical amendments from staff. And then is there another amendment, another motion here? So that is the motion lined up regarding the deputation from Dufferin Concrete, correct? Could I just get that clarified, please?
Yes, Councillor, this is the motion that responds to that.
Thank you so much. Okay. There's two motions now in front of us. Any questions? Pardon me? Would you like to see it again? Would you be able to put that back up for Councillor Perks, please? Thank you. That has to do with the deputation that was made by Deborah earlier regarding a different configuration. And then the other two are technical amendments from staff. Are you good with those? Fine, thank you. All right. Members, are we ready to go? Yes? Can we vote on those separately then, Jennifer? Should we do that? All right, first one, the technical amendments from staff, please. All in favor, first amendment number 1, wherever that went. Is it up there? Yeah, we'll just put it up while we vote on it. Thank you. There on that one. Thank you. All in favor, opposed, that carries. And then the next one. All in favor, opposed, that carries. And then on the recommendations contained in the report, all in favor, opposed, that carries. Thank you very much. Thank you. Item 15, done. And then moving on to item 16, we also have a presentation for item 16, which we'll hear in a second. And after item 16, we'll go back and deal with Councillor Bradford's motion and clean up a little mess I made earlier today. No way. Yes, I had a big cow pie there. I stepped right in it. Okay, thank you very much. Item 16, which is our planned Toronto citywide 115 proposed major transit station area, protected major transit station area delineations, final report. We have a staff presentation, and then we have some deputations. And as I mentioned, I think at the beginning of the meeting, this is a very meaty meeting that we're having. These are really, really big issues that we have in front of us. And we'll start with our first speaker for item 16, and that is Laura Lee Terrian. And I'm wondering if Laura Lee is online. Yes, she is. Thank you, Laura Lee. You're here with us in committee online, and you have 5 minutes. We can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Laura Lee Terrian. My family has ancestral ties from an island, and we're members of the Métis Nation of Ontario. My home and Indigenous public health institution is within the boundary of the new proposed Long Branch PMTSA. In my culture, it is understood.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. I'm terribly sorry, Laura Lee. We're going to hear the presentation first, and that will be helpful. I'm terribly sorry for that. You got to practice for 31 seconds. There you go. You'll come back in a minute. Thanks so much. Okay, now back to our great staff for that presentation. Are we ready for that? Staff presentation?
Yes, we'll tee that up. Mr. Fletcher, I'll give you Jeff Kent and Philip Parker.
Will you be making that presentation, Jeff?
I'll be sharing my screen if I can get sharing abilities, please, to the clerk.
And can you keep that microphone very close to you? Thank you so much. I mean, close so we can really hear you. We're all set up and ready for you. There you go. Ready to roll.
Over to you. Over to you, Greg and Phil.
Over to you, Phil.
Okay, thanks, Greg. So I'm going to present on the major transit station areas and protected major transit station areas.
Could you just get a little closer to whatever microphone you're using, Philip, please? Thank you.
Sure. Is this any better?
That's better, yes.
Okay, great. So we're presenting to you 115 major transit station areas, 86 of which are protected major transit station areas, and 29 are major transit station areas. Excuse me. Across Toronto, there are 141 major transit station areas in total. All, excuse me, all the subway stations, LRT, and GO stations identified as priority transit corridors in the growth plan. A major transit station area includes any property or lot within a 10-minute walk of a transit station, which is approximately 500 to 800 meters. And the growth plan requires that the city demonstrates that there's a planning framework in place at all MTSAs that supports intensification near higher order transit. So the minimum planned density is measured in residents and jobs per hectare. And the requirements are 200 residents and jobs per hectare for subway, 160 for light rail transit, and 150 for GO rail. These density targets are the minimum set by the province in the growth plan. And in many areas of Toronto, our planning framework already allows for higher densities. Of the 115 in this report, 45 exceed the growth plan targets, 60 meet the targets, and 10 are lower than the targets in areas where development is constrained by ravines or where there are major trip generators. Next slide, please. A subset of the city's major transit station areas are the protected major transit station areas, which we've heard about a bit about already today. So inclusionary zoning is the city's ability to require a percentage of affordable housing in developments of a certain size. And a protected major transit station area is the only place where provincial policy allows the City of Toronto to apply that inclusionary zoning. The yellow dots shown on this map are the stations we've identified as protected major transit station areas, where there is an overlap between market areas 1, 2, or 3. And again, these market areas are identified across the city based on their capacity to absorb inclusionary zoning requirements while ensuring continued development viability. In total, 107 of the city's 141 major transit station areas are being identified as protected major transit station areas. Once approved by the council and the minister, this will unlock the city's inclusionary zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. So growth around transit stations will be part of a broader two-step growth management strategy. The first step, which we're looking at right now, is meeting the growth plan requirements for those 141 major transit station areas. This establishes and demonstrates the minimum planned densities in all of our station areas. It unlocks inclusionary zoning. And just for clarity, in this step, only the minimum density is being identified through this exercise, and nothing precludes development that goes beyond these minimums. Step 2 is future planning studies and development applications, which will further consider density increases in major transit station areas and encouraging inclusionary zoning. Some examples of this are citywide work like expanding housing options in neighborhood and local area studies underway considering higher density, such as the Davenport study, the Golden Mile Secondary Plan, Midtown, and others. Next slide, please. In terms of progress to date, we have 18 final protected major transit station areas which have been adopted by council and are awaiting ministerial approval. These are the 16 in the downtown and 2 at Keele Finch. We have 115 which are presented today. That's 82% of the city's total. On all of these stations, we've undertaken extensive public consultation between fall 2021 and now. We've had a series of targeted consultation meetings and presentations with residents associations, community groups, open houses, town hall cameos, presentation to industry through build meetings. And we had over 100 virtual attendees at the virtual open house. We've also had our major transit station interactive tool, which was launched in November 2021. And through that website, we've had over 5,600 page views and more than 90 comments received. And just as an example of one of the major changes that we made based on community input, we met with Councillor Grimes' office and the Long Branch Residents Associations, and based on local input, we added a large retail plaza to the delineated area of Long Branch Station, because this site was subject to a site and area specific policy with permissions for over 3,000 new housing units. Through this addition, we were able to achieve the provincial density targets at Long Branch Station, whereas before we were requesting a lower target. And so through that community input, we were able to achieve another growth plan goal. The report describes additional changes that were made through consultation as well. And then finally, there are 7 major transit station areas that require additional studies before they can be brought to council, and those will be advancing later in 2023. Next slide, please. This is a key map of the full citywide major transit station area overview. So you can see we have 141. And just for context, because we're subject to the same growth plan as the rest of the region, we wanted to give some context that the municipality with the second highest number of transit stations is York Region, or Peel Region rather, with 91. York Region had 78, and the other regions ranged from 24 to 8 major transit station areas. And we just kind of wanted to give context to show that the scale of the exercise that we've undertaken here in Toronto is a little bit different, even though we were given the same timeframes and the same requirements by the province. Next slide, please. This is the key map of the 115 stations we're presenting today citywide at Planning and Housing Committee. And next slide. And these are the 7 stations which require additional work. We did highlight that Mount Dennis, Chaplin, and Avenue stations have been drafted. The Chaplin and Avenue were earlier at this committee meeting. And the remaining 4 stations, Glencairn, there's a study underway. And then Royal York, Lawrence on the Scarborough subway extension, and the Finch Kennedy stations also have work underway and will be completed later on. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, this report, if adopted by this committee, will go to council for adoption. We will have to submit the 115 major transit station areas to the minister for approval. Again, the minister's approval is required to implement the city's inclusionary zoning bylaw. And then we have the 7 stations requiring additional work, which will be brought back for council consideration in 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now all of the deputants have heard that. I think it's very clear that these are all mandated provincially, correct? Good. I will now call on our first deputant who had a practice session, Laura Lee Terrian, back up. Is Laura Lee ready to go?
Absolutely.
There you go. Laura Lee, you're back. Thank you very much. You got 30 seconds previously. Now you can get the whole 5 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Laura Lee Terrian. My family has ancestral ties to Drummond Island, and we are members of the Métis Nation of Ontario. My home and Indigenous public health institution is within the boundary of the newly proposed Long Branch PMTSA. In my culture, it's understood that women carry the water and bring forth new life on earth. And that's why we are responsible for speaking for the water and for protecting the environment for future generations. Water is life, but it also causes destruction, death, and disease if it's not managed properly. Toronto's official plan has a strong emphasis on policy updates for infrastructure and stormwater management planning that takes into account the impacts of climate change and extreme weather events. And it incorporates the use of green infrastructure and low impact development. Between 2016 and 2021, Long Branch has experienced a 13.5% population growth. Toronto's population growth in comparison was only 2.3% during the same period. Projected household growth plan density targets for Long Branch can be met by utilizing a significant underdeveloped area at the site of the current no-frills. It is already approved with a site and area-specific plan for growth and 2,200 additional new units. A 2009 analysis by a master's in forest conservation graduate found that the impact of residential intensification in Long Branch between 2009 and 2018 resulted in a 56% loss of tree canopy on redeveloped lots. We are currently experiencing a further loss of 24% tree canopy on adjacent properties. 79% of the remaining private trees are in our backyards. EHON will allow the removal of these trees as of right. Tree canopy loss is devastating, and it devastates our environment and the flight path migratory corridor that is our heritage. We have international treaties in place to protect this flight path that are not currently being recognized in Toronto. Urban heat maps report South Etobicoke as scorching due to the large industrial lands to the north and from the loss of tree canopy. Reduced urban heat island effect in Toronto is a matter of public health. Protecting and planting trees are easy, viable solutions. Developers should not have the right to destroy trees that contribute to our health and well-being and the well-being of our future generations simply to generate profits that do not equate to affordable housing. South Etobicoke is in the study area 53, and there's currently an environmental assessment underway regarding basement flooding protection. It is expected to be completed this year. I'm confident that the results of this study will reveal why many of the homes in the TSA are currently flooding from overland water flow, underground water flow, and the overburdened combined storm sewer systems. It is well known that Long Branch is adjacent to a flood zone in Etobicoke Creek, and we have high amounts of clay in our soil that saturate our land and increase overland flood risk. My home has flooded many times. It is at the lowest point of the street in front of the storm sewer with water running from the north, east, and west towards my property. Floods are devastating. They cost us thousands of dollars, often without insurance coverage and with high deductibles. Affordable housing and healthy communities are what Toronto is looking for, not to destroy our trees and make huge unaffordable homes. Certainly this committee does not want to create flood conditions that put our existing homes at risk. If the City of Toronto continues to intensify without appropriate storm management infrastructure and by ensuring that water is absorbed by trees and on private lands, many of the existing homes in Long Branch may become uninsurable or dangerously contaminated from raw sewage. I am asking this committee to take more time. Our neighborhood association has very smart people who are willing to help work and solve problems with innovation and consideration for all residents who deserve safe, healthy communities. Miigwech. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for being here. Any questions of the deputant today? No? Thanks so much, Laura Lee. Appreciate you attending. Next deputant is John McDonald. And John, you're online and ready to roll. Thanks so much. You can start now.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I have some slides.
Okay, 1 second while we just accommodate you. I'll just ask our great staff if they have those ready to go. Should be able to show them and share your screen now. Thank you.
I did send them in as well.
Just 1 second while we get this sorted out. Sorry. Can you access those and get them posted?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just hold your time while you get that all organized, okay?
Do you see them?
Nope.
No?
He did send those in. Sorry, clerks don't have those, John. Can you not get those posted?
Okay, it says allow WebEx to share your content.
Pardon me?
Yeah, it says allow WebEx to share your content. So I guess it's open system preferences. Okay.
It seems like it's something on your end, John, because they're all set up for you here to show your content.
Okay. Okay, let me,
Would you like us to go to the next deputant and you can try to get that sorted?
let me pop it up now. Do you see it?
No, we can't see it.
Okay.
You know what? I'm going to go to the next deputant and you can fool around with the technology and maybe you'll be able to do that. And we'll come back to you right after, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you.
No problem. Thank you.
All right.
Our next deputant is Sandy Donald. And Sandy is online, not here, not with us. Thank you. And how about Christine Mercado? Is Christine with us? Okay, Christine, you're up. And while you're talking, John's going to try to get his presentation going. Thank you. Your turn.
Hello, Madam Chair. I'm going to try and share my content as well. Okay, so can you see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So my name is Christie Mercado, and I'm the chair of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. The LBNA still has major concerns with the final delineation of the proposed PMTSA for the Long Branch GO station. As Mr. Parker mentioned, we did meet with city staff and we were sure more work was to be done. And the revised PMTSA for Long Branch, in our opinion, is still not correct and it still requires revisions. And just as a side note, we've also written a letter to our MPP, Christine Hogarth, to reach out to the Minister of Municipal Affairs to endorse the delay of the deadline till 2023 for these PMTSA delineations, so we can truly get them right. So in our estimation, there are still several things that that can be improved upon within the Long Branch GO Station PMTSA. So the one thing that was added was the site and area specific plan, which we pointed out to city staff, and we were thankful that was included because we truly did think that was appropriate. But we still, what we did notice is that the proposed border actually didn't change with the rest of the PMTSA. So it still goes quite deep into the neighborhoods, which we felt that it was too far. So as an experiment, we actually walked the distances. So we took from Long Branch, so we took the outermost borders and we walked to the front station of the GO station several times to see if there was any change. And we just used a simple GPS app, and we did it on sort of a regular sunny day with sort of no adverse effects. And we did come to the conclusion that the PMTSA was beyond the 5 to 10 minute walk, but as well, it was well into the RD zones, which begins at 39th Street, extending west onto 36th Street. And then it also went beyond the 500 or 800 meters that was required by the province. So I'm sharing the results from the James and 36th Street to the Long Branch GO. And that is the most easterly portion of the PMTSA that is proposed. And then we go down into 364 Lake Promenade to the Long Branch Go, and that would be the most southeasterly border for the PMTSA. The time there was 15:41, and it was 1.24 kilometers walking. What we did find was that there were appropriate sections, which was 142nd Street to the Long Branch Go, which was 9 minutes and 57 seconds, and the distance was 772 meters. So there are areas that the proposed PMTSA is within the walking distances, and the 5 to 10 minute walk that's delineated by the that has been mandated by the province. However, we still do think that there hasn't been enough time spent on individual sites, either individually or even regionally, to truly get these borders right. So that was one of our first concerns. We also had concerns with the FSI minimums in the neighborhood, which are too large. So Laura actually spoke about this quite briefly, where she talked about the minimums in the neighborhood, the FSI minimums. So we pointed out to city staff that the draft PMTSA of 0.6 was much larger than the maximum FSI of 0.35, which is the maximum 0.35 in the area, and that's also the prevailing density. We pointed this out to staff. We provided TLAB decisions that supported the 0.35 density, and then staff returned with a 0.5 FSI density.
Christine, you're just about out of time. Can you wind up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So what we're trying to tell you, though, is that the large FSI minimum doesn't mean more dense housing. The 0.5 FSI or three units you could end up having a 0.7 house that just houses me, myself, and I.
Thank you.
So we do think that the maximum densities, the minimum densities, are actually too small, but are too large for what's prevailing in Long Branch. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you. I'm going to go back to you, John McDonald, and hopefully you have everything teed up now. How are you doing? Back to John, please.
I'll try again.
Okay, go for it. And if you can't get it up, then you'll just have to make your deputation, okay?
Okay. Can you see it?
No, we can't see anything. So could you just
Okay.
tell us what you were going to show us, please? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I'll
Starting
talk to
your
the
time
slides.
right now. Yep, thank you.
Okay, so my name is John McDonald. I'm not here in any professional capacity today. I'm here as a resident located in the proposed zone for the Long Branch Go PTMSA. I'm located at 6739th Street, located between Lakeshore Boulevard and James Street. I've been a resident for 25 years, and I moved to Long Branch to get away from other congested areas of the cities that I lived in, including high-rise and rental housing. The issues that I have are that we're going to get minimal gain for major impact by redesignating my half street and the others in our RD zone. Changes the unique characteristics of the Long Branch neighborhood. The proposed intensification out of the corner of where two major bodies of water meet, Tobico Creek and Lake Ontario, and an excessively high FSI minimum, which would cause significant loss of mature canopy growth. So the PTMSA, I had a diagram that shows that the RD zone that I'm in between 36th Street and 39th Street, much of it is actually beyond the 500 to 800 meter walk path that is stipulated, I guess, in the provincial guideline, and therefore it doesn't make any sense for me and for the residents both in that area and down 39th Street to the bottom, that to have that portion grabbed as part of this proposal. especially when there's an RM zone that ends at 40th Street. In terms of my house, my location now, I'm in a 2-story house. The FSI is 0.29, and if a house is double the size of the one I have now, with a bungalow on either side, I can't imagine how that would be any kind of a good fit. In my backyard, when I look down 38th Street, I did have a slide that showed a large structure, which is 2 houses that were put in a recent construction, and it breaks both the back plane and disrupts the look of the neighborhood. I did have a slide in here that showed that when you do an 800 suite from the GO station, the 800 meters also catches the entrance of Etobicoke Creek into Lake Ontario. And what is being proposed here is intensification, where we're really at the corner of where 2 waterways meet. I had pictures of flooding that I took in 2019, which occurred less than 800 meters from the Long Branch GO station, which is part of a floodplain. Obviously, the 0.5 minimum impact would cause a lot of loss of landscaping. The meter grade on 39th Street goes from 91 meters down to 83 meters at James Street, and then down to 81 meters at Lake Promenade. And that significant drop, causes water to flow from north to south. And there's been flooding in my basement and my neighbors. I have photos in the presentation I've sent to you, which show the movement of water in my backyard from the north fence line and then pooling in my south fence line. And these photos were also taken in 2019 as an example, as the same as the flooding that I've showed in the floodplain Marie Curtis.
You got 30 seconds left, John, just to let you know.
Okay.
30, yep.
I've included an environmental flooding survey request from 2020 from City of Toronto. Intensification loss of trees. I've included a slide that I sent to you with a number of addresses that went to TLAB that have FSIs in the neighborhood of 0.5 and in that range. That would be an impact, which will impact lack of the mature canopy. So in conclusion, I'm asking.
Thank you, John. 1 second.
If they
Finish
could
up.
revisit the FSI and the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Any questions?
Okay.
Any questions for John? No, not seeing any. Thank you. Councillor Bradford, could you please let me know you're here, if you are? Thank you. Next debutant is Sandy McDonald, who was in as Alexander, but he's really Sandy. So we actually found him, and there you are.
Hello.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Sandy Donald. I'm a resident of South Long Branch. I'm actually just a couple of meters away from the area you're talking of. Basically, the changes to the bylaw in particular, currently it's 0.35 maximum, whatnot, changing it to 0.5 minimum. Basically, it will allow builders to build as big as they want. This will force the building of monster homes on 50-foot lots, basically 3,000 square feet or higher, and on 25-foot lots, it will create epic soldier houses. In particular, in the changes in the bylaw, the Black Barn Maple, which is actually currently under appeal at TLAB, the Black Barn Maple will come down as of right. Black Barn Maple is about a 160-year-old tree. It's the largest tree in West Long Branch. With the changes you're talking of, i.e. with the 0.5, the tree will come down as of right. I don't care about no changes in regards to tree bylaws. It will come down as of right. The intent of the provincial government for basically a higher density near major transit centers and whatnot. The intent is not what is going to happen. The result will be completely different. It will be larger, expensive houses near the Long Branch GO stations, houses in the $2 to $4 million range, which are not primary transit user. The area that will be affected is basically 36th Street West. The area is currently zoned is substantially larger than the 800 meter provincial requirements. Actually, going from James Street and 36th Street is 1,100 meters from the GO station. There's 21 other major transit stations that are going with a minimum of 0.3, which is currently below the 0.35, which makes a lot more sense for West Long Branch. The 0.5 FSI will destabilize the Long Branch neighborhood and will gut the Long Branch character guidelines. The 0.5 will force building of monster homes and soldier houses. 0.5 will result in more expensive houses. 0.5 will force the removal of the Black Barn Maple. 0.5 will destabilize the Long Branch neighborhood. 0.5 will, in effect, reduce the ridership. 0.5, I believe, is discriminatory against Long Branch, where 21 other centers have it. And as mentioned, 0.5 will gut the Long Branch character guidelines. Basically, 0.5 will only benefit builders and developers, not the city or the residents. As far as the public consultation went, I'm sorry, I was involved. I felt it was very one-sided. All the attempts to bring up in regards to flooding, which is a major concern in Long Branch, especially West Long Branch, plain and simple, they were ignored. Couldn't get any answers whatsoever. South Long Branch, in particular West Long Branch, as has been mentioned, we are on or beside a floodplain. In the last 5-7 years, we've noticed substantially more flooding as development has gone in, and very definitely for South Long Branch, we went from 27% tree canopy down to 15. I know the city has changed the guideline, or the, if you want to call it the yardstick. Now shrubs are being counted in as equivalent to trees, which I think is, personally, I think that's absolutely ridiculous. But in particular for what we were talking of here, and if a flood study has to be done, we could end up with basically irreparable harm and flooding in the area, and that's not going to help anybody. That's my basic presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Donald? No. Thank you very much for being here today and your presentation to us. I'm going to move now to any questions of staff. Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just a question to the staff. As far as Mount Dennis, that's not included, and we did complete the study. And actually, it was just approved by Community Council last week.
Philip, you want to answer that? I think this is forthcoming in the 7 that are still under study. Is that correct, Philip?
Yeah, that's correct. The timing of the Mount Dennis study wasn't enough in order for us to bring the final delineation to this report, given the provincial notification requirements for the Section 26 approval. So it will be forthcoming in the next reports.
So which is when?
It'll be the first quarter of 23.
Okay. Okay, so that would definitely be in, so it didn't, is it because it didn't get to Community Council in time to be, and that's why it's not included in this report?
Yeah, there was a bit of a timing mismatch. So we put the draft out for consultation from Community Council, and it will be out for draft until that 2023 report comes forward.
I also think, Councillor, that we wanted to make sure that knew what the final form of the Mount Dennis land use study would be as per Council's approval. in order to align it with the delineation in the PMTSA. So it actually makes sense what we're doing to make sure that it fully incorporates council's final decision on them, Dennis.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from committee members? No. I'm just going to ask, there was a number of issues raised by deputants, and I know everyone we're looking for density, but quite concerned around the ability of the current infrastructure to take that amount of density. So for water, particularly water and energy side, could you address how you've looked at that or how you measure that with this MTSAs and PMTSAs, please? Who's looking at that? Where does that come in?
At a high level, Councillor, I would say that the MTSA delineations reflect as of right zoning as much as possible. So what, especially in these residential areas, and in a way, people are already permitted to undertake development at these levels. If many of these MTSAs have, however, had local area studies behind them. So for example, Golden Mile. And those local area studies have looked at the infrastructure comprehensively. So there is that foundational work has been done. If we are increasing densities up to the MTSA minimums that the province requires, or even exceed those minimums, we've looked at the infrastructure requirements and done, put that complete community lens over top of this. I guess my final comment would be that even with all of that, individual applications are still required to go through development review, and we undertake the Toronto Water and engineering reviews for each development.
Thank you very much. And any other questions here? No? Speakers? Got any speakers? No? Thank you. Then we'll speak because there's a technical amendment that I've been asked to move here. And do you have that? Here it comes. Get ready. There it is. This is from staff. There you go. Downsview, Shepherd, Wilson. Downsview, Shepherd West, Wilson. It's amended. Thank you. Any other? Are there other ones technical? No, just the only technical amendment from planning. So with that, could I get it? I'm moving it. All in favor? Opposed? None? The whole item as amended. All in favor? Opposed? None. I should call for a recorded vote, and then we'll find the members of the committee. Thank you very much, and thank you for those 3 big pieces of work to our planning staff. It's really quite something. Items 14, 15, and 16, they're all about Our Plan Toronto. They're major, major pieces of legislation. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you to the deputants, and obviously this conversation will continue for the next number of years. I had wanted to pass Councillor Bradford's item. I don't know if he needs to be here to do that. He has item 26. It was a piece of new business, so you could just... Okay. We won't do that, but I will say that on item 3 that we passed earlier with the community consultation, Councillor Perks and Councillors Nunziata and Perks picked up that this is an election year and there's certain kinds of consultation can happen and can't. So I'll just be advising you, we'll reopen that to fix that before we finish the meeting. On item 3, yeah. Honest mistake. Thank you, Councillor Perks. Okay, next item we have is Renoviction Policy, item 35.18, Renoviction Policy, creating a framework to protect affordable and mid-range rental homes and deter renovictions. We have quite a number of speakers here, starting with Karen Andrews for the Advocacy Centre for Tenants of Ontario. And I believe you're here. Thank you very much. Nice to see you in person. It's great to have personal deputants. And I think you've been working with staff on this issue for a while, so it'll be interesting to hear what you have to say. This is quite a bit of work. We started, as everybody knows, with our subcommittee for the retention of affordable rental housing, and this is the last piece of work come from that committee. So thanks so much for being here, Karen, and please take it away with your 5 minutes.
Well, I'm old and I prefer the in-person approach. Really. I'm Karen Andrews, and I'm a lawyer at the Advocacy Centre for Tenants in Ontario. It's a provincial legal clinic, and we do law reform, and we litigate test cases. And I want to thank you very much for taking this issue seriously. I live at Dovercourt College, and a house up the street went for sale. And a friend of mine said, hey, I'm interested in that house. It's got 3 units in it. I'd like to live in it. Could you go and take a look? Sure, I'll go and take a look. And I talked to the real estate agent, and we talked about the price, and I said the rents are really low here. It's not going to carry the house. This is an issue. And the real estate agent said, no problem. You just tell them that you're renovating. Well, it is a problem. It is a problem. The regime that we have also gives landlords the incentive to neglect their properties in order to do a major renovation. It also gives landlords the ability to fluff their units and literally double their rent. This whole issue is an attack on our neighborhoods and our communities. It's an attack on good, law-abiding tenants who follow the rules, live there a long time, pay their rent faithfully to their landlords, who are getting all their costs covered while owning an asset that is appreciating sometimes $200,000 a year. They never talk about the appreciating asset that they have. The economics of this issue, there was a notorious case at 795 College Street. Some of those tenants were actors in Baroness von Sketch. They were landlord-owned use and renovicted out. And it's the only time in my 30 years that I have seen a substantial fine. They were media savvy, but the adjudicator did the math. And the adjudicator said, you're paying $1,200 a month, and after renovation, over $4,000 a month. The fine is peanuts in Toronto. $25,000 is peanuts. And in the new British Columbia legislation that has caused New Westminster to repeal its bylaw, the fine is only a year's rent. And at $1,200, that's a $14,000 fine. We have to get real here. The average tenant buyouts in the Bay Area in California are $50,000. How big a problem is this? Data is very important. Why the Landlord and Tenant Board does not share this data with us is a mystery to me. The suggestion of your work is to use your influence to obtain data from the Landlord and Tenant Board. It's an excellent one. I'd also suggest that you obtain data from the Sheriff's Office. How many actual evictions are carried out against this activity? Not many are actually carried out. Too many tenants just leave. But this dearth of data, I think, can help the city. I say as a tenant advocate that this is a big problem and you need to do something. I am very interested to know what my colleagues on the landlord bar would say to this issue. Are they going to say it's a big problem because we don't follow the rules? Or are they going to say it's a tiny problem, a few bad apples? Either way, I think you have an invitation to act. What's the problem with you, regulating this practice better? I teach at Osgoode Hall Law School. Many students write about the affordable housing crisis. They look at the legislation and they say, what's the problem? The problem is the legislation is not working on the ground. What the Residential Tenancies Act expects landlords to do is put tens of thousands of dollars into a unit, upgrade it, and keep the rent the same. And Milton Friedman will tell you that this will not work. Capitalism does not respond to friendly chiding and persuasion. There is too much money on the table. Capitalism and landlords respond to the bottom line and effective regulation. The approach taken in New Westminster worked. What seems key is that the landlord has to rehouse the tenant as this process is undergone. This is like a condition that helps the landlord as a down payment on their good faith. Take this
20 seconds left.
Take this issue out for a spin. Model it on New Westminster. Get the building permits in advance, house the tenants. To quote the great one, you miss all the shots you don't take. Take this shot, take it out, do it robustly. New Westminster had the proper approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming today. Any questions for Karen? No, thanks so much. And next up is Carly Wilson. Is Carly with us or online? Online, Carly, please, thank you for joining us. Please start your deputation. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
Could you speak up, please? We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Is this better?
Yep.
Wonderful. My name is Carly Wilson. I'm a staff housing lawyer at a local legal clinic, Don Valley Community Legal Services. I'm here to first offer support for what the Housing Secretariat has proposed. City Council has the power to intervene on this issue to protect the health and well-being of this city's residents, a near majority of whom are tenants. Approving this policy and bylaw would be a positive step in the right direction. The proposed bylaw creates an intervention before landlords serve a notice of eviction to tenants by requiring them to first obtain a building permit. This intervention would surely stave off bad faith evictions. It requires that landlords legitimize their claim that they actually need vacant possession of a unit. Further, many tenants, as my colleague Karen just alluded to, are inclined to find new housing as soon as they receive an eviction notice. They don't wait for it to be enforced or heard. The Eviction Prevention Toolkit and its distribution is an invaluable instrument to keep tenants from foregoing their rights and their homes. Lastly, the housing at risk table proposed here is deeply needed by the communities it would serve, by housing advocates across the city, and frankly, myself. We need that data, and it would be wonderful to have access to it. With that, I'm also speaking today because I want to encourage this committee and City Council to take this bylaw further. The proposed bylaw is already wading into a jurisdictional quagmire. You're playing with the province's legislation. I say if you're already wet, you might as well go swimming. Additional provisions could make massive changes for tenants and preserve affordable and mid-range housing in this city. I'm currently working with a building that has faced an absolute blitz of renoviction notices, and some simple additions to this bylaw could make all the difference for tenants in that building. Require landlords to provide proof that they have helped their displaced tenants find alternative accommodation before receiving a building permit. I've been sitting in this committee meeting for 7 hours like the rest of you. We are hearing that the housing supply in this city is viciously short, and there's no reason why the burden of rehousing tenants can't be shared, especially in cases where there are empty units available in a landlord's building. We could also require landlords to provide 60 days notice to tenants that a unit is ready for them to exercise their right to return, and that they have offered acceptable rent to the tenant before they receive final sign-off on their building inspection. Our staff cannot recall a single tenant that has actually been able to exercise their right to return, and the promise of being able to do so would be a lifeline for my clients that are desperate to stay in their neighborhood to preserve their friends, their communities, and their livelihoods. These additions would truly change the lives of tenants that I work with by ensuring their rights as tenants are upheld and by giving them hope that they could one day return to their homes. I lastly want to quickly address the importance of enforcement. City Council has the power to impose financial penalties of up to $100,000 for bylaw infractions. There is no more appropriate time to exercise that power than here. Landlords are able to dismiss compensating tenants and paying $25,000 fines as part of the cost of doing business. $100,000 is a steep increase and could make the difference. The policy as written focuses on voluntary compliance and an education-first approach. And while I laud that idealism, real estate is a colossal investment opportunity in this country, and trying to counter a quest for cash with an information campaign is at best naive and at worst willfully blind. The policy is correctly advising the province to put more teeth behind the Rental Housing Enforcement Unit and states throughout that the city will leverage its authorities to support the health, social, and economic well-being of the city and its people. Comprehensive and impactful enforcement provisions in this bylaw are key to ensuring that the housing at risk table and the city's bylaw generally have sufficient strength and force behind them to stand up for the tenants of this city the way that they deserve. And with that, I thank you for your time and consideration this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Just wondering if there's any questions for Carly. Carly, could you please send in, if there's no questions for you, I'd just ask if you'd be willing to just send in the points that you've just made as things that should be included in this bylaw. Will you do that, please?
Happily. Where should I send them?
Just send them to my office.
Yeah.
Send them, yes, because you've worked with my staff there. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Next up is, Daniel Bastian, Neighborhood Legal Services. Daniel, are you on the line? Oh, you're here. Yay, another in-person. We're going to give out some candies or something for all you in-person people. You're all getting something great today. All right. Thank you. We'll put it under their seat. Thank you. You have 5 minutes, as you know.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the members of the Housing and Planning Committee for this opportunity to speak on this very important issue. I'm a community legal worker from Neighbourhood Legal Services. We're a legal aid-funded community legal clinic. We've been providing free legal services for low-income residents of Toronto's downtown east since 1973. Our clients are refugees, precarious workers, the elderly, and the disabled. In the last year, we have assisted over 200 clients facing evictions. This is only the tip of the iceberg, and we know that for each client we see, many more must navigate the landlord and tenant board on their own against landlords and their legal reps. We fight hard for our clients because we know that housing in Toronto is expensive and hard to come by. When one of our clients gets evicted, there's a good chance they will not be able to find a new apartment and will end up on the streets, in a shelter, or in an encampment. We know from experience that unscrupulous landlords frequently abuse the system in order to push out long-term tenants to re-rent their units at a higher cost to new tenants and get around rent control. Renovictions are a common tactic that we see. Renovictions are difficult for tenants to fight legally because many tenants are unaware of their rights or how to find help. Many just leave. Legal aid services are stretched by budget cuts. We're unable to represent every tenant who comes to us due to capacity issues. Tenant duty counsel is often stretched between several virtual hearing rooms at a time and can only give a few minutes of summary advice to tenants. Many of the tenants who try to fight at the landlord and tenant board are self-represented. Virtual hearings are difficult for tenants with poor access to technology, poor technical skills. Tenants have had their tenancies terminated while trying to log into their hearings. It is very difficult to prove renoviction was in bad faith until much after the tenant has moved out. By that point, the landlord and tenant board will not kick out the new tenant. The evicted tenant can at best hope for some short-term monetary compensation. So we think that this proposed policy and bylaw are steps in the right direction. We absolutely, support it. We think that making landlords have proper building permits in place will help reduce the number of bad faith renovictions and help protect affordable housing in the city. We think that making landlords give tenants information about their rights will help ensure that fewer will have to navigate the system alone and be taken advantage of by unscrupulous landlords. We also do think that the proposal should be strengthened, echoing what Carly from DVCLS says. We do think that requiring landlords to provide 60 days notice to tenants that a unit is ready for them to move back in before receiving the final sign-off on their building inspection should be added, as well as requiring landlords to provide proof of accommodations, compensation, or arrangements for tenants before receiving a building permit, as well as requiring landlords to provide proof of acceptable rent offered to the tenant before receiving final sign-off on their building inspection, and using financial penalties of up to $100,000 for breaches of the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a question Councillor Perks had. Is that applicable law with the buildings? Do you want to ask that, Gord, please? Thank you.
I beg your pardon?
So the chief building official is compelled to issue a notice that the work is complete and the building can be occupied unless there's something in applicable law that prevents them from doing so. And I'm not aware of how a notice to a tenant to return counts as applicable law. Do you have thoughts on that?
Can you hang on for a second?
Well, what are you doing?
Well, this is happening, and I
Is
can't
the
hear.
committee room,
It's a ghost, and it's all right. Okay,
the
try
ghost
that
never
again.
comes at 10 to 4.
Try it again, thank you.
So my understanding is the chief building official is required to issue the document saying this place can now be inhabited, the work is completed, unless there is something in applicable law that prevents him from doing so. Am I correct in that understanding?
I'm not an expert in municipal law or zoning stuff. I'm a community legal worker. I'm mostly.
Oh, okay, it's the Ontario Building Code.
Okay, yeah.
Places that obligation on local building officials. Like, I would love to be able to do what you want, but we as council can't direct the chief building official to issue these documents or not issue these documents. He's compelled in the act unless there's something in applicable law. So fire code or something else, which is applicable to whether a place is habitable or not.
Right. So my understanding, and I'm absolutely not an expert, so this is not legal advice,
Okay.
is that you may be able to do it through a bylaw as long as you make it compatible with the definition of applicable law under the Building Code Act, is my
It
understanding.
would take some fancy dancing. So this is the thing, right? Like, it's very narrowly defined what law is applicable to issuing a building permit or issuing an inspection, issuing a positive inspection. Like, these are not discretionary matters, and you can't just decide that something else is applicable law. Is that not your understanding as well?
I'm afraid I don't have a. I'm not very well positioned to answer
Okay, all right.
questions on this.
No, I honestly, points to you for trying. We've all been scratching our heads trying to find ways in here for years and years. I just wanted to make sure that you had thought this piece through. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? No, thank you. Victoria Peter, Neighborhood Legal Services. I don't see her in the room, so I guess we're going back virtually now. Oh, she's not here. Okay. Thank you. Then Marcia Stone, Toronto Acorn. Marcia's, I think, online, correct? Oh, she's not here? Okay. Rama Fayez. Is Rama Fayez online? Online. Thank you, Rama. I'm going to start your time. You have 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes, but speak up a little bit, will you please?
Okay. Is it better now?
Much better now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. My name is Rama Fayaz. I'm a member of Toronto Acorn. I'm the chair of the downtown chapter of Acorn. I'm here today with Acorn members to express concern about what the city is proposing for a renoviction bylaw. While we are happy to see the city is looking into creating a bylaw to combat renovictions, the report itself is concerning. Much of what is being proposed is asking the province to implement much of what we have been asking the city to do. I think most of us here know that asking the current provincial government to bring in protections for tenants is unfortunately doomed from the start. Acorn has been fighting for all levels of government to protect tenants with rent relief, protect tenants with displacement, and protecting affordable housing for years now. But we have only really seen change when the city provided a solution when the provincial and federal governments failed to do so, like in the case of the rent grant and inclusionary zoning. We understand that legally it's difficult to create something like this when the RTA is a provincial body, but we hoped from the start that the city would be bold and stand up to predatory landlords that have been displacing long-term working class tenants across Toronto. As an example, I can mention the city of New Westminster in BC, which was mentioned also by the first deputant. It was sued because of the renoviction bylaw, but won their case once it was taken to court so we could have progressive renoviction bylaws by a city. So that's an example, and I think that Toronto could do the same thing. Of course, New Westminster since repealed the Renoviction bylaw, but that was because the province of British Columbia stepped in to address the issue with legislation that protects tenants with a new, stronger process the landlords must follow before doing any type of renoviction. And also we know that thing, at least for the time being, cannot be done here in our province because of the government we have. So we look at the city to do that. We are losing affordable housing rapidly, and with the rent gap being increased to 2.5%, the highest in decades, it will only get a lot worse. We need City Council to take a stronger action to help save our homes. Tenants have the power to do this when we get organized and fight for it, and we do that. But if something isn't done soon, then this city will become even more unaffordable. Thank you very much for having me here and listening to my deputation. And as I said, we all look to the city to bring forward the laws for it.
Thank you so much, Rama, for joining us today with your thoughts. We have now located Marcia, and so we're going to go back to Marcia Stone from Toronto Acorn. And Marcia, I'm assuming you are online and hearing me, and I'm starting your 5 minutes now. Thank you. Is Marcia on there? Yep, go for it.
Hello.
Can't hear you though, Marcia.
Can't hear me?
No.
Hello.
Got to put your volume up.
Hi.
Keep going. More.
Hi.
Keep going.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, thank you for having me, everybody. You know, technology. My name is Marcia Stone, and I'm a Toronto Acorn member and co-chair of the Western Chapter. Like some of us said already today, it's good to see the city looking into creating the Renoviction bylaw that Acorn and many ally groups across the city have been fighting for years now. But how is asking the province to do this the only solution? Acorn would like to see the city add some crucial points that are missing in this report, like requiring landlords to find temporary accommodations for tenants during the renovation period, cover rental top-up payments, and moving costs. This is another reason why landlords must be licensed. In New Westminster, landlords caught evicting tenants under the guise of renovations just to increase the rent could be fined up to $1,000 a day and lose their business license. Hear, hear. Informing tenants of their rights is important, and it's good to see that in this report. But without enforcement and fines, how is that going to help the issue? Acorn members know that the laws aren't made for us, the working class, the ones who run this city. They're made to protect the rich and their profits. We saw in Rexdale, at Leduc, and Torbolton how much the city didn't have power to do much at all to protect tenants. It was in our premier's writing, by the way, and like you probably can guess, he didn't respond or acknowledge anything that was happening. Go figure. The landlord got a building permit months after he went door to door, offering $5,000 to move out. He also stopped doing repairs, and tenants were living with past sidewalks not cleared in the winter and doing everything he could to make tenants' lives hell so they could move out. Shameful. The building permit he ended up getting was just for the kitchen renovations, yet he added new rooms to the buildings and gutted the entire apartment. How is that justice? We ask the city to do everything in their power to strengthen this bylaw. Entire families, communities are being evicted every day from their homes. The trauma from this lasts lifetimes. I applaud you guys for taking this on. I encourage you to be bold and reach for as much as you can to get this bylaw passed, get the tenants educated in their rights, not leave it to the landlords to educate the tenants because they won't do it properly. And always remember one thing, as I always say, your postal code should not determine the quality of service or the quality of your life in your community. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcia. You've been with us every step of the way in this really tough job, trying to squeeze something out of Renovictions and deal with the fact that we don't control the RTA, as you well know. So thank you very much for being here. I'm glad we found you somewhere out there in the digital world, and you were able to speak to us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputant is Bob Murphy. Bob, you're here today. You're getting one of the prizes. We have 3 prizes we're giving out for the in-person deputants. There you go. Thank you for being with us.
Good afternoon.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. Many things have been brought up. I'm not going to go through them and repeat them. My name is Bob Murphy. I'm a member of Toronto Acorn and the chair of the York Southwestern chapter. And I'm here to talk about Renovictions.
Sorry, Bob. Gord just has to answer Nature's call.
I'm a tenant and I'm a renter. I'm on an Ontario disability income. I'm a community outreach worker and work a little small part-time job just to make things, make ends meet. In the beginning of COVID, our building, we got hit with 3 multiple back-to-back 3% RGIs because it was the easiest way to increase the rent, to increase the revenue. As an Ontario disability recipient, that is spending 84.6% of my Ontario disability on rent. To get nailed 3% every year for fictitious AGIs was a hard hit. Renovictions, I'm a long-term tenant. My rent is relatively cheap compared to today's standards. My building that I'm located in Weston has changed ownership 3 times. Since AGIs have been exercised through this property, the next step is Renovictions. I'll be one of the first tenants to be issued an N13 because my rent is cheap. And as an Ontario disability recipient that lives financially from day to day, when I receive that N13, where would I be able to go? Where would I be able to go in Ontario? Where would I be able to go in the GTA? Renovictions is just another tool that predatory landlords are using to get long-term tenants out to put whatever number they want on the rent. When are we going to be supported? Where would I have an opportunity to go? When is somebody going to start taking action and make these landlords accountable? Once these units are renovicted and re-rented, that rental unit is gone. We are struggling for rental units. We are struggling for affordable rental units. Once all these renovictions are done, you're out the door, it's gone. It'll never go back. It'll never go back to affordable. We need this city to stand up for our community members that are suffering. And we need the landlords to be held accountable, to be transparent in what they're doing. And I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Bob? No, thank you for being here with us today, Bob. Appreciate it. Next, Deputant Kira Heineck, Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. Pardon me? Kira is not seen online. Okay. We'll go to the next person. Maybe she'll step in a bit. The next person I have is Garima Talwar Kapoor. Is that yes here? Pardon me? Online. Thank you very much. Online participant. Garima, would you like to start, please? You have 5 minutes.
Sure thing. Thank you so much, Councillor. Good afternoon. My name is Garima Talwar, and I am the Director of Policy and Research at Trade, a charitable organization dedicated to advancing systemic solutions to poverty through a human rights-based approach.
Could you just speak up a tiny bit for us, Garima, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now? At Maitri, we believe that the most enduring way to fix the systems that create poverty is to safeguard economic and social rights for everyone in Canada. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Planning and Housing Committee to discuss the city's proposed renoviction policy. My deputation outlines where we think the policy works, and importantly, how we think it can be improved. Let me start by talking about the policy's requirement for tenants to be provided with information that would empower them with the knowledge of the eviction process, including information about their rights. This is aligned with the human rights-based approach to housing, one of the principles guiding this proposal. As noted in Toronto's Housing Charter and the Housing TO Action Plan, the right to an adequate housing is a fundamental human right as enshrined in international law. All levels of government, including the City of Toronto, have a role to play in the progressive realization of this right. With this in mind, the city's proposed renoviction policy and framework are important steps towards fulfilling this responsibility by creating guidelines and enforcement mechanisms to improve tenant awareness of their rights. The city is taking measures to protect affordable and secure housing for those in greatest housing need. We support further work with other levels of government to build and preserve affordable housing, such as through the additional investments and regulatory changes to protect the loss of affordable rental housing that are being requested as part of this framework. To this end, we are pleased to see the city's proposal to create a Housing at-Risk Table, or HART, led by the Housing Secretariat to coordinate interdivisional planning. The creation of the HART framework would improve the accountability and transparency of the city's housing policy decisions by bringing a whole-of-government approach to this work. However, there are elements of the recommendations that could further embed a human rights approach to the city's housing policy. In this regard, we encourage the committee to direct City Council to be specific on the elements of a human rights-based approach to housing for which this proposed policy and framework are being guided, such as accountability, equity, and transparency. This would help to monitor the framework's progress in achieving its goals and evaluate the need for potential changes in the future. Secondly, we would ask that the committee consider expanding the role of HART to include monitoring coordination with other governments and engaging with people with lived experience of housing precarity and homelessness. While we welcome the framework's requests to other levels of government, this advocacy could be better operationalized if HART's mandate was enhanced to include tracking and monitoring. Additionally, and in line with a human rights-based approach to housing, it is imperative that those who are in greatest need are given the opportunity to participate in housing decisions, and a table such as HART could be used as a tool to ensure that their voices are included. Lastly, we ask to consider what other means of enforcement the city has at its disposal beyond voluntary participation in education programs to deter renovictions should landlords not comply with the city's future bylaw. Importantly, the effectiveness of renoviction policy depends not only on tenant education, but also on the actions of landlords. As such, a multi-pronged approach outlining the needs of tenants and roles of landlords and governments is required. In addition, we would encourage the city to provide more clarity on what specific changes it is advancing with respect to Ontario's social assistance programs. While we support the city's engagement with the province to improve these benefits, the wording around this advocacy, particularly with respect to equalizing Ontario Works and ODSP program benefits, could be changed to clarify which aspects of the benefits should be improved. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before the Planning and Housing Committee to discuss the city's proposed renoviction policy. I welcome any comments or questions you may have about our remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing with us. I'm wondering if there's any questions of our deputant today. No, but thank you very much for your very thoughtful recommendations. You'll have it to know I'm adding a tracking motion onto the report, so good. Thank you so much. Next, we have found Kira. Kira is on the phone, so I don't know, I think our staff are able to hook her up. Are you ready to go? Okay, Kira, if you can hear me, you can start now, please.
Thank you very much, and for this opportunity to speak with all of you again today on behalf of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. I definitely regret not being there in person. It would have been a special time to be there with you at the last meeting of this committee, and you've made it all the more enticing by offering prizes, but I unfortunately cannot be there today in person. So my name is Kira Heineck. I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance. We are a network of partners reaching across the entire city, all united in the vision of ending homelessness. Our written deputation for today's committee meeting speaks to several important items that further our collective goal of making homelessness in Toronto rare, brief, and non-recurring. These are items 9, 18, 19, 20, and 22. All these items support the right to housing, further access to safe and secure housing, contribute to preventing and ending homelessness in equity-seeking communities, support actions to protect and/or curb the loss of affordable housing in all Toronto neighborhoods, and increase the transparency and fairness of access systems. I'm speaking now to item on the renoviction policy, as you know. There is no doubt that taking action to tackle renovictions in Toronto is critically needed, and the Alliance supports the recommendations in today's staff report that aim to do so. Eviction is a significant cause of homelessness. As the staff report today does an excellent job of setting the context with recent eviction and Toronto's housing affordability crisis data, I won't repeat it here. And after all, this is also the environment that this committee has attempted to improve over its work over the last 4 years, with some significant impact, I might add. Minimizing the risk of eviction in Toronto is, therefore, also one of our most effective tools in preventing homelessness. And as we all know, that equity-seeking communities experience core housing need and evictions at much higher rates than the general population, addressing evictions of all kinds, including renovictions, also furthers our collective goal of increasing equitable access to good, safe, and affordable housing for households at disproportionate risk of homelessness. And finally, within the context of immediate pressures such as the fallout of the pandemic, rising costs of living, and the increased financialization of the housing market, it is even more urgent to take action to protect Toronto's renters. And as with eviction rates overall, renovictions in Toronto are also only increasing. They are a significant challenge to stemming the loss of affordable rental units, but one that the City of Toronto can do more to stop. And the policy recommended today will give the city a fighting chance. Highlights that we are particularly pleased to support include the Education First approach, which leverages what the city can do in the face of renovictions outside of the Ontario Residential Tenancies Act, supporting landlords with challenges and promoting housing stability for tenants. An interdivisional strategy through the Housing at Risk table, coordinating emergency relocations and supports for tenants who have been evicted, and the focus on improving data collection are all important, as is the identification of recommending policy and program changes to the city manager to address systemic and structural gaps as part of the Housing at Risk table's mandate. And we fully understand, as always, that not all the levers to stop renovictions are within the city's control. There are many key things the other orders of government must do, as detailed in today's recommendations. And the Alliance fully supports these recommendations and will continue to advocate to both the province and the federal government to act on them. In the meantime, we believe the recommendations before you today, making up the proposed renoviction policy, take full advantage of what the city can do. We do have one addition that we request to the Renoviction policy, and that is that this committee add a statement on this policy's contribution to preventing homelessness or to achieving the city's vision of homelessness being rare, brief, and non-recurring to its intended outcomes on page 2 of the draft Renoviction policy. We urge you to add this amendment to the report. This policy certainly does help achieve that vision, and we believe it's critical that that be articulated directly in the report, in the policy. And we look forward to working with you, city staff, and all the TH partners to support the success of this policy and framework in the coming years and to maximize its ability to further our shared vision of a Toronto where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kira, and appreciate that. And I think that we'll be able to move to that statement. I have I believe I have a motion drafted for that today. Our last deputant.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much. Our last deputant, Miguel Avila. Is Mr. Avila online? No? And not here? Pardon me? Oh, he's online. Okay, thank you. Online, Mr. Avila, you have 5 minutes in which to address the committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. The government of Davenport is relentless towards his attacks against the poor and homeless because he doesn't really care about the poor people of the city of Toronto. It's time to fight back. The evictions that occurred in 2020 and 2021 resulted in thousands of people across Ontario to be homeless, and finding that overcrowded shelters is not the answer, and a shortage of affordable housing, particularly where I live in the downtown east. It's good to see my counselor on the line, Robin. So Water Team is the center where I call it the eye of the storm, where the high number of mental health and addictions. I have witnessed extreme police violence in June 2021. My girlfriend and I, we were arrested for giving a trespass ticket for holding down a sacred fire in the honor of 250 children and in the support of the incumbent at Trinity Bellwoods Park. That sacred fire was put out by police and arrested 4 people, including myself and my girlfriend. Subsequently, in August 2021 at Lamport Stadium, this violent eviction by Toronto Police 40th Division. I got mace, pepper spray, and my girlfriend got trampled by a horse. Please, 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 do not let Doug Ford fool you guys. Whatever, as you know, we are a creature of the provinces. And the Ontario laws needs to be, we can demand Doug Ford to put a stop to these renovictions because it's destroying lives, all in the name of grief. This is not improving the life of people, specifically the people who are disabled, and it's hard for them to find, after living on affordable accommodations, it's next to zero to find affordable housing. So I support the building of rent-to-gear income housing with supports. I support my brother Jordan at Clarence Square and my sister Lynn at Allen Gardens. Both are Indigenous people, and they should be given permanent housing solution. We know that the hotels is a temporary band-aid solution, but I think in the time of reconciliation, those 2 friends of mine and my brother and my sister deserve to have a permanent housing. So, again, this is a battle that we have to face against Doug Ford for the next 4 years for implementation. And of course, we're expecting to leave this for the next council term to fix it up, the problems that we are facing currently. I asked John Tory, the mayor, please to stop the evictions at Clarence Square and at Allen Gardens. please provide my brother Jordan and Lynn with permanent housing. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Avila. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Avila? Nope. Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today. And we'll take this into committee now. We have but I do have a very important thing to do just prior to that. And I'll just hope you bear with me. Because as I said, everybody who's here making a deputation is getting a very special little gift today. So I have to give those out now. Let the record show that all deputants in person received a City of Toronto pin today for their participation, and thank you very much for coming in person. I don't know, there's a number of motions that are still coming here that are being drafted because of the excellent deputation. So, yes, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand this down. No, would you like to do that now? Pardon me? Okay. What I'm going to do is stand this down for a minute while we get these rest of the motions ready. And then I'm going to do something very exciting for you, Councillor Bradford. We're going to move your item now. Would you like to advance that? Item 26, your new piece of business.
Yeah, no, I'd be very happy to do that, and appreciate everyone's support. This is a letter asking for some more work and updates on Beaches East York missing Middle Island. So if I move the motion as stated in my letter, I would appreciate your support.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Any questions for Councillor Bradford on his motion? No, seeing none. You're moving that, Councillor Bradford. I'll ask all those in favor. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. And now what I'd like to do, thank you. I'd like to reopen item 3, which has gotten more attention than most other motions today. Because of the election, there's a whole issue around when these consultations could take place with or without the councillor. I've learned quite a bit from staff today that they basically stopped their consultations, public consultations, after the last council meeting, unless they're statutory. And so the staff have prepared, I think Jennifer. Motion to reconsider, Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor? Thank you very much. That's opened. And then we're going to pop that motion up on the screen, and my staff have been working with Councillor Robinson's staff to get this right. So this essentially is our undertaking consultation in the new term of council with Ward 15 residents, et cetera, et cetera. It takes out the councillor, and I really thank you for your help, Councillor Robinson. I know you're watching and flagging this election issue because we don't want to get anybody in trouble. We don't want to get our staff in trouble during this election period. So thank you very much. That's the new motion. Any questions? No? All right. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Let's just move on to item 19 while we get all the rest of our items, motions sorted out for 18. And item 19 is implementation of income and asset limits to determine eligibility for rent geared to income assistance. And I have one speaker here today, Harmy Mendoza. And I'm wondering if Harmy is on the line. Yes, on the line. Thank you very much. I'm going to start your clock and you can start your deputation. Much appreciated. Hi, good day.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. Dear Planning and Housing Committee members, my name is Harmy Mendoza. I am the Executive Director of the Women Abuse Council of Toronto, or Women Act. We are a policy and planning body that works collaboratively to end violence against women through community mobilization, coordination, research, policy, and education. We have been doing this work for over 30 years. I am speaking today to ensure that income and asset rules for rent geared to income housing do not cause additional barriers for women fleeing violence. Today, we are requesting the Housing Secretariat to develop guidance under the extenuating circumstances rules that outlines how fairly apply income and asset limits to special priority policy applicants. Housing stability and violence against women are deeply connected. A lack of access to safe and affordable housing can prevent women from leaving an abusive relationship. While women often face housing instability and homelessness when fleeing violence, ensuring that survivors have access to a range of affordable housing options, including rent geared to income units, is critical to meeting the diverse needs of women experiencing violence. Special priority policy applicants face two main challenges when subject to income and asset limits for rent geared to income housing. These are access to documents and access to reported income and assets. Let me speak a little bit about access to documents. Survivors may have limited access to documents that report their income and assets. When fleeing a violence situation quickly and with safety as their priority, gathering personal documents is not always possible. Additionally, survivors may not be able to return to their previous home or request documents for fear of their safety. An issue acknowledged in the existing rent geared to income rule that exempts special priority program applicants from obtaining documents that place them at risk of harm. Experiences of financial abuse may also prevent survivors from accessing financial information. And the second item is access to reported income and assets. In cases where survivors can safely provide documentation of income and assets, reported amounts may not accurately reflect the client's financial situation and needs. Survivors of financial abuse may be earning income or have their name attached to assets that they do not have access to or control over. Survivors' income levels have reported experiences of abuse that include partners taking their money, their paychecks, or government benefits, as well as withholding banking information. These experiences can continue even after separation. We hope that these considerations will be carried forward in the implementation of the city's rent geared to income and asset limits and extenuating circumstances guidance. We welcome the opportunity to be involved in the implementation plan development to ensure it applies an intersectional gender lens and supports survivors' access to safe and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Harmy, for being here and the important messages that you've brought us today. Are there any questions of our deputant here today by any in person or online members? No? Thank you so much. We'll take this in and consider the item. Are there any questions of staff on this issue? Any speakers? Hearing none. Go ahead. Yes, thank you. Councillor Perks wishes to address this. Thank you.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify. There have been a number of calls for the City of Toronto to devise various mechanisms to, including the issuance of building permits or the issuance of approval of the work under the building permits that show that the building can now be reoccupied. Oh, am I in the wrong? I'm on, oh my God, I'm so sorry, everybody.
That's okay.
I am so
You're allowed.
sorry. I'm thinking about 20 things.
We held down the renovictions because there's some other motions coming, and this is actually the implementation of income and assistance asset limits to determine the eligibility, and Harmy's given us a very has spoken to this. Okay, so you're not wanting to speak on this item? So then I'm going to ask for a motion to receive this report for information. Councillor Nunziata, all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. And while we're waiting for these, because we are waiting for a few, that we will move to item 20, which is the local priority rules for rent geared to income housing and centralizing access for affordable rental housing. We do have a deputant, and Kira Heineck is our deputant. She's probably still, she's not still on the same phone, but she's on the phone. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Kira, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm pleased to be able to speak to you again today on this item. The Alliance does support the recommended priority rule changes to the social housing program, as well as the creation of a more streamlined, transparent, and user-friendly coordinated central access system for the RGI and affordable rental housing programs in Toronto. As you know, our current local priority rules for RGI have not been updated since 2022. I'm sorry to interrupt myself. There's an awful lot of disruption on the line. That may be just for me, and I can speak through it, but just in case it's also for you, I thought I'd note it.
I think we've cleared that up, but you did say they haven't been updated since 2022, which it is 2022. Yeah, thank you.
Oh my goodness, 2002. Thank you very much. And much has changed in Toronto's context, demographics, scope of affordable housing need, and in the risk or experience of homelessness since then. Overall, the recommended changes today reflect these changes and align with the strategic actions of the Housing TO Action Plan. The recommendations also respond to the 2019 Auditor General's report to match city priorities with those in greatest housing need, and for staff to review the 2002 rules and recommend any additions or changes to the priorities. We support the recommended changes to the priority rules with the following key comments. For the first, adding a priority for tenants living in RGI unit receiving housing supports that are now capable of living independently. This will create much needed flow through the housing continuum, thereby creating more supportive housing opportunities for those currently experiencing homelessness. Doing so is one explicit outcome of the Alliance's Toronto Supportive Housing Growth Plan, and we will work actively with the Housing Secretariat and our partners in the broader supportive housing sector to support its implementation. We're also pleased to see the important commitments in adding this priority group, that the determination of a person's readiness to reduce or stop support is the supportive housing tenants and providers to make, and that all shifts require tenant consent. Secondly, given the gross overrepresentation of Indigenous people experiencing homelessness in Toronto as compared to their percentage of our overall population, and the important city commitments noted in this report, adding an Indigenous priority is long needed, and we obviously support it. We also support Indigenous self-determination, and that the recommended plan to implement this new priority will be co-developed with Indigenous partners. Thirdly, amending the homeless priority, increasing the frequency of allocating available RGI units to people experiencing homelessness, including newcomers, to every 5th vacancy from the current 7th vacancy will assist in creating better housing outcomes for people experiencing homelessness in Toronto. And lastly, removing the vulnerable families priority. As the context and process for defining this have changed, and that therefore only 26 households with this priority remain on the current wait list, it makes sense to remove it. And we're pleased to see that the report commits to ensuring a transition plan to ensure that these last households remain a priority for housing. We're also pleased to see that referral agreements with housing providers for buildings targeting specific populations will continue. This is a critical tool in addressing homelessness in specific communities. And finally, we support the plan to monitor data on RGI households through the housing data strategy to identify future recommendations to amend the rules to ensure they remain aligned with changes in need and strategic action. As for the one-window centralized affordable rental housing access system, we believe it balances the feedback from community consultations that access opportunities are there for those most in need and those that have been waiting the longest. Excuse me. The positive outcomes of a more centralized approach that allow us to support the related recommendations in today's report include that individuals and households will no longer need to find out in advance what type of housing program they are eligible for. They will simply enter their information and receive a list of options that match their eligibility. There will be more and better non-web-based mechanisms for people to use. This is particularly important for people experiencing homelessness who do not often have as ready access to computers as others. And as you all know, we have a very active and informed People with Lived Experience caucus that I'm sure will be engaged in producing these materials as well. The administrative burden, currently too large to support quick processing for most, will be removed from housing providers. That's something we hear a lot. In future, they will receive a list of eligible tenants from the Housing Secretariat to proceed with according to their own processes. Once fully implemented, all providers, both private and nonprofit, and that's important, will be mandated to use the centralized access system, giving the city greater control of allocating units across the waiting list and making it harder for individual developers and providers to rent outside of the priority rules.
Thank you, Kira.
And
please finish up. I got a little distracted and gave you an extra minute.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I was just going to say we'll also be better prepared. That's my surprise for today.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll all be better prepared to allocate the new inclusionary zoning units. That was my last point. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Kira? I just have one, Kira, and that just has to do with people that have been on the RGI waiting list for a long time, and that just your comment about making sure if people are able to leave one to get on the other, that there's some interconnectivity and fluidity between the folks looking for both types of housing. Did you address that to us today? I thought I heard you say that.
Yeah, I think the new approach really will allow, for easier identification of those folks who might be eligible for both the Affordable Housing Program and RGI in terms of the one access application. But also, more specifically, if we're looking at the first priority rule for people who are in units with supports who may not need them anymore or may need less, that there'll be a priority to transition them to units to live independently, thereby freeing up more supportive housing units for those who need them, and those are largely people experiencing homelessness.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions, the deputant? If not, let's take this into committee. Any questions of staff on this item? I'll just ask, and I think it might be you, Abby, are you answering the questions on this one? For the motions that are looking to make sure that there's a number of motions coming besides the report that look at housing providers and others, that they're able to have some influence in making sure that their relationships are upheld with whoever's development they might be in, if it's not their standalone. And are you in favor of those motions? I think they came through you. Quite substantial.
Thank you.
Referral agreements, actually. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Fletcher. Yes, a lot of the work that we've done in preparation for this report has been in consultation with both providers and users of this new service and new portal. So we're very open to continuing that dialogue between the housing providers, looking at referral agreements and making sure that this really works for everyone.
So bringing the far more into the mix for that. And you've heard that there's been some issues. When we started off, as far as the lotteries, most of the affordable housing originally was just filled completely by a lottery, correct? Some of the Daniels, those 80 units or however many there were, that was all lottery for affordable. And because there hasn't been a wait list for affordable housing, correct?
Yes, Councillor Fletcher. Basically, random draw was the approach that was being used in lieu of us coming up with a better approach, a more comprehensive one as a result of the consultations that we've been doing. And we've heard such a variety of responses, but we feel that this approach reflects that full spectrum of thinking that we've done and also that we've heard from providers and potential users as well.
Yes, so that now would be 50-50, and would you be all right with 50-50 and then 75-25 as we look at if there's a large wait list, that we'd move more to a wait list approach than a lottery approach for people who are waiting for housing?
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. So yes, I think we'd be open to looking at that for sure. We just want the ability to really evaluate both types of approaches and then report back to committee and council.
That would be great. Okay, thank you very much. Has anybody else got anything on this? No? Thank you. Then I will move a number of motions. There are 4 of them that were sent by our real chair. Deputy Mayor sent these in. This is for item 20.
Yes, we have this one.
Just checking them. This is item 20, no?
Yes.
Just checking, we don't want to miss any. So those 4 in from our chair. Yes, please. There they are, along the lines of flexibility and operators being part of this new process. See those? Just give you a second to read them. I believe they were developed with our staff. Ms. Bond, yes, they were. Thank you. Okay, that's the first set. The second set has to do with the 50-50 and then going to 75-25 and then come back and tell us that. Look at who got that through random draws and any adjustments that might be needed. So that will come back later. Seen them all? Everybody's had a chance to look at those in person, online. Shall we take the first set of motions first? Do we have to vote on all 4 separately? No, you vote on the first block. The first block of motions, all in favor, opposed, that's carried. And then the second motion around the wait list versus draws, all in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. And item as amended, all in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. Almost ready. We're going to go to our last, and I just got the last motion for the Renovictions, and Jennifer has it, so we'll take it from there in a minute. We have 2 more speakers on our last item. This is Employee Talent, item 23, Employee Talent, Retention and Attractions. City, pardon me? Oh, we're just going to speakers, correct. Yep. How would you like to deal with that? We hear our speakers first? I just wanted to hear our deputants on 23, or go back to Renovictions. Yeah. Okay. Employee Talent, Retention and Attraction. City Planning, item 23. I have 2 speakers, Amina Dibay and Paul de Berardis from ResCon. And are they both with us still? Okay, thank you. They're not here, so they're not getting any prizes. They're only online. Okay, ready to roll. Thank you. And that's Amina. Are you with us?
I am. Thank you, Chair and members
you.
of the Planning and Housing Committee for allowing me to provide feedback to the Employee Talent, Retention and Attraction Report. My name is Amina Dib, and I'm the Manager of Government and Stakeholder Relations at ResCon. ResCon represents over 200 builders of high-rise, mid-rise, and low-rise residential buildings in the province with a focus on the GTA. Our goal is to work in cooperation with government and related stakeholders to offer realistic solutions to a variety of challenges facing the residential building industry, which in turn have wider societal impacts. The focus of ResCon's work is health and safety, training and apprenticeship, labor relations, innovation, regulatory reform, and technical standards. ResCon has sat on numerous City of Toronto-led coalitions and working groups, including the Construction Hub Coalition and the Accessible Housing Working Group. We also have bi-weekly meetings with the Concept to Keys team. As most of us know, the number of development applications continues to increase to meet housing demands in the City of Toronto. ResCon has been engaging with the C2K team regularly to address ways to improve customer service within city planning and other applicable departments, and how the city can streamline and improve the development approvals process. As reported by City Planning, the annual average application volume increased by 8% between 2016 and 2021, with OPA and rezoning and minor variance applications increasing by 21% and 13% respectively. However, staffing shortages continue within multiple city departments that play a role in development approval processing. Persistent and growing staff vacancy rates within city planning, as well as other associated city departments involved in reviewing the development applications, are not helpful to managing a satisfactory customer service output with industry, nor are they helpful in tackling the growing housing affordability crisis in the City of Toronto. In the City of Toronto, across application types, it takes an average 21 months to get an approval, which is a far cry away from the city's own 9-month timeline target under the STAR, streamlining the application review process for reviewing complex planning applications. A sufficient and sustainable staffing level could reduce this strained approval process. The report identifies reasons for high turnover and the current 12.8% vacancy rate, which includes compensation, flexibility in making offers, life cycle, work characteristics, portability, cost of living, but fails to put forth any actual strategy or proposal to address these reasons or potential solutions to reduce the high vacancy rate. Just last year, ResCon deputed in front of the North York Community Council in June of 2021 in regard to a Director of Community Planning position that had been vacant for 18 months. The report also alludes that staffing issues are a more recent phenomenon, when in fact they have been present for years, as referenced in reports and articles dating back to 2016 and 2019, which are linked in our formal letter. The next speaker, ResCon is requesting that City Planning in partnership with C2K develop a realistic strategy to reduce the vacancy rate in city departments tasked with development approvals, which would have positive effects in ensuring approval timelines are closer met, and which in turn would speed up the entire process of delivering much needed housing. The city's own end-to-end review of the development review process from 2019 included recommendations on how to address staffing levels in city planning. These recommendations from the review should be revisited and should be implemented. City planning should also strive to ensure that staffing levels are reflective of current and anticipated demand, and the recruitment and retention strategy must be flexible enough to respond to projected growth. Finally, ResCon suggests that growth funding tools be used to address staffing shortages and be better reflected in the development application fee review process. The fee structure levied upon applicants becomes a moot point if the city does not have the necessary staff complement to efficiently process the volume of applications or use funds gathered through other growth funding tools to actually sustain city planning department. Thank you for your time. If there are any questions from the chair or committee members, I will yield them to my colleague, Paul, who is much wiser than I. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amina. I will ask if there's any questions, but I understand Paul is also going to make a deputation, correct?
Yes. I think he is going to take any questions.
Yeah, he's making one, so we can ask those questions there. Does anyone have any questions of Amina? No? Thank you very much. Thank you for spending time with us this afternoon with your suggestions. I'll just let you know, colleagues, that the motions for 18, the renovictions, are going to be pre-circulated, so they'll be on you'll be on your CMP. You can see them all. Everybody there. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Paul D. Berardis from ResCon. Thank you. Paul, are you with us?
I'm here. I was only here to answer any questions from my colleagues' deputation, so no actual comments to provide to the committee.
So no deputation, just here. Are there any questions anyone has? Councillors online, councillors in the room? No? I don't see any, no one has any questions for you, Paul. So thank you very much
Thank you.
to Amina and for you for being here today with your suggestions and observations around planning.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Pardon me?
The motions on renoviction have not been posted yet.
Jennifer's taken over the bridge of the enterprise to get those for you, Councillor Perks. Warp speed for Gord. On this last, pardon me?
Sorry, on 23, do you want me just to move the recommendation?
No, I want to know if there's any questions of staff. Oh, it's on here. Brad, Robin, Gord, Francis, any questions of staff? No? Oh, Councillor Perks says, we're just going to give it 1 second because we're finding a number of things. We're almost finished. We thought we were going to go for 2 days, and here we are going to finish in 1 day, so that's fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone. Go ahead. This is on 23, Councillor? Yep.
Yeah, this is on the staff retention.
Staff retention. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes. So, Mr. Lintern, if I'm reading this right, you are having a problem with staff retention and attraction.
Yes, Councillor, we outlined, the whole process in the report, and the bottom line being that our vacancy rate has floated up to an historic high, and we're working very hard to reduce it. But we have a issue, as we outline in the report, with compensation and a number of other challenges that are in the report.
Okay. Why have you not recommended we do anything about it?
Well, Councillor, we work within a system that is governed by the collective agreement, first of all, and by non-union compensation policy of City Council. I'll direct in part your question to Sean Milloy, who's from, there's a lot of interference on this call. I can barely hear myself in my responses. I'll direct in part your question, but what we are doing about it in city planning has been outlined in the report around the culture that we support, around the professional development that we support, around the nature of the work that we have entertained through the hybrid work environment. And I think overall, we're trying to create a divisional environment that supports the planning department in the context of other municipal planning departments in the region. Notwithstanding all of that, we have serious compensation issues right now because it is so fluid. We have staff regularly departing for other work opportunities where the pay or the benefits package of the vacation is better than the City of Toronto. And when you compare that with the environment here,
Thanks.
It makes it difficult.
Okay.
I see the deputy city managers online. Perhaps.
So yes, I have another question. So the issue of non-union compensation or excluded job compensation, this is something that a recommendation could go to council and we could vote on it. We voted on changing the non-union compensation right at the beginning of the pandemic, right? If I'm remembering that correctly, we did?
And in fact, that has been delegated to the city manager, and Sean can speak to the fact that people in equity on that as we speak. Sean, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Thank you to the chair. That is something that we're looking at, particularly on the non-union side. That delegation has been provided to the city manager, and we are looking at doing market analysis to see exactly where our total compensation package falls compared to other jurisdictions, particularly on the non-union side, where there may be a little more flexibility. On the union side, as Mr. Lintern suggested, we are constrained by the collective agreement to some extent.
So my experience of collective agreements might be more limited than yours, but I do have some. It is while it's not common every day, if both parties agree to attach a letter amending some aspect of the collective agreement and it's mutually agreed to, that's something that happens between employers and unions all the time, isn't it?
Yes, the collective agreement can be amended by mutual consent.
Yeah, okay, so if it can be altered by mutual consent, has City of Toronto management approached QP 79 and said, do we want to have this conversation?
We're going to do the market analysis for all planners. Also, the other thing to be cognizant of is that our collective agreement or our bargaining mandate is set by council. So we don't routinely go in and just amend compensation unilaterally.
Have you approached QP 79 and said, we would like to explore this?
We're doing our market analysis first before we would approach the union about any change to compensation collective agreement.
Sorry, Sean, we can't quite hear you. I think the question is, have you approached 79, or are they part of that, are they going to be part of your market analysis?
Sorry, there is quite a bit of feedback. We have not approached them yet. We are doing a market analysis on jobs in city planning, at which point, if there were changes that we wanted to make to the collective agreement, we could approach QP Local 79.
Thank you. I'll have to speak to this. I'm going to have to think about what to do here. This is not acceptable.
Does anybody have their unmute button unmuted? No. All right. So we'll just hold that for a minute while you, or do you have other questions? Right now? Does anybody else wish to speak here or ask some questions? Nope. Okay. Councillor Perks?
I hope I'm not burdening the clerks too much here, but I'm going to try to make a motion on the fly.
Yes, you will be burdening them. So what I'd like you to do is...
You want me to stand it down and write the motion?
Stand it down. Everybody now has their renovictions piece.
Yep.
And we could probably move to that. All the motions are now in, including one about asking the government for changing the building code, so that if you don't mind, then I think we won't rush them. We'll get this done first. That's okay with you. So is that all right with you, clerks, if we go back to item 18 now, with all the motions that we now have? Good? Are we good? I don't want to rush you. Okay, we're good. All right, item 18, which is the renovictions, and we were now going to go on questions of staff. So Councillor Nunziata, thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to ask staff, it was mentioned during the deputations as well, is with British Columbia. So could you just update us on what happened in British Columbia, please?
Yes, through the chair, I can speak generally to the attachment in the report that talks about jurisdiction. We did a jurisdictional review that included the work that was done in New West and other municipalities in BC. There were some changes made to their bylaws to make renovictions, to prevent renovictions in lieu of having the right municipal permits. There were legal challenges to those bylaws, and then that was upheld by the courts in BC, and then subsequently to that, the province of BC changed the Residential Tenancy Act in BC to accommodate some of the changes that were previously made by the municipalities. So then the municipalities withdrew their bylaws, and now the renoviction policy is enshrined in the legislation in BC. And that is a very different jurisdiction to the one that we find ourselves in Ontario. But that's a summary of what happened in BC.
My next question is, I guess it would be, I don't know if it would be you or legal. As far as the building code, so if we wanted to change the building code, what would the process be? Or could we? I know, but I have to. I know. It's just, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I would defer this question to my colleague, the Chief Building Officer.
We have our Chief Building Official and we have our Chief Municipal Lawyer with us today, so here to answer those questions.
Right,
Do you
so-
want to ask those again to them?
Yeah, so as far as, I know we heard from the deputants as far as the building code and building permits. So if we can have the staff comment on if council, or could we change, or what are the chances of changing the building code?
Through the chair, I can start off, and if Brian wants to add to what I'm going to say, he can. So through the chair, in order to change the building code, it requires going to the province and asking for amendments to the Building Code Act and the building code to reflect those changes we'd be asking for. So that's how the process would start. So we'd have those conversations with the province and make those requests for changes to the code. And then it would be in their purview to change it if they desire to.
Okay, so when we issue a building permit, do we have the authority, I don't know, to put restrictions and conditions on the building permit as far as accommodation and relocation of the tenants?
Through the chair, the building code is fairly prescriptive in what we can, what conditions need to be satisfied in order to issue a permit. So the Building Code Act and the Building Code set out exactly what those requirements are. And once an applicant has demonstrated compliance with those requirements, we are obligated then to issue the permit.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, perhaps I could simply add that we've heard quite a bit about applicable law today, and this is what the Chief Building Official was just referring to as applicable law. Under the Building Code and the Building Code Act, there's a very prescribed list of things that he must look at with respect to the issuance of a permit, and he has no discretion beyond that.
Thank you. That was the applicable law discussion that we had earlier, correct? That's municipal law? Can I clarify that with you, Mr. Haley?
That's a matter with respect to the building code, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there other questions of Councillor Perks and Councillor Perks?
To Mr. Haley, who has the right to expand the list of things that are considered to be applicable? Who has that authority?
That would be the province through you, Madam Chair. As the Chief Building Official has indicated, any change to the legislation, to the regulations, is a provincial matter.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So we know what we can't do, but we can look at what we can do. And there are some things that we can do because renovations are, when someone gives an N13, then a renovation, and they say they're demolishing, or the renovation has to be to such a degree that the tenant needs to leave. Is that not something that's discretionary on your part, Mr. Johnson, to determine if that's truly a wholesale renovation, or it's simply a simple one that anybody would have, not necessary to move out?
So the Building Code Act actually sets out the specific requirements that need to be satisfied to issue the permit. So whether or not it's a small scale renovation or a large scale renovation, if it requires a permit, and once the applicant has demonstrated compliance with the Building Code Act and all other applicable law, we're obligated to issue the permit.
But you're obligated to issue the permit, but the depth of the renovations are something that the permit would address. So there's many renovations that take place with people still staying in their home or their apartment, or if they're doing their own renovations, are there not? Does everybody move out when they have a renovation?
Not always. It depends in the way, the depth of the renovation, and also probably the way the contractor wants to organize that work to carry it out.
So as far as the depth of the renovation, when you see a permit application, you basically know if that's a deep renovation or if that's, I'll just call it more of a cosmetic renovation, take out a wall, open something out, get back to business, correct?
That is correct.
So the deeper one would be something structural, bearing walls, electrical, all those kinds of things.
That's correct, and also altering the fire and life safety systems of the building.
And they would have to have a permit that showed drawings that that's what they were planning to do. They can't just come in and say, I'm planning to do this, give me a permit. It has to be very clearly laid out within a drawing, correct?
That is correct.
So I guess I'm just looking at that, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but the kind of ability to look at that and say, oh, well, that's a deep retrofit, in conjunction with other city departments that might not be working in tandem at the moment. So the HART, this housing at risk table, would that be helpful for you in order to be able to give advice, or your staff, that these are deep renovations and technically couldn't take place with somebody staying in the apartment, compared to something that might be more of what I'll call a light renovation, that you could leave for a week and be back in. In other words, staged in such a way as not to have somebody evicted from that apartment.
You're correct. That would be helpful.
That would be helpful to coordinate in that way. Okay, that's fantastic.
That's right.
Thank you. I kind of took over from you, Councillor Perks. Did you have more questions?
Yeah, I just to confirm, if I'm making cosmetic alterations to my property and I'm not affecting any of the issues you described, I don't even need a building permit, do I?
Depending on what that is, you are correct. There's a lot of cosmetic work that can happen to a building without triggering the need for a building permit.
Okay, all right.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I have two questions. One for you, Mr. Haley, and that is, maybe you do know this, but we do look a lot at the new Westminster bylaw. Are there different conditions from New Westminster to Toronto that make that more difficult to apply exactly the same bylaw, or are the conditions pretty close? Could you give us why we can't? Why do you keep telling us we can't do that? That's my real question.
Well, first off, I would draw the committee's attention to the supplementary report from the city solicitor that contains a confidential attachment that does contain an analysis with respect to jurisdiction. So I certainly would encourage the committee members to review that. We can go in camera should you wish to discuss it in a more detailed fashion. However, with respect to the legislation, I think we can point out to the committee members some of the key differences between Ontario and British Columbia. And I would ask my colleague, Charlotte Harbell, to provide those fundamental differences. Charlotte?
Brian. So one of the main differences is that in British Columbia, provincial powers are governed by the Local Government Act and the Community Charter, and these pieces of legislation contain similar provisions to the City of Toronto Act. However, the Community Charter contains specific provisions that authorize councils to make bylaws for the protection of persons and property in relation to rental units and residential property that are subject to a residential tenancy agreement. So that is in their legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was quite succinct and clear. The next question I have, so we don't have the jurisdiction. In BC, they have that jurisdiction because of their community charter, and we don't have that. It's not included in the City of Toronto Act. We didn't get that in the City of Toronto Act. Is that in a nutshell, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then for Ms. Bond, because the Housing Secretariat will be overseeing, I believe, the Housing at Risk table, which we heard is called HART, and I love that. It's so great. In the past, I know that the kind of coordination around housing at risk, because they're under different deputy city managers and different divisions, has been a little challenging. Do you feel that this will bring everybody, I asked Mr. Johnson that it will bring everybody to the table to come up with a system that will be, I'll say, front-end loaded? In other words, you don't have to wait till you're at the Landlord and Tenant Board to find out that that's not really a deep renovation, that should have been dealt with a little differently at the beginning. Will that be helpful for you?
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Yes, it will be very helpful. We've designed the heart table or the proposals that you see today to really try and support renters and tenants in the city who may be facing either illegal or legal evictions. The coordination that you referred to internally is important because renters and the situations they face touch many different departments. The framework that we've put here together, we will advance in 2022, but we anticipate there being a high need for this service and a number of, although we've said we don't have a lot of data, we anticipate this service, this table, to be called upon by many renters. And so likely we will include, as we said in the report, some budget requests in relation to the resources necessary so that we can meet the demand for serving renters in the city.
And is there any opportunity to have our heart table as well meet with provincial and federal counterparts at some point to really look at how, particularly those who are funding new housing, that we're trying to maintain our current affordable housing?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Fletcher. It's very important. The Housing TO 2020 to 2030 action plan has a big focus on new housing, but I think now it's time for us also, through this report and others, to strengthen what we're doing around the protection of existing housing. That's always been there, but these are the kind of actions that we need to take, and the heart table will be collecting the kind of data and evidence necessary, we think, to really shine a light on the issues that renters are facing and hopefully use that with advocacy with the other orders of government, as you suggested, to kind of shape future policy changes. And we've laid out quite significantly in the report a number of kind of structural systemic issues that really lie at the door of other levels of government to address.
Thank you very much. And I just don't know if Mr. Haley's still here. Is Mr. Haley still around here? He's gone. Oh, no, he's right there.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. This isn't it's a question. It's not really a question, but before we stop, I just want to acknowledge the fact that this is your last planning and housing meeting, Brian Haley.
Thank you.
And that you will not be here to give us your brilliant advice, as you have for many, many years. And, well, he's retiring. He's going to New Westminster to check out that
Brian,
bylaw.
are you retiring?
Yes.
A little further to the north, Madam Chair.
A little further to the north of Vancouver?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Vancouver.
Anyway, he's going to
Just off
BC
Vancouver.
because they have community
Both islands.
charters, and we don't have that here. But anyway,
That's right.
I just wanted, on behalf of the committee, before we finish today and go off on speaking, to really thank you for your tremendous number of years of service to the city.
Thank you. It's
And
been an absolute pleasure, Madam Chair.
You've made a tremendous contribution. You've really mentored and helped so many of your younger colleagues to take your place, but they're very fancy and big shoes that have to be filled when you leave us, Brian. So all the best to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Can I say something?
Yeah, everybody wants to say something now.
Brian, I didn't know you were going to BC. I'm surprised. Well, first of all, I want to thank Brian. Geez, I had no idea he was leaving. I've known Brian for over 30 years. Brian, when I was the mayor of York, he was our solicitor in York. Do you remember that, Brian, the good old days?
Yes, the good old days of the old city of York.
The good old days in York?
Yes.
Through those challenges that we had.
A different time.
A different time, and
A different time.
one thing about Brian, he, as the solicitor, he was there very supportive of me because I was kind of left alone with all these people in York. Remember that, and well, best of luck in BC. Where are you going in BC?
That might be a little.
Bowen Island, which is part of the greater Vancouver metropolitan area.
Oh, okay. Because you know that I'm originally from BC. So
I think you were Revelstoke, were you not?
Revelstoke, yes.
Revelstoke, yes.
Yes, Revelstoke, not far.
I should advise you that Councillor Nunziata has indicated she's moving a motion that you're not allowed to retire, Brian.
No, he's too young to retire.
That's a new motion, item 27 on the committee's business list. Anyway, thank you so much for everything. We appreciate it very, very
Thank you,
much.
Madam Chair. Thank you, committee.
And now we'll go back after that commercial break to thank Brian Haley. We'll go to speakers for the Renovictions now. Please, Councillor Perks, are you up?
Thank you. And Councillor Fletcher, I want to acknowledge your work and the work of community activists on this over the last few years. It is just scandalous. It is absolutely scandalous, the degree to which the law in the province of Ontario protects the right of the investor to make as much money as they can, any way they can, in throwing someone out of their home. It just boggles my mind that in the province of Ontario, your home is, you know, in law, if you're a tenant, pretty much always at risk. And the province of Ontario continues to worsen and worsen and worsen the protections available to people about where they live. You think about the basic needs of life, food, shelter, clothing, and how we can have a provincial government, both the current one and the previous one, who are so cavalier about people's security of tenure if they aren't property owners. It's frankly disgusting that provincial law sets up this perverse system of incentives where someone actually benefits by making somebody else homeless. And, Councillor Fletcher and community members who've been working on this, I know that we're banging a head against brick wall here, but we have to continue to do it. We have to continue to let Torontonians know that real reform to landlord-tenant law in the province of Ontario, things like getting rid of vacancy decontrol, things like making sure that these renovictions don't happen, things like providing guarantees of security of tenure, things like having the province of Ontario invest in social housing again, that these are central and core to the success and future health of the City of Toronto. And, we on this committee have spoken up about it. I hope that all of council and the mayor start to become less shy about calling out the province for the abysmal way they write legislation to make tenants vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Are there any further speakers here today? Councillor Nunziata?
Yeah, just briefly. So, Councillor Fletcher, I know you're going to be moving a couple motions, which I support, and I want to thank all the deputants that made a deputation. And as Councillor Perks mentioned, we're pretty limited in what we can do. I mean, we're really at the hands of the province. But I just want to say that, some of the deputants mentioned, that, we need to support tenants, which I believe that this committee has. And we continue to do that. At the last meeting, we moved that the rent supplement be made permanent. That was adopted by council. So we've always put motions through to protect tenants, and we've even looked at increasing fines for these landlords. So I believe that this committee has done a lot to protect tenants. Unfortunately, our hands are tied because with the province. But I just want to say that we have done a good job, amazing job, this committee, on tenants, and and we'll continue to do that. So I will be supporting, Councillor Fletcher, your motions.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. I will put those motions up if I can, please, Madam Clerk. You'll see them. Pardon, we'll just run through them all. This is to amend recommendation 2 to look at the possibility of including right to return provisions, a requirement for landlords to provide rental top-up and pay for moving costs. So we're going to look and see, is that possible? Recommendation 3 is being amended to look at a program to track the sale of rental buildings, when the city has information that a rental building is sold, or other information, steps will be taken to obtain vacant possession of a rental building or unit for the purpose of renovation or repairs. An immediate outreach campaign by the city to let tenants know what they can do and advise them of the Renoviction bylaw. Those two amendments to items 2 and 3. And then another one, sorry, there's more. Based on what Ms. Heineck said, adding to the policy is intended to support coming up with that, preventing homelessness and or achieving the city's vision of homelessness being rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. So taking that, which she gave to us, and then another one, that we request the Government of Ontario, in addition to recommendation 4, to work with the City of Toronto to identify specific opportunities within the Building Code Act 1992. It does need to be updated. It's quite old, 20 years old, 30 years old. In providing a protection to tenants from renoviction as a result of maintenance, repair, renovation undertaken by a property owner or landlord through a building permit. So that's going directly to the source. And the last one is the confidential information contained in the attachment remain confidential in its entirety because it contains advice which is subject to solicitor-client privilege. So thank you for all those motions. I will also say I just want to thank Councillors Perks and Bradford, because the three of us were part of a subcommittee from the Planning and Housing Committee, and it was a subcommittee for the protection of affordable rental housing, which was really put together because of the number of renovictions that we were all facing, particularly in the core, and heard from many, many, many activists, legal clinics, representatives of ACORN, other groups. The Alliance to End Homelessness really came out strongly. And then thank you to the Housing Secretariat that had a tenants group pulled together. So this has taken a while to get us to this point. And I wish we could do more. I wish we could really just get in there and fix this. But as we just heard very clearly from legal, that community charter in BC allows them to fix things for tenants. We have a higher hill to climb. We have to push the Ontario government, but we have to find where the little cracks in the pavement are, where small spears of green can grow, and we make some difference. We all know we cannot go fast enough, that when we see people in a building of 25 units that are being kicked out of really affordable rent, that there's no way. I can't look down the street and say, well, that's fine. There's another 25 units of affordable housing rent that it's built right next door. That's not happening. So as part of our bigger housing action plan, I really want to thank you, Ms. Bond, for flagging that for Housing 2020, Housing 2030, that this has to rise up as a really important piece, maintaining what we have, not just looking to build new housing. And this notion of heart, and I heart heart, I'm going to get a little badge, I heart heart, because it's really what's been missing when we've been trying to move this forward, is having the city have a table that brings all of the divisions together, that brings legal, that brings buildings, that brings everybody to the same place with the same goal, and that is to find the way to push back on renovictions and try to just deter this phenomenon from happening because of this financialization of housing that Councillor Perks so deftly spoke about. So this is, again, I think just one of the things from this term, because it is our last meeting, and I want to thank our Deputy Mayor and Chair and Ms. Bond and city staff for looking at creating the Housing Secretariat and bringing a lot of staff and fulsome powers there to really be looking at housing. We didn't have this situation the last term. We now have it, and you can see the difference that it makes, because it allows that table to get set up through the Housing Secretariat under that DCM to bring everybody together to say, as part of our housing plan in Toronto, we have to address this phenomenon of renovictions because too many people are losing their affordable places to live. So again, I think you said that, both councillors said thank you to all of the activists, all of the legal clinics, everybody who's really spoken out so clearly and helped us get to this point. We wish it was New Westminster, but we're not in New Westminster, we're in Doug Ford's, Ontario. So we're doing the best we can. And with that, I just want to again thank the committee for its work, our subcommittee for its work, and all the staff for getting us to this point. And you and your staff, Ms. Bond, have been very instrumental in bringing us to this point. So thank you again for that. And with that, I will move to these motions. If we can do that. We're going to put them up separately. Yes. Starting with the amendments for item 2 and item 3. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then the amendment to ask the Ontario government, adding the preventing homelessness to the policy. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then lastly, request the Government of Ontario to work with the city to identify specific opportunities to challenge renovictions through the building permits for the building official process. Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much. One more, confidential. Everything's staying confidential. All in favor? Thank you very much. And last is report at item as amended. Getting good. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you very much. And that is the work of a lot of work for this term on that issue. Thank you. Okay, I think we have one last issue to deal with. Yes. We have one more after that? Pardon me? We are holding item 22. Finding 23, sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'd finished my questions to staff and I'm prepared to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we on 23 now? We're going to the retention, or are you going to the multi-tenant?
Either.
Which one would you, Let's
in
do
your
the
retention.
Whichever one.
Just get it out of the way, because it only.
Get retention out of the way?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
So I have a motion on this. I'm moving that the Planning and Housing Committee forward the item to City Council without recommendations, and that the Planning and Housing Committee direct the City Manager to report directly to the July 19th, 2022 City Council meeting with options for dealing with compensation issues. The first part of it is just technical, because the report as it reads now says receive for information, and I don't want to receive it for information. So we have to say we have no other recommendations, and then ask for the supplementary report, which I hope will contain recommendations. I heard very clearly that the chief planner and city staff are attempting to do something about this, but conducting a market survey when you can't fill jobs is it's just not sufficient. The fact that you can't fill jobs is your market survey. You know what you need to know at that moment. And I think that we could very quickly, if we wanted to, convene a conversation with the, I'm forgetting the name of the organization that represents non-union employees. CATAPSA and CUPE 79, and work through whether there's a possibility of making changes to the various agreements we have, and what those changes would need to be in order for us to attract and retain staff. We, all of us here on this committee, know the incredible value of the planning department, not simply in the way that most people in the community see them in terms of reviewing development applications, but for all the other important work they do to make affordable housing happen, to develop official plan policies around climate change, to do secondary planning studies, to broadly advise us on council about the future of the City of Toronto in many, many different dimensions. And the fact that, you know, we're struggling to have enough staff to even do the bare bones job is horrifying to me, because that means that we're on a runaway train with nobody controlling the speed. And that's what the planning department should be here to help us do. I understand that it, you know, these are hard calls to make, and rushing to solve a problem can make it worse if you're not thoughtful. But let's remember, this isn't a problem that arrived yesterday. As Mr. Lintern will tell you, every year this term I have asked, do you have enough staff? And every year I've been told, well, you know, we're a little low and we're struggling, but, you know, we hope to make it up. I asked before the current budget was approved, you know, are you in trouble? And he said, well, you know, it's not great, but we think we have something coming. And then I asked after the budget was approved, when we were starting to find out that the first wave of the Christmas wave of COVID was affecting the ability of us to have staff doing basic services. I asked publicly at that time, he said, well, you know, we're aware that this is a crisis and we're hoping to do something in the spring. Events keep overtaking us here, and we never catch up, and we never adequately staff the operating divisions in the City of Toronto. And this is one, you know, we've managed to get at least a written report for a change saying that it's a serious problem. And I don't want to wait any longer. I don't want to put it off until the new term of office, which won't be doing business on items like this until February of next year. That's just too long to wait. Let's get in front of it. So I want staff to write down in a supplementary report what actions we could take before February. What could we do now? And if that means reviewing the collective agreement, that's what it means. And let's not be shy about that. And let's not study a problem that we know exists. We don't need to ask the question, does this problem exist? The chief planner just told us it does. Let's get to work.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? No? Councillor Venuziata?
Yeah, Councillor Perks, you're asking staff to bring that report to our next council meeting. Do you know if staff is able to bring forward that report? It's the last council meeting.
We don't have any choice, Councillor Nunziata. I know that when I asked questions, the obvious areas for exploration, which are sitting down with CATAPSA and 79, haven't been taken yet. They could put in a recommendation that they sit down with CATAPSA and 79. There, the report's written.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of Councillor Perks? No? Councillor, did you turn that motion in? Yes? Yeah. Okay, sure. We need to put it up to vote on it. It's got to be official. All right, there is the motion in front of us. All those in favor? Opposed? How about voting? Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, that passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Perks, trying to have a robust planning department in the face of a lot of big issues around housing, building, development. Okay, last one. We'll be out by 6, Councillor. I won't need to ask for any extensions today. We'll be done. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to the item held by you, Councillor Perks, item 22, status update, a new regulatory framework for multi-tenant houses. Does anyone have any questions of staff? I just have one of staff. I guess this is from the DCM. And what stage is this at as far as, this is a status report, and what stage are we at here with this? you're recommending coming back in 2023.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair. I think the staff in a very brief report have been able to give you a good sense of the status of the various items that were last directed. Many are in flight at various stages, but we do need until, unfortunately, that next term of Council Q1 2023 to have the work complete and to come back fulsomely for you.
Do you have any idea when that meeting is in 2023, please? First up, can you guarantee that will be coming early?
That's, Madam Chair, that is the commitment that we have made in the report. The staff will be working diligently through this period to do that. We don't know what the City Council schedule naturally is going to be for committees and such, but we've indicated a target of Q1 2023. I think the likelihood is March, April of 2023 at the earliest.
Well, April is Q2.
That's true.
So
subject to the council and committee agenda cycles. That's what we'll have to look at. Naturally, getting through the budget process and the other business of council as you're starting a new term, so we'll have to govern ourselves in that way.
Are there any, for this new regulatory framework, will you be requiring and need any new resources in order to effectively manage this? I'm presuming that if this work goes ahead, that this will be a positive report and approved by council in 2023. What kind of resources are you putting in your budget request to ensure that when this is a citywide, that you have resources to manage and regulate the multi-tenant houses?
Yeah, so to you, Madam Chair, certainly when this report came last, there was an indication of a need for resources. I expect that that same process will follow as we go into 2023.
You're lucky.
Certainly, I see
There's
Carlton's.
Mr. Grant right there. There's Mr. Grant right on your
And
shoulder.
there's Carlton.
Behind
Yeah.
your left shoulder. Yeah, did you want to add something there, Carlton, please? Got anything?
Just jumping in based on your question, and yeah, our report from October 2021 did describe a need for resources in our division of upwards of 20 or larger as a start. There were also 9 to 10 positions in Toronto Fire and potentially positions in Toronto Building. So we would reevaluate that as we move along and put in the proper resources and continue to adapt and grow those resources as required.
So how can we ensure that your budget request would cover some of those resources for 2023 budget now, even though this is still in flight?
Alan, our budget submission for...
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Submission, and then depending on what council does, they will be included or retracted as they were in October 2021.
Is that what you're telling me? Can't hear you. Tracy's saying can't hear you.
Okay, I'll try again. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so in October 21, we provided resources and an allocation. When the budget went for, and it was included in the budget for 2022. When council deferred it, we removed those positions from the budget. We would include them in the 2023 submission, and depending on where council goes, we would either include them or pull them out, depending on what council decides to do.
So the same as in 2022, they were in, and you didn't use them, and 2023, they'll be in, and we hope you're going to use them, but if something happens, then you wouldn't be using them. Is that what you're telling me?
That is our intent, yes.
Can you back that up, please, Ms. Cook, that's a budget submission? Thank you.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair, I am nodding. That is through the budget process, and that is as it occurred this previous time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there are now more questions because I asked some. That's fine. Let's do it. Yeah, go ahead. Councillor Perks, questions.
Thank you. This council cannot direct you for what you put into the budget for the next council, can we?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would have to defer to the clerk, but I do not believe that to be the case.
It's the case.
Yeah.
We also can't direct you for what reports you write for the next term of council, can we?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, I know that we have had many reports that have carried forward over terms of council.
But we can't direct you that you must, can we? Because it's entirely up to the new term of council what reports they want, what items go on to committee. It's up to the new chair, the new committee members, it's a new council, correct?
Well, again, through you, Madam Chair, I think I would defer to the clerk as the experts on the procedures, and I know you're very informed on that, Councillor Perks, so I won't weigh in. Okay.
When this matter was deferred, you were directed to report back in 2022. At the beginning of the next term of council, the members will be sworn in November. They will have their first meetings to pick chairs and vice chairs in December. They may do some urgent business in December, but the first working meetings that have items on them for debate and consideration don't take place until January 2023, correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that is the case, sir.
Okay. So given that you knew that this was the last opportunity for you to meet your council direction to report back to council by 2022, why don't we have a completed list of tasks here?
Yeah. Well, through you, Madam Chair, I think the work volumes, as certainly has been noted today, Councillor Perks has spoken to what has taken staff the time to work on, and unfortunately, we were not gotten through everything, and this was one thing that we did not get through. There were 14 items specific on this issue requested of us, incremental to the work that had been done already. So unfortunately, it's a case of the volume of work and resourcing, as we've just discussed.
Did you at any time let the members of this committee or council know that you had insufficient resources to follow the council direction from October 21? Is there any paper you've got?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, no, we've not specifically, though through the budget process and throughout many conversations this year, we have discussed the challenge we've been having in resourcing, not just in planning or MLS, but across the city.
Yeah. So you are able to exercise considerable discretion in terms of bringing on contract staff to help you complete work that's urgent to the city. You've recently sole source security guard contracts without asking council. You also put in a security guard contract that wasn't going to be debated by council until a member's motion came forward. You have broad discretion to bring on resources. Why did you not bring on resources to complete the work that council directed you to have in our hands for this meeting or earlier?
So through you, Madam Chair, we have been working extremely diligently at trying to address the resource challenge, Councillor Perks, across the entire corporation. Attraction, retention, including compensation, is a matter that SLT is meeting on multiple times a week with our people and equity folks. So it's certainly not that it's not known. This is a war for talent was a comment I made at the budget process, actually I think in response to one of your questions. So we are working very hard to staff up in all areas of the city. We're at vacancy rates like we've never seen. In a workforce market that is extremely competitive. We've got consultants assisting us in this regard, as Mr. Malloy mentioned. So, I can only say to you that we are very acutely aware of the volume of work that we have. We're acutely aware of the resource constraints that we have, and the staff have gone full out at the same time continuing to manage the outfalls of the pandemic and ongoing vaccination efforts. So, where everyone's doing the best they can with what they've got and trying to get more of what we need.
Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata.
I just have one question. I'm looking at the report, but when it came to council the last time, some of the municipalities that don't have rooming houses, Didn't we say that we wanted to have further consultation meetings in those areas? Was that not part of what we discussed?
In some of the former municipalities, right?
Some of the yeah. Was that not part of it?
Through you, Madam Chair, there was a direction, Councillor Nunziata, regarding significant public consultation, including some public opinion research as well.
Okay. So
that was one of the directions.
Right, so that still has to be done. Okay, it's just I couldn't remember if that's what we actually, because I don't see it in the report. I just wanted to confirm that that's what we discussed. Thank you.
Councillor Bradford, have you got some questions?
Yeah, I just have a few, Madam Chair, if I may. Probably to Tracy, to our DCM. The framework that we have to regulate multi-tenant housing, that came before council in October of 2021. And again, kind of picking up on the previous questions, we wanted staff to come back to PHC on a number of action items in 2022. What was the internal reporting plan prior to the motion that we have here in front of us from Councillor Perks at the last PHC? What was the plan on how you were going to report on that?
So through you, Madam Chair, and actually Councillor Bradford, this issue of multi-tenant housing has been to committee and council a number of times over the number of terms that I've been here. It's certainly a complex file that we have continued to try to move through. There is an interdivisional staff working group. They have been meeting for years. They have taken the additional directions that were given and is going to be an omnibus report similar to the last one, co-signed. Potentially the last one was co-signed by the ED of MLS and the chief planner, and the intention was to continue in that same vein. So, but I'm sorry if I'm misunderstanding your question.
It was supposed to come back in 2022. Here we are in July of 2022, our last Planning and Housing Committee. So I'm wondering internally what the discussions were, to the extent you were going to be able to produce and deliver on this or not deliver on it, what that sort of reporting structure and direction was going to be within the all the different divisions that are working on this.
Right. So through you, Madam Chair, certainly I think since the time that we received the additional directions, there has been the ongoing work of the interdivisional group, and just the clock ran out. I know we had check-ins as we monitor the agenda forecast system and see where people are at. There is that discussion about when reports are going to be ready, when they could come. But that's what we do with all the reports, is to keep a sense of how things are moving. And some of this has gone quicker than others, but everything is moving, especially the work to procure, as Councillor Nunziata asked about, the public engagement consultants as well.
Right. Okay. So this report is 5 pages long, so it's a tight report, and I think that sort of speaks to how much work is still necessary on the file. But if we go back to the items listed for action from our October 2021 meeting, I believe that there was 14. How many of those 14 action items require hiring of external consultants? And I guess what progress can be achieved has been achieved without hiring external consultants.
Right, so through you, Madam Chair, it's on the bottom half of page 3 and start at page 4, Councillor Bradford, it gives a bit of a sense of where some of these work items are. Certainly, consultants to assist with the public engagement, the communications with the communities, public surveys. We were asked about public opinion research, which requires external support, as well as a land economics study review would require that as well. So those couple of items, the scopes of work are being or have been drafted and have yet to go out from a procurement standpoint. The teams have also met to talk about some of the additional enforcement opportunities. I know Toronto Building with Toronto Fire is looking at hiring a code consultant. So there's 3 or 4 at least items of different types of consulting engagements that the team is putting together.
Let's say 4 of the 14 then is kind of what I'm taking away. And all of those, they're necessary to complete the body of work in which Council directed in October 2021. of those 4 requiring external consultants, you would say today in July, none of those were not in the market. We haven't hired any of those consultants today.
That, through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. As far as I'm aware, Councillor Bradford, I'm happy to be corrected by any of my staff. None of these consultant scopes have gone out for procurement as yet.
Okay, so like, as frustrating as this may be for all of us on your side of the table and on our side of the table, you would say, DCM here, the work on this is not yet done. The work on this is not done.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. My last question is just sort of picking up on one of your responses to Councillor Perks. You indicated that this would likely be April 2023, like next year when this would be done. It would be baked into the budget process for 2023 as we go through budget, of which is largely a staff-driven budget since we're coming out of an election anyways. But that's when you're thinking today, you're forecasting that this would be done in April. We obviously want to see it done before that. Obviously, it's overdue. Why do you anticipate it will take that long to do this work? How much work is not done? It sounds like a lot of work is not done.
Yeah.
So I guess, like, you know, if it is April, it's April, but we need to have a better, this is highlighting to me, and maybe I'll speak to this, in terms of our agenda forecasting, in terms of our resources and our ability to actually get the important things done. Here's a file where we're not hitting it.
Yeah. So through you, Madam Chair, I feel the frustration as it does. I can guarantee you, our chief planner, this issue was one of the first files I was handed when I was the ED of MLS in January of 2012. So certainly, and this has been going on long before I arrived on the scene. So everyone is seized of the importance of addressing multi-tenant homes in the city. Absolutely, without question. When I reflected March, April, that is because we are flying blind as far as what that next term of council committee cycles and council agendas will look like, the budget process, and everything else that's required with that. We also have to be sure that we are clear, and that's where we'll be talking as staff, what is appropriate work for us to be doing as far as consultations go during this period of time where you're out in an election mode. And I need clarity. I think we all need clarity around that. I know Councillor Fletcher made reference to a Councillor Robinson motion earlier that caused me pause as well to think about the nature of consultations, the manner in which they're conducted during this very important period of time for our city when we enter into municipal elections. So there's a lot of factors. I think I'm being optimistic and maybe a bit aggressive, quite honestly, to say March, April with all of these factors considered. But we do know this is so important, and we want to keep to the best of our ability, our focus on getting it across the line.
That's a fair point. Those are all my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Buxton Potts, have you got any questions on this one? Oh, all right, thank you. We will move to speakers then.
Thank you. In 1989, a number of low-income people in the city of Toronto died in the Rupert Hotel fire. Since that time, people have been trying to get a rationalization of the legislation around rooming houses, or the regulations around rooming houses in the city of Toronto. I can remember when the consultations on the harmonized zoning bylaw began in 2008, 14 years ago. Suddenly, staff felt that if we included harmonizing the rooming house zoning bylaw, it would make the whole zoning bylaw problem too complex. Imagine that, out of the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things covered in our zoning bylaw, this one thing was pulled out and said, put off for another day because it was too complex. After that, effort after effort by community legal workers, by people representing people with low incomes, by people on ODSP, by tenants. Effort after effort after effort has been made to get Toronto City Council to at least vote on whether or not rooming houses should be legalized in the City of Toronto, citywide. And for 8 years, every single effort to at least have a vote, to put people on the record, to have them not be able to play both sides of the street, to have them have to decide, do you think that housing is a human right? Do you think that it is wrong that certain neighborhoods get to exclude low-income people from living in them? Do you think people deserve to live with the security of tenure and knowledge that they're not going to die in a fire is something this council should do? Or do you think otherwise? For 8 years, Toronto City Council has done everything in its power to prevent having to vote on that and take a side on those critical issues. Twice in this term of council, we've got to the point where we might vote on it. First, it was deferred for a month or two so that we could, as the mayor said, do a little bit of work to try to polish it up and see if we could get the votes. Then when that came, and lo and behold, the votes hadn't been organized, suddenly this long list of things that we needed to do appeared, and the mayor moved a motion directing staff to come back with answers to these questions so that we could settle it once and for all. And the mayor very deliberately made a point when he moved that motion that he wasn't just punting it off into the blue future, but he wanted these questions answered, and he wanted them answered, and the way to know that was that he was putting the year 2022 into his motion. Deputy City Manager was aware of that. I remember her being present for the debate. It is also the case that when this council or when the public service feels that there is an urgent, I'm moving a motion, I forgot. Effectively, my motion is that I am moving the bylaw. I'm sorry, Jennifer? If we could, I forgot, I'm moving that motion. I'm moving the motion effectively to put the same bylaw in front of council as was in front of us on October of last year. In any event, the Deputy City Manager was fully aware that Council had directed that this all come back in 2022. And yet we haven't even drafted the terms of reference for the consultants necessary to do the work. We haven't even drafted the terms of reference for the consultants to do the work. I had to say it again, even though 9 months have passed since Council directed that that work get done. Nobody has communicated to Council or to this committee that there was a problem meeting those deadlines. Nobody had even discussed it until I wrote a letter to the last committee meeting. No one came to us and said, we can't do this. No one said we need additional money. No one decided to exercise the discretionary spending power of the city manager, which seems to be available when we want to police homeless people in the parks in the City of Toronto. There seems to be an endless amount of money available to hire security guards. We hire them for our shelters, we hire them for our parks, we hire them all over the place. Whenever we feel like it, somebody just goes and hires security guards. They don't even tell council about it. But to hire someone to run a public consultation, the library, we had an issue that came up. We needed to hire a facilitator for a public consultation. We had it done in a matter of weeks. Weeks, not 9 months. It's not in my nature to lay blame at people's feet. That's just not in my nature. My nature is to try to figure out structurally how we make sure that we deliver the goods, the services that people in the City of Toronto need. But by God, having sat here since 2008 for 14 years, watching this council and the public service come up with every conceivable roadblock to having us simply vote on whether or not we will recognize the right for people to live in whatever neighborhood in the City of Toronto and to live there safely and legally is beyond me, Others may come to conclusions about why this never happens, but it does shock the mind what happens and what doesn't. What's important in deed, not just in word, around this council.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Other speakers? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I can be relatively brief. And I'll start by moving a motion. And this is the motion that is going to ask staff to come back on this once the work has been completed. Q1 2023. So the clock is set again, reset, and we need to see this finished. I certainly don't disagree with Councillor Perk's comments or his frustration. And I think, frankly, everybody here on the Planning and Housing Committee who's been serving this this past term, this has been a really important file. And we are all united. If we could mute the camera or the audio in the committee room. We've all been united in our determination to see this go forward and to provide a pathway for the legalization of multi-tenant housing. I've shared at this committee my experience, of living in multi-tenant housing and how this is the ground floor of affordability in the city. And my strong belief that providing a framework for legalization, a pathway for legalization, will improve outcomes for tenants and residents and neighbors and communities alike. And so that is the way forward. I think that there's a lesson learned here around the volume of work, the volume of report requests that we make of the civil service. And perhaps as councillors, we need to be a bit more judicious with our asks. It was last week where we did nearly 260 items at Toronto East York Community Council. We have a big, meaty agenda here at Planning and Housing Committee with some really important files, and we will be heading to council July 17th with probably close to 400 items. And that's a reflection of the work culminating at the end of the term, no doubt. But I think we see time and time again when folks want to move something forward. And hey, I'm guilty of it too. I've asked for lots of reports on road safety initiatives, different things going on in Beaches East York community. And in fact, we'll be talking at council about all of the outstanding items that didn't get done, the things that didn't get done this term. And sometimes that's deeply disappointing. But as elected officials driving the agenda of the civil service, providing the direction of the things that we need to get done, maybe we need to have a conversation about, what meets the threshold in the bar of report requests and the work that we're putting on the civil service, so that, the really important things, the things that will make a substantive real difference in a lot of people's lives, we're not dropping the ball on that. So I will also just say, Councillor Perks talked about the process that we went through last summer and last fall in the October 2021 vote. And these items, these 14 items that needed to be done in order to get us to a place where council would have the comfort passing this this bylaw. And we didn't get there. Clearly we didn't get there. We're not even in the market for the RFP on 4 of the 14 action items. A big focus and thrust of that we heard from our colleagues, particularly some of the suburban colleagues, particularly those folks outside of the TEYCC area, they wanted to have more consultation on that. That we haven't even hired the people to do that. That work hasn't happened. So does it make sense to bring this back before council when the things that those votes that we actually need to pass this, they're not there because the work hasn't been done. The interdivisional work hasn't been done. All of the complexity of this file, that hasn't been done. But even the bare minimum, the consultation, talking to folks about this issue, which, as was pointed out by the previous speaker, has been contentious for decades and decades. I think he said 1989. It does show that work and conversations do continue from council cycle to council cycle. It doesn't just disappear because we may disappear or we may be out of work at the end of the election. These conversations do continue, but it's frustrating. But nothing has changed on that front. We're in the same spot we were October 2021, and that's frustrating as hell for all of us here. But I don't think all of a sudden, we're going to have the votes to pass this. And so being strident about it or putting everyone to a vote who's not there on it and saying, eat it, vote against it, I just don't see how that helps us advance the cause. We might feel good about that, might feel good, like, yeah, you're on the wrong side of this issue, but it's actually not going to help the people who need a legalized framework for multi-tenant housing. It's not going to help them. It's not going to help them to have a super heated, divisive conversation at council heading into an election July 17th. And we all know that. If we're being honest, we all know that. So, you know, the motion's there. I hope I can count on your support. Let's do it. Let's do it in 2023. Let's give our deputy city manager, Tracy, you know, the time to do all the work. I know it's frustrating because it's been 9 months and it hasn't happened. I think we've made that clear. We've had the uncomfortable public conversation about it. But let's get that work done and let's put something together that can pass so that we can save the lives and help the people who desperately need it. And I ask everyone on this committee to support that motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers? No, I'm going to speak. I do have a couple of motions that I think are ready. They're going to seem rather strange, but this is what they are. I'm requesting that the Executive Director Housing Secretariat be included as part of the leadership team for the framework for multi-tenant houses. And I'll tell you why when I speak. And also I want to see the terms of reference, public consultation plan, first meeting, not hear about it, how it happened. I would like to see what it is because we do a lot of public consultation and as well, the Housing Secretariat does a lot. Councillor Perks, I agree with everything you said, but I can't agree to bring this forward at this time. And I'm sorry, because usually you and I are exactly on the same page. But I think there's been an ingredient missing, a big important ingredient missing in this whole thing, why it hasn't happened. And respectfully to all those people in the infrastructure side and the enforcement side and the bylaw enforcement side, this is actually, as you clearly articulated it, Councillor Perks, a housing issue. It's exactly the same as we talk about renovictions, keeping people in their houses, keeping people in safe places, allowing the entire city to have the same framework for housing. We saw modular housing wasn't left to MLS and planning. Modular housing was driven through the Housing Secretariat. And I don't want to put more work on Ms. Bond, but I think it's the ingredient that's missing for the section that has all the infrastructure and hard services, and in bylaw enforcement, we don't have enough weight on the housing side. We don't have enough weight for councillors to understand it's not just about too many garbage cans out in front of a house somewhere in the city. It's about a housing model, keeping people safe, keeping the places clean, and that licensing means good housing, which we're all in favor of. So we have this chasm that's existed around since amalgamation and rooming houses, because they're all under MLS. They've all been under MLS. The Rooming House License Commissioner is under MLS. The licensing of the houses is under MLS. It's all under MLS. It's an enforcement-based model. It's not a housing model. And I'm now getting a little strident. Sorry about that, Councillor Bradford, because I feel so strongly about this. I'm really realizing, as I said when we talked about renovictions, the difference in having a part of the city who gets up in the morning, spends the entire day thinking about housing and finishes their day thinking about housing is a different condition than we've had before. It's an ingredient that has been missing in this debate. It's just been missing. It's not bylaw enforcement in a park. It's not somebody has a messy house because the garbage bins are out front. It's a type of housing that works very well throughout places that has this type of housing that's legal. I got a picture sent to me from somebody from another ward, from a resident association, showing me this terrible location with all the garbage on the front lawn and all the bins upended. I sent them back a picture of my rooming house on a certain street, a beautiful, well-maintained place, no garbage bins. I don't know what the public consultation model is. People have to see that. That's how you clean that up, not by simply saying we're just going to enforce. We have to bring people to that, even councillors. Since amalgamation, this has been an outstanding issue, and Councillor Perks is right. 1998 to 2022, that's 24 years. This issue, and the other one, parking anywhere overnight whenever you want, we've been unable to get the city to say we have one standard. There needs to be one standard here for housing, no matter what kind of housing it is. We don't have a different standard for TCHC tenants that live in Scarborough compared to TCHC tenants that live in Parkdale or that live in North York. We're trying to have one standard. There's one housing standard. And therefore, I hope I'm not offending you, Ms. Cook or Mr. Grant, but I need to add another ingredient here. That's the housing ingredient, because I think that's what councillors and their communities need to understand as we go forward. So those are the two things I just need to extend to complete this agenda. If I can get that motion from you, Councillor Nunziata, thank you very much. All Councillor Perks extended, all in favor, opposed, that's clear. We're almost out. And those are the motions that I want to move here tonight. Any question of the mover? No. Thank you. All right, we're going to have the motions. Councillor Perks' motion
Recorded, please.
First, recorded.
On motion 1 by Councillor Perks, all those in favor? Councillor Perks? All those opposed? Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Buxton Potts. Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 1-4.
Next motions, please. Motion, Councillor Bradford, request city staff report no later than first quarter 2023. Everybody sees that motion. All in favor? Opposed? And now my motions. And I'd like a recorded vote on these, please.
On the motion by Councillor Fletcher, all those in favor? Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Perks, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Buxton Potts. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Is there anything more to do on this item? Sorry, Councillor Perks, I want to thank you for your tremendous advocacy over the years and commit to you that we will get there. And also just want to, on our last meeting here of the term, just a sincere thank you to our clerks who have gone through COVID with us, done incredible work, kept the business of council moving under very, very difficult circumstances. And thank you for your professionalism, your commitment, and everything that you do. Very much appreciated by the committee. And also to all of the public service who has supported this committee, supported this work, all of the, I'm not going to name you all, but the chief planner, the Housing Secretariat, our Deputy City Manager, our City Manager. There's so many people to thank for all the tremendous work that's gone on here over the last 4 years. So I would just like to acknowledge that and thank you all very much. And with that, ask for a motion to...
And thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for chairing today's meeting.
Well, thank you. I hope I stumbled through it, but we got there. Thank you very much.
What amazing chairing.
Getting it done. Right? You got it done in one day.
One day.
One and done.
Oh.
Enjoy your next day tomorrow, everybody. Okay, thank you very much. All in favor, we're adjourning. Thank you very much.
See you, folks. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, this is yours. Thank you.